Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. And as always, we've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'd better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fams, beautiful to see you all here on this Sunday evening, Sunday fun day, or so they say. First, some shoutouts: Mozart, Mike Toole, and PP. 123 in the YouTube chat. Hermeteorologist to close fourth. Big Jerry also here. Fishbone, Young Chris, Ebony, Raby Baby, Arvin Trevino, Morbius, Mordant Inky Cap, Glitchmaster, Mo and Noah, and Ducky over on the Twitch. Ducky on a 3-stream streak. Small, but has potential. Anyway, everybody, great to see y'all on this Sunday fun day. The Discord notification and the words I'm saying right now might be a bit of a misnomer. I gotta say, it's gonna be a low tier Sunday fun day in terms of value-tainment. I'm gonna try, but not that hard. Mostly because I'm so far behind on everything I wanted to do this week that I have sort of ignored my Sunday fun day list today. I got one big bonus video if we wind up getting through everything that I want. Maybe we'll get to watch that. Anyway, you see the title. You know what we're going to talk about. Let's start in the United States. America. The Hilton Ballroom Hotel. Or the Washington Hilton whatever hotel. I don't know what it's called.
Dear President Trump, this building is the Washington Hilton Hotel. You'll soon be arriving here as the guest of honor at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. But the fact is, you, the President of the United States, are right now engaged in a massive cover-up of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. To date, your administration has only released about half the Epstein files. Of those that have been published, hundreds of pages have been blacked out entirely, and the names of many powerful men have been redacted, including, in some cases, your own name.
Are you still talking
Where you
about
have been
Jeffrey
named,
Epstein?
the files are damning. In one email from 2011, Epstein wrote to his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, expressing surprise that you hadn't yet been publicly accused of complicity in his activities. Epstein emailed Maxwell saying, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." Maxwell replied saying, "I've been thinking about that." In an email from Epstein to author Michael Wolff, Epstein said of you, President Trump, quote, "Of course he knew about the girls." You recently admitted on Air Force One that you were aware young women were being recruited from Mar-a-Lago by Epstein. When you were asked whether one of them was the well-known Epstein victim, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, you replied,
"I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her."
2 years after Virginia was recruited from your club, you told New York Magazine that you thought Epstein was a terrific guy. You said, quote, "He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do." and many of them are on the younger side.
Don't be creepy.
One release file shows you flew on Epstein's private jet, dubbed the Lolita Express, at least 8 times. Then, you lied about it, like you've lied about so many aspects of your relationship with Epstein. The fact is, Mr. President, you knew. Release the files, end the cover-up, now.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Let's get the files and figure it out. Well, there you go. I know we watched that yesterday, but since we're talking about the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I figured we'd start it off again with that clip from Led by Donkeys. I find their projector style artwork quite
That's on
compelling.
YouTube. That's on
Rich.
YouTube.
It was a strange night yesterday. We had ourselves set up for some White House Correspondents' Dinner stuff. I, at the time, thought it was there's going to be comedy. Shortly after starting it, people told me it was going to be some sort of mentalist, which sounded terrible. Here we were, you're waiting. We're waiting for the White House Correspondents' Dinner to begin. People were having a jolly good time. Aside from Peter Ducey, who was being very awkward and weird. And then, suddenly...
Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump were rushed to safety Saturday night after a man armed with a shotgun tried to breach security at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The incident sparked chaos at the event. Attendees took cover as armed Secret Service officers ran into the room and hustled the president to safety. About an hour later, Trump posted on Truth Social that a shooter had been apprehended. He later spoke at a hastily arranged news conference where he and the reporters were still in their formal wear.
A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly.
Very brave.
One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from
The very best. Everybody's saying. Everybody's saying it was the very best vest. The very best vest anyone's ever seen. Because America. Now, it wasn't clear yesterday. I thought that when I was watching it, we were watching it live, of course. I'm sure many of you remember. But when I was watching it, I thought there was like a stairway. I thought there was like a stairway going down, like for actors or whatever. I don't know. I don't know very much about this particular venue. And I thought maybe there's like a stairway going down to a back room of sorts. Stagehands, things like that. Hold on, did I bookmark this? Where is it? Oh, God. I didn't. Son of a bitch. Hold on, I meant to do this and I didn't do it. Where is it? Ah! Good enough. Here we go. So, I thought... I saw Trump's head go down. I assumed he was going downstairs. Apparently, that was not the case.
I'm staying in the race.
This is posted on Twitter, but there's like I've seen a bunch of these at this point. Reposts. See JD running. Then they rush to the president. He's still sitting. Then he just falls right to the fucking floor, dude. I found that fascinating. Perfect health. Walter Reed doctors tell me that they've never seen a man in better shape. It falls over 2 steps. 2 steps, he's down.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Everybody's saying a perfect man body.
The muscular class.
All right, now apparently Hassan was also streaming at the same time as us last night.
Go back to the stream now. Wait, what the f? Wait, they started running. Shots fired! Shots fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Oh my God. Oh my God. Look. What the f? What happened? Okay, I'm going to skip ahead maybe. Is that Kash Patel?
Holy Toledo.
What happened? Do we know? Well, I mean, people are chilling. Bro, they are going to fire the f out of Kash Patel, dude. Oh my God.
That was a
Watch
great,
it be a
that was a
negligent
great
discharge by one of the
sound
Secret
shot. I
Service
need
guys.
that
No
one.
shot. All right, so this is live. We're now live at the White.
Wait, was that a sound shot? Does he have a holy? Does Hassan have a goddamned Harry Emden sound shot? He's stealing my shit. First the soundboard, now the Harry Emden shots. What? He doesn't have enough. He's got to steal my thing.
Awful. Weak.
That's it. I'm getting a holy Toledo shot. That's fine. This is unacceptable. I'm highly offended.
Negligent discharge. Bro, they are going to fire the f out of Kash Patel, dude. Oh my God. Watch it be a negligent discharge by one of the Secret Service guys. No shot. All right, so this is live. We're now live at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Chaotic scenes taking place at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as the president and everyone in the White House Correspondents' press pool, members of the press, were having dinner. And all of a sudden, we don't know exactly what happened. We have no idea what took place, but there was like people panicked, moving around. President ducked under the table. Secret Service was present on site. Loud sounds heard inside. Trump was taken out of the room. Potential shots fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Attendees currently on the floor. Bro, this is the one place where you do this, everyone's gonna know. CNN is covering it right now. We'll go live to CNN for real-time coverage. Are they covering it from the ground? This is when this is where the real journalists come out. You know what I mean? Immediately.
This is where the real journalists.
Was it a sound?
God. It's true. This is where the real journalists come out.
Was it that set it off initially?
You know, I heard a loud sound, and at first I thought it was a plate.
Come on, Brian!
I thought it was a plate of dinner meals falling to the ground. My first thought, John, was one of the poor waiters who were trying to navigate this room had dropped all of the meals, you know, and it was, you know, a loud noise. But I have no idea. I was, you know, pretty far away.
Let's watch this moment once again.
Come on, bro. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is on.
You have a mental health problem.
Come on, Brian, he says. Do journalism harder.
Murdering trash.
Oh, that sounds like gunshots. 100 P. That sounds like gunshots, potentially. I don't know, but...
Although, now that I think about it, now that I'm saying it, I'm realizing I was doing basically the exact same thing to... What was his name again? John something, right? John or Jack? John? It was John, wasn't it? I was giving them so much shit over their microphone yesterday. I was basically doing the same. He was like, come on. Get a working microphone. It's true. So, I mean, clearly I'm the hypocrite.
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
Actually, I don't know, bro. This went pop, 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 bang, 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 bang. Gunshots, remember, sound very differently outdoors as opposed to indoors. But I mean, I don't know. It kind of sounds like it could be.
Then there were Secret Service running.
Jake Tapper's going to be like, I have it on good authority that it's Hassan Piker who's responsible for this. And apparently he said this one's for Israel right before he fired the warning shot.
And
someone should go arrest him right now, actually.
People were very upset and worried.
Right away.
And I have some videos, so somebody needs to.
Oh my God, I'm about to sound like a chatter, but his mic, he sounds so different on this phone camera.
But in any case,
he sounds so nasally on this phone camera mic.
Somebody with a Secret Service pin said,
real voice, Jake Tapper, real voice.
Building.
Real voice unlocked. Oh my God, Olivia Reingold. Terrifying. A few ground shaking knocks by my seat at White House Correspondents Center. Unclear of shooting. I'm okay. We were trying to exit now.
We were just seated over. I'm seated near one of the doors, and
oh my God, they tried to recreate the USA chant after the shooting. Oh my God, people are so cringe. Oh my God, can we just skip her?
Exactly
No, that's my favorite
saying,
journalist in America. How dare you?
This is like that was like the exact same thing that I said. I cannot believe this guy. I can't believe this one guy is trying to start a USA chant right now. Oh.
Very brief announcement saying the program will resume shortly.
Like, it was just like so like on the nose in terms of like the idiocracy timeline that we're living in, that some fucking moron would start chanting USA in the middle of this. It's beyond me. It's fucking beyond me. But he did it. I can't remember exactly how many USAs he got in. It was like 3 or 4. Until he was like, nobody else is getting on board with this insane thing I'm trying to do right now.
What?
Not sure what format.
What? They're like, lightning can't strike twice. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. Now Trump has to sit through this pissed off and possibly scared because he's a pussy if he doesn't come back, right? Oh my God. Now he has to sit through the White House course. He's probably.
Hassan's live stream just cut out. He ended early so we could tune into Jin, and it's true. That's clearly the reason. Hassan, he's just stepping aside for me. He's realized he's taken my shine with the soundboard. He heard me just now. He was like, oh, shit, that's a good point.
Immediately, if not sooner.
To come back. Oh my lordy.
First of all, people will see it differently, but I can understand why people would not want to let the terrorists win today, why they would not want to let terrorism win today. But you're going to have a lot of people who are just upset and shaken because the president of this country could have been killed tonight. And this is the sort of stuff that has to stop. This is the level of violence and crazy stuff on all sides of this country is leading people to think that this is the right thing to do somehow. And I can understand why they don't want to yield to this. But I think people around the world right now.
Why are they talking like it's a foreign enemy? It's America, bro. Of course. It's an American news broadcaster. Of course, they're going to make it seem like it was Al Qaeda or some shit. I mean, we don't have any details whatsoever, but judging by past performance, the likelihood of this guy being a Trump supporter is still fairly high, because considering that wherever Trump goes, there are fallen fans of Donald Trump that just seemingly always want to kill him. I mean, this has happened a bunch of times.
Yeah. Hassan's 100% right. If we just go by the current attempts against Trump's life, it's been more Trump supporters than not. However, more information about this guy did eventually start coming out. I can't remember. Does Hassan get into this at some point? Or was that a different clip that I watched? Oh, I think he does. You know, I'll let him pick it up like here, I guess. we're gonna get into this because there has been some information that has come out about the alleged shooter, including I'm trying to figure out them. I think there might be like a second suspect, which is weird because it was I mean, it seemed like it was like a lone gunman type situation.
Why are they talking about it like this? Jennifer Jacobs says the suspect is in custody from the White House Correspondents Association dinner shooting. At least one shot fired. One USSSSSS officer taken to the hospital to be checked out, but is okay. Dinner about to resume. Wait, is Cash getting fired or cucked? Sean McCreesh is my goat, by the way. That's the one who asked that banger question to Donald Trump. If you remember, I met him at the Vanity Fair party. I'm one of the small number of journalists traveling to the White House press pool tonight. We were in a hall just outside the ballroom when the commotion first rang out. Several things happened in quick succession. Tuxedoed agents pulled out guns and began running towards the ballroom. White jacketed caterers screamed and bolted for stairwells. Pandemonium reigned as top cabinet officials were evacuated. Robert Kennedy Jr. and his wife, Cheryl Hines, came out and were ushered into an elevator. Then Janine Perot emerged. The FBI director, Kash Patel, came tearing across the hallway with two men in tow. His girlfriend was hiding in a room with another man who was holding her hand. Oh! Kash Patel was both fired and cooked at the same night, bro. Ooh, sure. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way. Reporters are about to be taken back into the ballroom. The show will go on, apparently. Where's Oosh?
Okay. All right. I'm skipping this. We don't need this right now. All right. We'll get into the shooter stuff later. He talked about it today's stream. He was a liberal. Like when you say liberal, I assume you mean like a centrist, right? Actually, did you just followed the stream like 3 minutes ago, didn't you? Oh, actually, hold on. There is a spot where he does talk about this guy. I was right. It's over here. It's the very end.
Dude, that was wild. I've never seen nothing like it. Anyway, shooter is a Caltech and CSU alum with several years of experience as a mechanical engineer. He is now a teacher, and his LinkedIn is Caltech Bachelor of Science. This is all verified, by the way. And yeah, now he's a part-time teacher. And they found that he registered as a no-party preference voter in LA County. Public records return a Caltech email address for the Cole, Thomas, Allen in Torrance. FEC records show a single $25 contribution via Act Blue. Here's Jacqueline Sweet, reliable reporter here. Cole Allen, the alleged shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, is seen here in the image for Caltech's mechanical engineering major page. He's right there in the background. Masters from CSU Dominguez in Comp Sci last year. Here's another photo of Allen from Caltech. Apparently, several reporters, including at CNN and other outlets, follow a close relative of the shooter here on X, likely his sister, and likely from her doing an engineering fellowship at a news outlet as well. Is that not unique? Seems like it's not that unique. Seems like you graduated Caltech.
I grew up with a guy who looked exactly like this, to the point where when I first saw the picture, I was like, wait, hold on. I mean, it's not him. Like, I saw, like, it's not, like, it's clearly not him because it's the wrong name. But, like, initially, like, I just saw, like, a thumbnail, and I was like, oh, what the fuck? This can't be good.
17 has been massively underemployed / unemployed since 2018. Usually it's like losers. Alleged shooter speaks from 057 from 2017. Aging into the future conference brings new tech to help seniors.
As to what their imagination was doing.
College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this...
Okay, never mind. He might be actually one of the centrist, extreme centrist guys. I'm not gonna lie. Could be the case. He sounds like it a little bit.
Is to prevent it from moving at all.
But yeah, normally guys that do this stuff are demonstrating peak antisocial personality disorder. don't have a lot of friends. Like Luigi Mangione was unique in that sense as well. Like he did not fit the average profile of someone who would go out and like shoot someone in broad daylight. Okay.
Okay. Well, there we go. There's Hassan's clip on the situation. I think it might have been from 2 different streams. Because he went from wearing one shirt to wearing a different... Actually, no, I think he just put a jacket on or something like that. Okay, but I think that was from his stream yesterday. Now, DC officials held a briefing after this shooting. Janine Pirro, the U.S. attorney for DC, of course, among others, were there.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. Washington, D.C. police are holding a press conference on the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Let's listen.
At about that time, a sole gunman rushed a Secret Service checkpoint in a lobby at the hotel. Secret Service agents stopped the suspect. An agent was injured and transported to a local hospital where the agent is receiving care. The suspect is also transported to a local hospital where he is being evaluated. The president returned safely to the White House, as you know. We are so very thankful to members of law enforcement who did their jobs tonight and made sure that all guests were safe. We have no reason to believe at this time that anyone else was involved.
Okay, so this time they said nobody else was involved, and that the shooter was in custody and being evaluated at the hospital. I'm just going to skip ahead to Janine. There we go. How many Fox News anchors are currently in the Trump administration or have been appointed by Trump at this point? It's out of control. All right, to Fox News is Janine Pirro, U.S. Attorney
Pirro.
for D.C.
I'm Janine Pirro. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot. Unfortunately, he is doing all right and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States, because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going. Now, I want to make one comment. As a participant, someone who was in the ballroom, who came this evening to be part of a very lovely event at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I, for the first time, was in a situation where there were shots fired, shots heard, and a whole room went silent. When I lifted my head and when I looked up, every law enforcement officer was out there as we all had our heads down, thousands of them. These are the men and women every day who do what they do silently, and they do it with courage and with dignity.
Great courage and dignity, says Janine Pirro. How many drinks do you think she's had tonight? 1 or 2 boxes? I'll put my money on 1.5 boxes. Whenever Janine pops up, all I want to watch is that SNL sketch. I'm not gonna lie. The sketch is. I mean, there's a myriad of them. She's quite the character. Good God. Okay. Well, there you go. Janine's saying we should be proud of what those Secret Service members did. And she is doing her job. She is doing her job. Definitely doing her job. And not sitting around drinking wine. Did I get the manifesto? Was there a manifesto? I'll look for it. We're going to be talking about this for a second. I mean, if you can send it in the Discord, it would probably help me, but I'll find it. If not, but let's keep going through the clips as they were posted chronologically. CNN up next. Wolf Blitzer on the ground. On the scene. Accidentally doing on the scene journalism.
Wolf Blitzer, we see you as well. We know that you witnessed this gunman in action, and you have stated that the gunman was firing as they were brought to the ground, but you were unclear in the direction to which the gunman was firing. Could you describe the clothing or the weapon that you saw from the gunman from your vantage point?
Is that a question for me? It's Wolf.
Yes, Wolf.
I just saw a big gun. I don't know what kind of weapon it was, and I heard the loud bangs that were going off. It was extremely frightening. I was only a few feet away. It was a total coincidence. I was walking back to the ballroom. We were on one floor above the ballroom. We had to go downstairs to go back into the ballroom. But the gunman was clearly on the secure side of the metal detectors. I don't know how he got through, if he got through, if he had been there earlier, but he was armed. He was firing, and police were there, and they were on top of him within a minute or so, and then they were on top of me to protect me as if I could have been shot too. So it was just a very frightening moment, and I'm not surprised at all that they've called off the whole evening out of an abundance of caution, knowing that at least one individual armed with a weapon had managed to get a few feet away from the door to the ballroom. He was not in the ballroom. He was outside the ballroom, one floor up, a few stairs up. Clearly a very dangerous situation. In a situation like that, you don't take any chances because you don't know if he was acting alone, if there were others involved with him, and what was going on. So I'm now in the lobby of the Washington Hilton Hotel, and all the people who were inside are slowly but surely taking the escalator up, and they're getting ready to leave and see if they could get a ride home one way or another. The security going into the event tonight was incredible. I had never seen security around the Washington Hilton Hotel for a White House Correspondents Association dinner or for any other major dinner as tight as it was tonight. And I've been to about 30 of these White House Correspondents Association dinners over the years that I've been with CNN, and it was just very, very, very intense. And I have no idea if there were any indications that something like this could happen, but I know that security was beefing up potentially for something, and something happened. But the shots were fired just outside the door to the ballroom. The shooter did not get into the ballroom, was shooting one floor up, the stairs leading to the ballroom, and it was just enormously loud, difficult to comprehend what was going on. And I'm sure we'll be learning a whole lot more about the suspect, what was going on, if there was a motive or whatever. But when the cops saw me only a few feet away from the shooter, they threw me to the ground and got on top of me to protect me. And then after a few minutes, they picked me up and took me away to a secure room, the men's room, which was not very far away. And there were about 15 other men already inside who were just trying to stay secure in the face of the gunshots that were going off. And I think I heard at least 3, maybe 6 gunshots, boom, 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 boom. And it was just enormously loud. I had no idea what was going on. And for, initially, when the cop pushed me down, I said to myself, I wonder if, I was a target or whatever. And thank God I wasn't, because I was not shot. I was just thrown to the ground and protected to make sure that there were no gunshots aimed at me. So it was just a coincidence that I happened to have been there walking back to the ballroom when all of this took place. And it was just a frightening moment indeed. And people are still here at the hotel. They're trying to get out of here. They want to go home. I don't blame them. It's just a scary, scary situation.
You can watch as it's unfolding right now. You're going to see from the left part of your screen in a moment.
Yeah, this is the first time that we are seeing this on the big monitor, and the first time we are playing this at CNN. Okay, that guy just
see
ran
how
right-
quickly,
wow.
and you see the area that they appear to be near. We were told earlier, in the presence of a magnetometer. Look at the number of agents with weapons drawn who are running and pursuing this person. And again, note the very quick pace from which this person has moved. And again, we do not see the shooting of a Secret Service member. We do have a picture of the suspect on the ground. If we can show that as well in the screen, that shows the suspect without clothing on, which seems to be, which frankly is a normal course of business to remove to see if there's any threat under their clothing and beyond. But let's bring in John Miller to talk more.
Okay, this whole situation is fucking insane. I mean, I've already seen all of these, and so I'm like tuning out while I read this because somebody just told me that there's a manifesto. I just got done reading it. It was, I think, first posted by the New York Post. I found it like 5 minutes ago. I've been reading through it. 1,052-word manifesto, supposedly obtained by the Post earlier this morning. Quite a lot to take in here. Not sure whether to read this now or... I think I'll give it a second. I'll give it a second. But, wow. Okay. We're going to go to the next clip. Jesus Christ. Oh, you know what I just realized? I'm not wearing sunglasses. Or a hat. Tinfoil. There we go. Ode. We got a lot of back hats and sunglasses. But I just said, why? Why are we doing this? Wow. Yeah, I had not seen this manifesto yet. This is news to me, giving me some perspective on what's happened here. All right, I'll go to BBC next year, 19 hours ago. To Trump's speech, which we watched live together last night.
A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that...
I put it out on Truth. It is so fucking annoying to me that every time something happens, the White House puts out a message on Truth Social so Trump can make money from clicks and views. It's insane. It's insane. Advertisers are paying for this. They are paying him. You're literally just paying the Trump family. Oh, very annoying. Very annoying to me. Anyway, we watched that whole thing yesterday. We're not going to watch it again. But during this, I just want to grab this one clip from this little speech Trump did. Or he described the job of president in a fascinating way.
The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California. And he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. There's a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. Nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job.
Dangerous profession. I don't think I've ever heard anyone refer to the job of president as being a profession. Mostly because it's very temporary. 4 years, 8 years max. It's the sort of thing a king says. Or a guy who just doesn't at all understand the job he's doing.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
All right, let's go to NBC LA next. Where this investigation sort of got underway, I guess, last night. Early morning hours. As federal officials descended upon the property, the home of the suspect.
Mentioned law enforcement has confirmed to us the shooter is from Torrance. The president, in fact, posted this photo of him on his Truth Social platform.
NBC4 investigative reporter Eric Leonard joining us live now with more on how this investigation will include Southern California. Eric.
Hi, Jonathan and Kathy. Well, at this early stage, the focus is really going to be on preservation. Preservation of evidence, physical evidence, as we can see the search going on in Torrance. That means searching this person's home, their car, the hotel room that we understand they may have been staying in, as well as possibly their place of employment, looking for anything that could be a clue that could later point to something that has relevance in the investigation. But at the early moments, they want to lock that down. The second part of that is really the digital atmosphere that somebody occupies these days, and they're going to look to do the same thing, preserve any kind of information that may point to this person's communications or planning. All of that, in our mind, might go towards something that we would understand as motive. Under the eyes of the law, it would be looking for intent. Why did these things happen, assuming this is the person who in fact is responsible for all of it, and how do they collect and preserve potential evidence that would reflect all of that? So that's why we're seeing the physical search down in Torrance. You can imagine there are probably some bleary-eyed FBI agents writing either search warrants, subpoenas, or national security letters, all legal instruments that can be sent out to some of the internet service providers, cloud service providers, cell phone carriers, to try to capture all of that digital footprint as early as possible to make sure nothing is missed.
Yes, indeed. Federal investigators descended on the suspect home. We can actually see the footage of those officials showing up. This is the AP streamed live 16 hours ago. Early morning hours. Here on Sunday. Okay. Now, Torrance, California is apparently like a fairly nice area. Low unemployment rate, average home value of $1.25 million, average rent being like $2,000 for I think like a 1-bedroom or something like that. It's a fairly, it seems like a fairly nice sort of suburban Californian region. And now the entire federal government has descended on it. As a result of all this, let's go to France 24 English for more on the FBI investigation. This one's from 16 hours ago.
We were allowed back in to this Hilton hotel, back at this red carpet not so long ago, and a lot of reporters who had to be evacuated and run out of the hotel had left most of their gear, including me. So we've all been filing in, trying to get our stuff back. But at the same time, what we are witnessing when we come back here is still a lot of FBI agents on the scene, working this scene. Right next to me, there's a door that leads. $1
million home looks way different here. Well, you're in Texas. That's basically Los Angeles, right? I think, Torrance is like a suburb of Los Angeles, essentially.
To the ballroom where the ceremony was taking place, and I could see just minutes ago an FBI agent still collecting evidence on the floor of that area that is between here where I'm standing and that ballroom where the ceremony, where the event was taking place. So still a lot of back and forth from FBI agents who are now leading this investigation into this shooter that was apprehended earlier tonight at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The atmosphere is a little bit odd still, because right before coming back in, I was outside the Hilton Hotel. We could see people coming back from parties that were still taking place throughout the city following this very eventful White House Correspondents' Dinner, and people filing back in, those who had rooms at the Hilton Hotel. So you had reporters working the scene and guests who were in tuxedos coming back from a party just nearby. So this area is still under pretty heavy security, still a lot of police cars, still a lot of roadblocks, and as I was saying, all those agents still working, and probably working still for several hours here, collecting.
Okay, I think this was... Okay, no, I got one more. We'll watch this one last clip, and then we'll read the manifesto. Seems like the right time to do it. This is one more from France 24 English, 15 hours ago.
Gear, also FBI agents who were searching that house, trying to find information regarding this suspect, a 31-year-old man. He's named Cole Thomas Allen. He's a teacher here in the area of Los Angeles, in Torrance. We're in the southwest of the Los Angeles County. A teacher that was apparently appreciated. He has been elected Teacher of the Month in December 2024. He was a private structure training kids for college tests, and he was also highly educated. He got a degree from Caltech very good reputation of that college here in the area of Los Angeles. He was a mechanical engineering degree. He was working on video games as well. He was a video game developer. Politically, he was not affiliated to one or the other party, but he did make a donation of $25 to an organization linked to the Democratic Party back in October 2024. We don't know anything about his motivation.
Well, we're getting more about his motivation, but all of that is correct. He was not affiliated with either party, which in California, I think, hold on, let me just double check. I believe I can't find it immediately right now. I believe Democrat Party primaries are closed in California, which means that this guy is not at least I don't know what he voted in the generals or if he was even voting, but certainly wasn't like an activist. Right? If he was, he'd be party affiliated, at least with some party, not necessarily the Democratic Party or Republican Party, but at least a party. You would think if he was a political activist, he would be affiliated at least with a party. He is not. The only political activity seemingly is a big, giant $25 donation. And for a guy living in $1 million house, that seems like pretty low amount of political activity. Money-wise, right? Now, let's go to this manifesto. Which is honestly, like I just read through most of this. Just not a spoiler alert, what's the word? A trigger warning. There's some fairly difficult, triggering language in this particular. I mean, you would expect that out of a manifesto. Just, I think that's to be expected. But here's the New York Post's article, which was posted earlier this morning, 11:38 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I had not seen this until a chatter mentioned it to me. Thank you, Narwhal, for that. Because it's certainly relevant. Okay. The 1,052-word missive obtained by the Post Sunday morning, signed Cold Force, friendly federal assassin Allen, outlined his rules of engagement, quote-unquote, for the shooting, and stated he believed it was his righteous duty to target administration officials. Cole Allen's manifesto in full. Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a... Okay, I shouldn't do sound shots for this. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted, quote-unquote. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. Ellipses. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do, all caps, need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. Close ellipses. I apologize to all the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all who may still suffer after regardless of my success or failure. So far, it's been mostly just apologies up to this point. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. On to why I did any of this. First, I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflect on me. I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, R-wordist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. All in parentheses. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement. In parentheses, once again, probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel. When I saw this earlier, I don't think I saw an explanation in here for this. But he says, not including Mr. Patel, who I assume to be Kash Patel, FBI Director Kash Patel. I don't know why he's not included. Like, what is his, like, his ideology is confusing to me. Why not Kash, who's done a terrible job at every turn? Just a fucking just a garbage job. Why not him? I mean, I'm not saying that he does. Just to be clear, I'm not saying he deserves it. But what's the distinction is the question I'm just trying to get to the bottom of. Like, what differentiates Kash Patel from anybody else in the fucking administration? That one confused the shit out of me. I still don't think I have an answer to it. Benihana feeding Laika, who's already clearly eating a puppy treat. Konami-kun. Giving... Wait, no, not Konami-kun. The Green New Deal. More sunglasses. Why? Manda, more puppy treats. Jersey Texan, more puppy treats.
So hot right
Just
now.
puppy treats all over the place. You guys are going crazy over on Twitch right now. Hope you know that. You're crazy! I'm also running out of hydration. I've got more, but it's on the other side of the spaceship. Jesus Christ.
So hot right now.
You guys are killing me right now. Anyway, what I was saying is that
this
I'm
is
just
the very
confused
definition
and without an
of
answer.
totalitarianism.
Lacking an answer on why Mr. Patel was not included, specifically. According to him, all officials, not including Patel, are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Secret Service, they are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible, unless they shoot at me, in parentheses. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs. Less penetration through walls, in parentheses. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech by a pedo, R-wordist, and traitor and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. Rebuttals to objections. This is still him. This is a very strange manifesto. Rebuttals to objections. Objection 1. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Rebuttal. Turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person R-worded in a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not a school kid blown up or a child starved or a teenage girl abused by the criminals in this administration. Turn the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes. Oh, this is like a... What am I looking at here? Is this where the ballroom was? Because I don't see the ballroom in this map. That's throwing me off. Okay, whatever. Objection 2. This is not a convenient time for you to do this. Rebuttal. I need whoever thinks this way to take a couple minutes and realize that the world isn't about them. Do you think that when I see someone R-worded or murdered or abused, I should walk on by because it would be quote-unquote inconvenient for people who aren't the victim? This is the best timing and chance of success that I could come up with. This is such a... Oh my god, this is such a dumb fucking thing to do. This guy did not think any of this through at all. I mean, clearly he thought it through. He just completely unhinged idiot. Like, he wrote the manifesto. So clearly he was thinking, but just in a diluted way. I don't know how he ever thought that this was going to be A, beneficial to whatever cause he had in his mind. It's not even clear what the he just... Whatever. Hold on, I'm gonna finish this, then I'll fucking... This seems like... This is such a misguided and idiotic thing to do. Like, you can have problems with President Trump, but, like, going on some sort of lone wolf spree is not the solution. Objection 3. You didn't get them all. Rebuttal. Gotta start somewhere. Objection 4. As a half-black, half-white person, you shouldn't be the one doing this. Rebuttal. I don't see anyone else picking up the slack. This guy... What does he mean by that? No one else picking up the slack. He's defining picking up the slack in a very interesting way right now. This is... God damn it, this guy. Objection 5. Yield unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Now he's quoting the Bible. The United States of America are ruled by the law, not by any one or several people. Insofar as representatives and judges do not follow the law, no one is required to yield them anything so unlawfully ordered. I would also like to extend my appreciation to a great many people, since I will not be likely to be able to talk with them again. That's how it's written. Unless the Secret Service is astoundingly incompetent, in parentheses. Thank you to my family, both personal and church, for your love over these 31 years. Thank you to my friends for your companionship over many years. Thank you to my colleagues over many jobs for your positivity and professionalism. Thank you to my students for your enthusiasm and love of learning. Thank you to the many acquaintances I've met in person and online. For short interactions and long-term relationships, for your perspectives and inspiration, thank you all for everything. Sincerely, Cold Force, friendly federal assassin Allen. This guy is fucking wild. He does not... Like, he is so... Like, this whole thing is insane. What kind of lone gunman has family, both personal and church friends? Colleagues over many jobs, and this guy is so fucking weird. What is going on? Like, usually, like, the lone gunman type is a loner with no friends or associates, right? But this guy has got a long list of people that he wants to thank in his fucking manifesto letter. What in the fuck is going on?
Ridiculous!
This is wild. He's apparently big into church. He's also very angry at Trump. And we've been seeing something of a trend with all of that lately. A lot of people, I think, in different church communities have been starting to turn on Trump, from what I can tell. That's a new trend that I was not expecting. I think in part it's the Pope feud, from what I can tell. That's kind of leading part of that. Okay, he continues on. P.S. Okay, now that all the that was all sappy stuff. I'm sorry, that's not part of it. That's just me commenting. Okay, now that all the sappy stuff is done, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? Sorry, I'm gonna rant a bit here and drop the formal tone. Like I expected, security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got? Who knows, maybe they're pranking me. Is nothing. No damn security. Not in transport, not in the hotel, not in the event. Like, the one thing that I immediately noticed walking into the hotel is the sense of arrogance. I walk in with multiple weapons. So, this guy was apparently staying at the hotel. I don't think he actually mentions it in here, but I think we just heard it a second ago. Or maybe we didn't. I can't remember. But I know I heard it while I've been going through all of these things earlier today. But he was apparently staying at the hotel somehow. And I think he must have, like, written this at the hotel. The way he's talking in this postscript, it sounds like this is after he's arrived, but before the actual event ever took place. So he goes on. I walk in with multiple weapons, and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. The security at the event is all outside, focused on protesters and current arrivals, because apparently no one thought about what happens if someone checks in the day before. Damn. Wow. Oh, Cash is getting fired. Cash is getting fired over this so bad. Oh my god. Wait, who's in charge? Is it FBI who's in charge of the Secret Service? Hold on. This is wild. Sean Curran? It's a separate agency, isn't it? It's not under the purview of the FBI. Yeah. This guy right here is getting fired.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This is wild. All right, I'm going to continue. But I mean, the fact that if this guy is right, more focused on protesters outside and protecting the people just walking in rather than, like, you know, making sure that the hotel was safe. I mean, this is clearly quite a lapse of security. You would think that sort of thing would have been thought through a little bit more. He goes on, like, this level of incompetence is insane, and I very sincerely hope it's corrected by the time this country actually gets competent leadership again. Like, if I was an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen, I could have brought a damn Ma Deuce, whatever that is in here, and no one would have noticed shit. Actually insane. Oh, and if anyone is curious, is how doing something like feels... It's awful. I want to throw up. I want to cry for all the things I wanted to do and never will, and for all the people whose trust this betrays. I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done. Can't really recommend it. Stay in school, kids. This is one of the craziest fucking letters. Wow. Okay. Well, there you have it. The letter in full, according to the New York Post, manifesto written by this apparent gunman. A very strange letter. I'm sorry, I've lost my place because I can't remember where I was at before I started reading. Yeah. Back to France 24 for another clip. Talk about some of the previous attempts on President Trump's life.
Yet again, gunshots have rung out in close proximity to US President Donald Trump. Attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the president was unharmed.
Concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. Take a look at what happened.
Not an exaggeration given his history of close calls. The most dramatic and almost successful previous attempt on Trump's life was in Butler, Pennsylvania. 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks fired an AR-style rifle from a rooftop while Trump was speaking at a campaign rally in 2024. The president's ear was grazed by one bullet. An attendee was killed along with the gunman.
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, "He's been shot, he's been shot."
The dramatic images of the event helped reinvigorate the president's re-election bid. Later in the same campaign, while playing golf in West Palm Beach, a Secret Service agent drew his weapon and fired at a man aiming a scoped rifle at the president.
How far away was the president? How far away was Donald Trump when this gentleman was caught and stopped?
Probably between 300 and 500 yards. But with a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
Ryan Wesley Roth was later arrested after fleeing in his van and sentenced to life in federal prison, plus 84 months.
Yep. Now, there's been, a few attempts on Trump's life at this point. Most of them not even getting close to success. Yeah, there was at least a dozen pretty serious threats on Obama's life during his presidency. Just so that everybody remembers, it's not just Trump who's faced these kinds of acts of political violence. Because they are going to politicize this. That one I can guarantee you of. They're going to claim this is some sort of a leftist aberration and not a tale of American political violence. But somehow, it's just the leftists. The very nasty, very, very nasty leftists. They're coming after Trump. This guy supposedly attended a single No King's Day protest. I think it said that in the New York Post, or at least one article that I've read. Can't remember who it was. All right, now to CNN. What the person closest to Trump saw. Oz Perlman, because I refuse to call him Oz Perlman.
There was no one physically closer to President Trump last night during the attack than my next guest. In fact,
By the way, this is the guy who would have supposedly dazzled us with his mentalism later in the night had the dinner actually gone.
he was supposed to perform at the dinner. This is just moments before the president was rushed off stage. Here with me now is mentalist Oz Proman. Thank you so much for being here. I know you got very little sleep last night, but I just want to talk about that moment. You are leaning down with a card, and we're playing it right now. You're talking to, looks like the First Lady. The president is right next to you. And then clearly things got insane. Explain.
Yeah. I was performing right then for the president, the press secretary, and the first lady. It's kind of like a pivotal moment in the trick where you're just about to do the reveal of like, wow. And we hear commotion. And, in the room, when there's commotion of that sort, you tend to think, we've been on a lot of events, is this a medical emergency? Is somebody having a heart attack? Because you heard a noise. It wasn't gunshots. I wasn't sure it was a tray. We're also higher than everyone, so we have a very good vantage point versus the thousands of people in the room. And I see everyone swarming one table. And I'm looking and trying to understand, and then you see people getting down, and I personally thought, like before I went down, I didn't hear any shots or see what looked like a shooter. I thought there was about to be a bomb. Like I really very much thought, oh my God, it's a...
Okay, this guy's supposed to be an entertainer. I'm already bored. Thanks, Oz. Great job. Mentalists are not fortune tellers. What?
What you talking about?
I still think he should have known that the bullet, you should have known ahead of time. Call yourself a mentalist and you don't know there's a shooter coming. Come on. All right, I know that's what they don't do, but it's funny to think about it like that. Okay. How are we doing on time? Not going as well as I'd like. Although not terrible. Doing better than last night. So that's good. On that much, we can all be happy for it. I mean, I'm very happy about it. Considering last night was a debacle. Although I have my list is as long as last night, but I took like 60 plus videos out somehow. Still over 120 videos tonight. But it should be slightly easier than last night, since we were dealing with a live event. Oh, my live chat broke over here. All right, so we are going to start a galactic content goal right now. Unfortunately, you cannot donate to it on YouTube anymore. Due to the fact that we've been demonetized as of last Sunday for inauthenticity. I'm too inauthentic, they say, too low effort and inauthentic. These inauthentic and low effort 8-hour live streams where I tell you all about my personal opinions about politics. So incredibly impersonal, inauthentic, and low effort. Yeah. However, you can still contribute to the Galactic News Network on Twitch. Bits, power-up subs, get the subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne and Patreon. Of course, Throne donations don't count to the Galactic content goal or the financing of the Galactic deficit. And currently dealing with the YouTube took a money deficit right now, which is fairly large. $685 is what they have rescinded, clawed back from us from all of April. Well, the first 3 weeks of April. It's very stressful just thinking about it. One thing I have been thinking, possibly, as like a way for people to still get their chats highlighted, because I know you people like having your chats highlighted. Like if you want a chat highlighted, you can maybe we could do like yeah, we'll do it like YouTube, like the super chats usually worked, but instead you just have to like put a message in parentheses or something like that in chat, and then I'll click it on my YouTube chat highlighter thing for however long. You know what I'm saying? Is everybody following me on this? Is this all making sense? Yes, they're trying to silence me, but thankfully we're still here for now. All right, moving on from this topic. It's going to end the White House Correspondents' Dinner discussion. I think this is honestly the perfect segue for all of this to other discussions. We watched it yesterday. We're going to watch it again. A art display in New York. Not sure where this is, specifically in New York. An exhibit casting Trumpism as a modern faith.
Jesus, I say that.
This New York exhibit portrays Trumpism as a...
Tap on the machine and Holy Bible will drop out of the machine.
You know, they say this is in New York, but this guy's definitely got a southern accent.
Up to the altar, and with your Apple Pay, you can just tap on the machine and Holy Bible will drop out of the machine.
The artist says using religious language offers a different reading of Trump's rhetoric. And that Trump supporters have adopted nationalism as their faith, replacing Christianity.
The biggest faith in our culture is Christianity, and there's a lot of denominations within that Christianity. And when Trumpism, which is kind of a new thing that exists, it's not a political party and it's not a religious entity in and of itself, it's kind of its new breed of something. When it came into existence, it was very difficult to talk to the very believers of this stuff, and I thought it would be great because biblical prose is something millions of Americans are very familiar with. A lot of them have a relationship that is on the daily with these scriptures. So it has a particular prose, a particular tone. Our president has a completely different way of speaking. And I thought maybe if we read what he says in this type of verbiage, it would really start to sink into the depths of society where maybe it hasn't really sunk yet.
Yeah, it seems like Christians are abandoning Trump left and right. Including this... I mean, I don't know if this shooter was ever a Trump supporter. But yeah. But he certainly mentioned church and Christianity in his manifesto like 2 or 3 times. All right. Now to the president himself, who did what I assume to be a paid reading for a Christian Netflix type streaming service called Great America Pure Flix.
Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of the Lord, and in his own house he prosperously effected. And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night and said to him...
Okay, we watched this one yesterday too. I just wanted that one part of it. We prosperously affected.
Would you drum up?
That's in the Bible.
Okay. Now we are gonna shortly start talking about the midterm elections here, which I'm kind of excited about. This is basically one of the only Sunday Funday things we get to do today. Like, honestly, I hate to say it. I do hate to say it. I completely ignored my Sunday Funday list. Just due to the fact that we're so far behind from no streams all week. It's my fault. It's totally my fault. I'll accept that. But, you know, I gotta make it up somewhere. I'm thinking tomorrow, maybe, Monday Funday. Something like that, maybe. If we get through everything I wanted to today, I'll probably feel okay on that. Trump has no idea what he's reading. No, it's true. He's never read the Bible. Come on. That guy. That guy. All right, we're going to move on to talking about the midterms. AP. With a clip of Trump. From, I think, over the weekend.
American at every income level is more money in their pockets this week because of the Republican tax policies. And we got to win the midterms. If we don't, these policies are going to be taken away from.
Gotta win the midterms, otherwise these great tax policies that make me much richer are gonna get taken away. Right? Like, we all know, right? We all understand that tax policies help Donald Trump more than basically anybody else in the country. Aside from, I don't know, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, right? People slightly richer than Donald Trump. Right? Those are the only, there's like 8 people that are more benefited by this than Donald Trump. The president himself. It's incredible to think of it that way. Really, the president himself is one of the main beneficiaries of a budget passed by Congress. Just think about that for a second. Let that sink in. We gotta win the midterms. Keep those beautiful tax cuts. All right, let's talk about some of the quickly talk about some of the numbers surrounding this moment with the primaries underway. Already we've seen, I think, at least 6 of the 50, maybe 6 or 7 of the 50 primaries, of course, this year already take place. And in 11 days, or a little more maybe, 11 days, the primaries get back underway. First 2, Ohio and Indiana, hence the title. But first, let's talk about some of the redistricting that's been going on. The mid-decade redistricting, started by Republicans, that has been sort of going, I think, not according to plan.
Seen the trend, Virginia jumping into redistricting, maybe Florida as well very soon. The trend really all began with Texas 10 months ago, redrawing state lines to favor Republicans, a very vocal demand of President Trump. Roughly 1 year later, there are some serious concerns among Republicans that those new lines in Texas might not work out like the president intended. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is here now with me to run the numbers for us. So just how much of the chance does the GOP have to hold on to those House seats since this redistricting happened in Texas?
Yeah, talk about one of your all-time backfires potentially, because just take a look here. The chance that the GOP holds on to the House, you go back to the day that Texas redistricted, according to the Kalshi prediction market, it was a 33% chance. You come over to this side of the screen, well, that is way down. Hello, down we go. We're talking about just a 14. Awful. Weak.
Republicans are basically, at least according to the Kalshi prediction markets, no chances. Lacking any chance to take back the House. Or to hold it, because technically they were ahead in the House, although I believe they've already technically lost the House as a result of the special election which happened last week with Annalise, what's her name? Analia Mejia? But it's not just Christians, at least certain Christian denominations. Some number of them, it would seem. I don't know exactly which ones are abandoning Trump most, but it's not just them abandoning Trump. It's a whole group of people. Staying with Harry, the very best, the great Harry Emden.
Hey there, I'm Harry Enton, and today we're counting down the top 10 key groups that voted for Donald Trump back in 2024, but have shifted against him as he goes underwater. And we're going to start with the smallest movement and build our way up to the biggest movement. And we're going to do so looking at the pure data, the raw numbers, baby. So let's start off with Generation X, which I often feel like gets ignored, right? We talk about millennials, we talk about Gen Z, we talk about the baby boomers. But Generation X was the most Trumpy generation. He won him by 7 points back in 2024. But down he goes now to minus 12 points on the net approval rating. That is a 19-point shift away from Donald John Trump. I dare say he has a bit of a St. Elmo's fire on his hand. I'm sorry, I just love all those movies back from the 1980s. Of course, another key group that voted for Donald Trump back in 2024, in which we saw a similar shift, is men, male voters. We talk about a gender divide in politics. Women vote for Democrats, men vote for Republicans. But now even men have turned against the President of the United States. Look at this, going from...
We're just going to go really fast through this. We watched it yesterday.
Voters. You'll win in the suburbs, you'll win elections. That's how it works in the United States of America. You'll look at Fox News polling. Back in October of 2024, look at this. Donald Trump had a small lead, very much matching what he won by nationally, pretty much so. Look at that, a 2-point advantage. But look at this. In the suburbs, minus 20 points now in the net approval rating for Donald Trump, at least as recently as late March. We saw that in the special. A slightly bigger shift, but one is very much in the news right now, given the war of words between Pope Leo XIV and Donald Trump. Catholics. Catholics. This was such
Why
a
can't
big
I shut
component
up
of
about
Donald Trump's
Jesus?
coalition back in 2024. Look at this. He won Catholics by 20 points. But now, even before Trump and Pope Leo butted heads, Trump was underwater, down into the Dead Sea. Look at this. Minus 4 points. That's a 24-point shift away from the President of the United States. Now, if we're looking at a group that had a very similar shift, well, they're shifting back again, because take a look here. Men under 45 on Trump. In 2024, Donald Trump won by a bigger movement. Again, talking about groups that traditionally had been Democratic, but in 2024 saw massive shifts towards the Republican Party and Donald Trump. If we look at men of color, back in October of 2024, according to Fox News polling, Trump led, although it was within the margin of error, but still led by 1 point. Look at him now. Look at him now, according to Fox News polling. We're talking about Donald Trump, 26 points under states. Now an even bigger shift. How about voters in households making under $50,000? This was a historic win for Donald John Trump. You never really saw this in past elections, but he actually won voters with under $50,000 in income back in 2024. He won them by 2 points. But now you can wave that movement. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. See you later, as I channel my
Bye.
Jack
Bye,
Buck.
bye,
He was an
bye.
announcer back in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s,
Bye, bye,
70s as well.
bye, bye.
He broadcast for the St. Louis Cardinals, for those of you who don't know. Also did a lot of great national games. Either way, look at this. A plus 2 point Trump. Even bigger shift, though, is this one. Look at this. We're talking about white men with a college degree. This was a group that was a key pivotal group that, again, we saw a big movement from back in 2020 to 2024, and we saw it in the Fox News polling. Look at this. In October of 2024, Donald Trump had a 15-point advantage over Kamala Harris amongst this group. But look now. Oh, boy, this is no bueno. He is now 16 points underwater. How about married folks? Married folks, right? Those who are not married, traditionally Democratic. Those who are married, traditionally Republican. But they're not on Donald Trump's side anymore. Take a look here. Okay, it turns out that the marriage of Donald Trump and married people, it turns out that that marriage is not blissful. Not blissful at all. Because take a look here. Married voters on Trump. In the 2024 election, take a look here. Donald Trump won this group over Kamala Harris by 14 points, according to the exit polls. Look at the net approval rating now. Minus 18 points. That's a 32-point shift away.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Okay. There you go. A lot of people abandoning Trump who were supporting him just a little over a year ago. Massive, monumental shift. Thank you, Harry. Very helpful. Very helpful, Harry. Now, one more clip from CNN. This one shouldn't take long. Let's talk about Tucker Carlson, who earlier this week apologized for having endorsed Donald Trump for president.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Can we talk about Tucker Carlson? Because the breakup between he and the president has now reached another level. Let's watch what Tucker said on his show yesterday.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like, in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now. We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say.
He's talking about his support for president.
Yeah. Wow. Shock of shocks.
A what now?
Oh. That's right. Tucker T. Carlson. Whatever his middle name is, I actually don't know. Tucker T. Carlson. Tucker Trent. Carlson. Coming out and apologizing for his support for Donald Trump. Shocking. Not an expected move. I was, I had on my list here of things, but here we are. Took 1 year for a man who vehemently was supporting Donald Trump in public to completely turn on him. Now, before we get to talking more about the elections, which are, of course, determined by people's sentiments, which is why I felt the polls were important, I figure we should go to talking about what Congress is doing and what Donald Trump wants Congress to be doing. Of course, Congress has basically done absolutely everything Donald Trump has asked them to do. The Republican-controlled Congress has prevented Trump from doing literally nothing. I can think of no big, serious examples of Congress limiting Trump's power, not passing bills that he wanted them to pass. I have zero examples of it. But he came out with a call for Congress to pass legislation to control college sports.
The athletes here today represent the very best of that grit and determination and teamwork. That's why under my administration, we're fighting hard to save college sports. What's happening is crazy. Earlier this month, I signed an executive order to implement a number of key reforms protecting programs like yours, which don't always get the top headlines, but are crucial to strengthening years and years of education and sports and the ability to compete and to win, which we need very much. So
we're dismantling the Department of Education, but Trump is passing executive orders to protect women's sports. Oh, no. So, your gas prices are double what they were last year right now. But Trump is protecting women's sports. You're winning, right? This is what winning looks like, right? Twice as much for gas, but complete lunatic. Trying to make sure that no trans people can participate in collegiate sporting activities. Wouldn't want that. That's better. It's a trade. It's a trade you're willing to make, right? Totally worth it, right? Totally worth it. Oh, enjoy it. Every time you pay for gas, I just want all of you, because I know there are some conservatives and Trump supporters who watch this show, unhinged idiots, who find themselves watching this show from time to time in the comment sections. I see you. Don't think I don't see you. I just want you, every time that you pay more for gas, I want you to think freedom. Okay, this is what freedom looks like. All right, when your energy bill is more expensive, this is what freedom looks like. It's like an unregulated capitalism with a deranged billionaire in charge of the country. That's what that looks like. All right, you get things that affect you that don't affect him, that he doesn't give a shit about. And he's going to try and do culture war stuff, but he's never going to fix the stuff that's actually really hurting your life. So whenever you do that, just remember freedom.
Freedom!
Here is candidate Mally McMurrow making her pitch, reminiscent of the Kamala Harris shuffle.
I
honestly, it's a blend of that.
Okay, wait. Before we do this, I just want to respond to Jersey Texan. Trent is not actually Tucker's middle name. I don't know Tucker Carlson's actual middle name. I can look it up right now. Tucker Carlson. Swanson. Tucker Swanson McNear Carlson. TSMC. Tucker Carlson's initials are TSMC. Tucker Swanson McNear Carlson. Somehow even more pretentious than Trent Carlson. That's much more pretentious sounding. I wasn't even close. I thought Trent was pretty good, but Swanson McNear.
Look, Kamala Harris is not a good politician, better dancer than whatever this is, because this is a blend of that, yes, the dancing with the marching band, but with the cringe and the 2012 level kind of whiteness of Pete Buttigieg or something like that is still existing today. Because, I mean, I don't know. It's very millennial. It's very, and I love fellow millennials, but this is why we get made fun of.
So
look at the fat head.
I like that picture.
Even the fat head's like from 2012.
Why is she even there? I don't understand. She's at the airport, right? Like this. Like, why is she there? I don't understand.
I'm hoping that this is just like a New Orleans funeral for her campaign.
I hope so too. People got mad at me for making fun of that on Twitter. The Bulwark is upset. Said that can't we have joy anymore?
That's what I mean.
No, it's
why are you such a like a wet blanket
pooper?
Hater.
Yeah. You know, I kind of appreciate some more authentic joy that represents.
Emma just hates joy. We all know it. And just accept it. You know, she's just a fun hater. Fun sucker, actually, I think is the official terminology in this particular situation. We just accept it, you know? I love the change in Emma's expression from that to now. You just let Ms. McMorrow do marching bands for no good reason, for joy, for the sake of joy, in an airport, the most joyless place on the planet. The airport is in fact the most joyless place on the planet, but a marching band is the last thing you want. Like, I can't think of I can't think of one thing I would want less. You're at the airport. You're probably sleep deprived. You don't want to be there. You don't want to be standing, waiting. You've been assaulted by a TSA agent, an unpaid TSA agent. Well, actually, I think they're paid. They got paid. They're paid. I think they're getting paid again now. The point is, you know, you're not in a place you want to be. The last thing you want is a bunch of people banging cymbals directly in your ear for no apparent reason. I can't think of something you would want less.
One character is up there and saying, like, look, your job is not out there to close. Your job is to say, like, what the heck? These people.
Like, honestly, in that situation, I think you take crying baby over impromptu marching band. Like, that's just me, okay? Like, I'll take crying baby over random ass marching band. Like, for some political campaign I've never heard of.
Your job is not out there to close. Your job is to say, like, what the heck? These people won't buy the product.
Yeah.
Come on. It's those people who won't buy the product is why we didn't make any sales. It's their fault.
Yes. Yes.
And we should also say, very hard to suggest that you should be supportive of the Democratic nominee unless you are modeling that behavior. And with Cory Booker, there was a Democratic nominee recently, perhaps maybe one of the most well-known Democrats in the country now. I mean, certainly by name recognition, I would probably put him up there in the top 10.
Certainly more popular than the Democratic Party more broadly, probably by double or triple.
That Cory Booker, for some strange reason, didn't support. That being Zohran Mamdani. I mean, so...
endorsing New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani.
I have learned a long time ago, let New York politics be New York politics. We got enough challenges in Jersey. I got a governor's race. I'm supporting Mikey Sherrill. I got legislative races. That's where my energy is going to go going into November.
Oh, all that energy, how productive it is.
Incidentally,
for Michigan, though.
Incidentally, I believe he endorsed Eric Adams.
Yeah. Right. Well, did you want to set up 18 there? Or is that what you're trying to do?
Oh, well, I mean, here he is. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that was 18?
I mean, wasn't that 17 just for fun? I want Sam to see this. I don't think he's seen this. This is just more Cory Booker from that event, and more. Try to figure out what.
Oh, okay. It's unappreciated. Oh, Soul Life got to it first. Yeah, I think you need a moment to cool off there, less on lessness. I don't know if Soul Life just banned you or timed you out, but you need, I think you do need a moment. I think you need a moment to cool off, pal. I think you need a little bit. And think about that for a second. Think about what you just said. Settle down.
Don't be creepy.
Saying here.
So I'm going to say this like the son of a Michigander.
Oh.
Michigan, we're the hand, right? It's nice to have fingers. They all got jobs. They all got perspectives. But I don't want the Michigan hand after your convention. I don't want the Michigan hand after your August primary. I want the Michigan fist. I want you all to unite. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance.
Oh, no.
I want you to grab a sledgehammer and knock some stuff down. I want you to reach up and grab somebody and get them off the couch and get them on the field. We got points to put on the board. I want that Michigan fist.
Oh, no.
Like, also, like one of those.
Pull your friend off of the couch and Michigan fist them. That is the message of Cory Booker. most ill-fated sentence of all time.
Is like from like honestly from like 30 years ago, where people are just throwing in completely anodyne like and platitudinous sayings. We gotta get on the field. We gotta give 120%.
Cory wants that Michigan fist.
Goes around.
Cory wants that Michigan fist, and please trim your nails beforehand.
Break through the barrier of resistance.
Which are my presidential ambitions.
Through the hole. Get in there.
Yeah.
I'll make sure to clean myself first.
What would you do next after that speech? You run outside, you're all motivated, and you just start smashing things?
No, you fire up Grindr, but make sure it's on mute.
Right.
Sorry. Just kidding. It's just,
I know.
You know.
Amazing.
What's not clear is, are you building the wall of resistance? Or are you fighting the resistant? It's not clear. The way it's phrased, all of it is just ill-conceived sentences, one after the other. But it's not clear whether the fist is of the resistance or against the resistance. Because it sounds like he wants to tear down the wall of resistance. But what is... It's a very confusing number of sentences there from Cory. Now, I am actually not sure if Corey is up for election this year or not, but boy, oh boy, would I love to see him get taken out. New Jersey's primary isn't for a little while. It's one of the later ones. But we got to look into that. All right. Before we get to Ohio and Indiana, let's talk Maine. Mehdi Hassan of Zateo had on Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner for a discussion earlier this week. Posted to the channel 11 hours ago.
How would you describe the U.S. relationship with Israel?
Hold on, I'm skipping past the intro.
To unseat veteran Republican Senator Susan Collins in the midterm elections this fall. Plattner, who formerly served with the Marines and the Army with deployment in Iraq and Afghanistan, is running a very progressive anti-war campaign opposing Trump's war in Iran and speaking out about Israel's genocide in Gaza. He's leading in the polls against his big-name Democratic opponent in the June 9th primary, Governor Janet Mills. But Plattner's campaign is not without controversy. He joins me now to unpack it all. Welcome to Mayor the Unfiltered, Graham Plattner.
Thank you very much, Manny. It's a pleasure to be here.
Graham, one of the central debates around your candidacy is the word, and you've heard it a lot, especially from the media, electability. The establishment view is that you are not electable. You are someone who is unorthodox, you have no experience, you have a lot of baggage, and that Janet Mills, the governor, who people know, she's the safe bet. What's your take on electability?
Well, I think that is a take that comes from people who are really trying to protect their interests and protect the system that they're working within. In their version of politics, sure, but their version of politics has been losing for quite some time. And the zeitgeist here in Maine is pretty clear. People do not want establishment politicians. People do not want to continue doing the exact same thing we've done for years. And people don't want to run the exact same kind of playbook that is lost to Susan Collins over and over and over again. We are doing something entirely different. And it is ironic to me that the people who are crowing about electability are the same folks who tend to take polls seriously. But we are at now something like 12 or 13 consecutive polls that have me winning the primary by substantial margins and winning the general by significantly higher margins than the sitting governor would against Susan Collins. And so I think there has just been a shift in what politics is in this country. And a lot of the people in places of political power, the people who think that they have experience, the ground has shifted beneath them and they don't really know how to react.
That is a very fair point about the polls. Your critics, though, would say, well, look, we have a Republican president who was elected in 2016 with zero executive or legislative experience. He didn't know anything about government. He had never been in public life. He was a guy from reality TV and Home Alone 2. Why should Democrats follow that path? You are an oyster fisherman, a Marine vet, which is great. But what do you know about legislating? What do you know about foreign policy, they might say?
Well, I would say, one, it's not the same path because I have an immense amount of experience dealing with American foreign policy firsthand.
Yes.
I have an immense amount of experience with the challenges of returning home from the failures of that foreign policy. But I also have a lot of experience in re-engaging with my community and building a small business and being successful materially.
Okay, we're not going to listen to the whole thing. I think a lot of people are familiar with Graham Plattner. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip ahead. Oh, there's no chapters. Damn it. Where does Mehdi ask him this question? I think it's around here. But in some point, Mehdi asks Graham Plattner about his tattoo. Among other things. This really does like a rapid fire policy question segment. I'm going to hit that up too.
The shift.
Just on that note, just grabbing something you just said a moment ago, do you think the reason for your success so far in the polls is that you do speak like a normal person? Like, is that a problem that has plagued the Democratic Party, that everyone talks like a consultant, speaks in talking points? And actually, Donald Trump showed us that the American public not only don't care if you don't talk like a politician, they actually prefer it if you don't.
Oh, by 100%. It was something that's been fascinating for me in this entire experience is realizing just how many people who run for office don't actually have any deeper political beliefs. Like, for me, being able to explain my positions is relatively easy. I feel like I've got a very strong political foundation. I know what I believe. I know why I believe it. And it's easy for me to talk about it because.
Yeah, that is the sense that I get from him. Hold on. This is not the question I wanted, though. Where does he get into it?
And I think that very much has to do with why we've succeeded in the polls thus far.
So on that note, a perfect segue into what I want to talk about next, which I'm sure you're fed up about talking about, but is all the controversies associated with.
Okay, yeah, I think this is it.
Has to do with why we've succeeded in the polls thus far.
So on that note, a perfect segue into what I want to talk about next, which I'm sure you're fed up about talking about, but is all the controversies associated with you and especially your online comments from the past. And since you said you're comfortable explaining yourself, let's talk very plainly about some of this stuff, because I know you've spoken about this before, but it's the first time you and I are speaking about any of this. The biggest single controversy of your campaign, which is not going to go away if Susan Collins has her way, is a tattoo you got in 2007 that you've since had covered up of a skull and crossbones that resembles a very infamous Nazi symbol. You said you had no idea about the connection, saying, quote, "I absolutely would not have gone through life having this on my chest if I knew that." When exactly did you find out that the tattoo on your chest could be a Nazi tattoo or seen as one?
Oh, about 3 or 4 days before I had it covered up. I got that tattoo with some other Marines when we were on shore leave in Croatia in 2007. And then I had it for 17 years. I went through 2 security clearances. I re-enlisted in the United States Army, got screened for gang and hate tattoos, and then I went to work for the State Department on the ambassador security team in Kabul, where I got a top secret clearance and also got screened. Never came up. I took my shirt off in front of my extended Jewish family the entire time. I would not have done that if I thought I had some obviously recognizable white supremacist or Nazi symbol.
So Graham, why then, and that all sounds perfectly reasonable, especially the security checks. So why then did a former top official on your campaign, Genevieve McDonald, your former political director, tell The Guardian last year, while he may not have known what his tattoo meant when he selected the image, it's not plausible he remained ignorant of its meaning all these years?
I don't know why she said that. She was only on the campaign for a little over a month and would not have known anything about things I would have known. She quit in rather spectacular fashion and then spent some time saying deprecating things about the campaign and about myself.
Okay, then why did CNN report that they spoke to an acquaintance of yours from more than a decade ago who said you talked to him about your tattoo resembling a Nazi symbol?
Well, I believe they actually reported on a Jewish Insider investigation, which had spoken to one anonymous person who, when they claimed they knew me, it was years. They said they knew me from when I worked at a bar from years I didn't even work at that bar.
Okay.
And
so you're denying that allegation, just to be clear.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It also came out after the story broke, so you know it's.
Just on the bigger picture, I can understand what you're saying, and I'm hearing your denials and the point about your extended Jewish family. It makes sense. And you're a progressive, so people are giving you a lot of leeway because they like your policy platform. But surely you would admit, if you were a Republican who had been found with that tattoo on your chest, people, progressives, Democrats, would be losing their minds, wouldn't they not?
Well, I think if I had that tattoo and had displayed at any point in my life any affinity for fascism or bigotry or racism, then that would absolutely be something to connect. Thing is, in all of my Reddit posts, if you read through them, they've been out there since October, every single one of them. It's fairly clear that I have been long an opponent of fascism, bigotry, and racism. Sometimes with language that people say is too extreme, even though, I don't know, fighting fascism seems like something we should all be dedicated to.
On the language front, though, this has caught up with you now. We talked a moment ago about how popular you've become because you speak like a normal person. But that comes with its own challenges in the political world, which is you've used the word retarded, which I saw you apologize for this week. You've made comments about women that both Janet Mills and Susan Collins have attacked you for. There's the tattoo. Do you at least accept that going into the general election, this is going to be an issue for you because the Republican Party are not going to let this slide. They're going to use this against you. You know the word baggage. Do you at least accept that from a perceptual point of view, regardless of your individual justifications for all of it, do you accept politically it is a big challenge for you going into a general election with all of this quote-unquote baggage?
I will say I don't really think so, because in my experience thus far going around Maine, a lot of people look at that and say, like, okay, so he's a guy that never wanted to run for office. He's not of the system at all, and he very clearly just comes from the normal world and has existed in the normal world, coming with all of the things that come with that. I mean, I was in the Marine Corps Infantry, and I have worked on a boat on the ocean for the past decade. Salty language, that kind of stuff it is a thing that I am constantly working to improve, but it also very much is because of the place that I come from and the world that I come from, and I am working very hard to always be improving and to always be being a better version of myself. I think for a lot of people, that's what they're working on too. And it is a way that we can sort of demonstrate that you can change, you can improve yourself, you can take accountability for things that you have said or done in the past. And while of course the Republican Party is going to try to hammer me into the ground on this stuff, but truthfully, as I go around Maine, people in Maine don't care about that. People in Maine care about the fact that the hospitals are closing.
Yes. You do have a 27-point lead over Janet Mills, so clearly you're right about that. I think in the general it's slightly different, right? Because the Republican Party, as you know, and Susan Collins is no fool, she's held that seat for a while. They're doing their Oppo research on you. I got to ask the question, Graham, is there other stuff out there that's going to come out now, between now and November? Is there another chat forum we don't know about, another tattoo we haven't seen?
No. Everybody's seen all my tattoos now, and everybody's read all my internet comments. And we released everything. Okay. We put it all back in October.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. And look, the Republican Party is absolutely going to lie. You know, at some point that's coming. They, said they swift voted John Kerry. They said Barack Obama wasn't an American. When it comes to the Republican Party, God only knows what they're going to come up with that isn't true. They just ran an AI-generated thing.
They did, yes. Ridiculous.
Yeah. So, the dirty tricks, that's all going to happen.
But one last question on this before we move on. What do you say to supporters of Janet Mills' establishment? Where they say, look, it's just not worth the risk. Why put up someone with all of this stuff who has to explain away Nazi-looking tattoos? Why not just put up the governor of the state who's already won statewide as a Democrat and doesn't have a tattoo of a skull and bones on her?
Because the governor consistently loses in the polls to Susan Collins. And the governor is very much close to the political establishment. The governor was the DS candidate, chosen by Washington, D.C. I'll tell you, that's far more risky right now. People don't want establishment politics.
That's true.
People want real people in politics who are going to fight for the material needs of real people.
On that note, let's do a quick rapid fire to see where you stand on some real issues. Would you vote in favor of a $20 minimum wage?
Yes.
Would you vote to get rid of the Senate filibuster?
Yes.
Would you vote to convict Donald Trump in an impeachment trial?
Yes.
Do you support statehood for D.C. and Puerto Rico?
Yes.
Do you support Chuck Schumer for Senate Majority Leader?
No.
Do you support Hakeem Jeffries for House Speaker in 2027?
No.
Would you support a ban on assault weapons?
No.
If you go on to win your Senate seat in Maine, will you run for president in 2028?
No.
All right, so those answers, I think a lot of people will be nodding along, apart from probably the assault weapons ban question, which I think, as you know, a lot of progressives will disagree with you on and say it's a major issue that helps prevent mass shootings. What would you say to them?
I think in a country that's already awash in guns, we have 20 to 30 million AR-15s in America. We don't actually know how many. Restricting access to people with a violent history or people who are going to commit a violent act, that is where we're going to see the most effect. And I support universal background checks, and I support red flag laws, like the one that Maine passed by ballot measure overwhelmingly last November. I think that those, combined with expanding mental health services across the board as part of a much more substantial healthcare system, and using the power of the federal government to elevate people out of poverty, I think holistically, when we think about gun violence, that's where we're going to get the most reduction.
You said earlier this week that you think Chuck Schumer will back your candidacy if you're the general election official Democratic candidate going into the fall against Susan Collins. You're not worried that they might, you know, a la Zoran Mamdani, sorry to go back to Mamdani, there might be a sense where actually they just refuse to endorse and back you?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, but okay, so that's all the stuff I wanted from this, essentially. And I know that this is a contentious issue in the leftist spaces right now. I got a lot of different thoughts on this situation, and it's been a while since we really delved into this particular aspect of his candidacy. We talked about it when the scandal first broke. And the thing that I said then, which he actually just said just now, which I think is still a very viable excuse on this, is if he knew that that was a Nazi tattoo at the time when that photo of him shirtless at his cousin's, I can't remember whose wedding it was, but like he said, his extended family's wedding, where he knew like I can't remember which was the bride's side or the groom's side, but like basically half of the people there are Jewish. To do such a thing, I'm struggling to imagine somebody who actually, that's the one thing that I have struggled with this whole time, is like, if this guy is so online, like these are the things that I combined to try, because I've been trying to parse this myself, because I'm worried about it. I'm like, I don't want to see a fucking Nazi get elected under the guise of being a progressive to the Senate or anybody of government. I've been trying to just parse this and trying to come to a conclusion on it. And what I have concluded in my mind over this time is that if this guy is so online, right, and such an avowed Nazi that he was willing to tattoo it on his body, knowing full well, because this is basically the premise we have to all accept, is that he was in Croatia or Slovakia, wherever it was. He got that tattoo knowing it was a Nazi tattoo. Came back home. Had a very online life. But 0 posts have come up. Tons of posts of his have come up, right? We've seen them. Some of them are not the best. But there's been no Nazi, 14 words, 88 this, or, there's 0 even, dog whistles on that front, let alone just blatant, which you would think if you're the guy who knows that you're getting a Nazi tattoo and then gets it, right? You would be doing that if you were such an online guy. That's at least my opinion. You can disagree on that. But then he goes to his sister's wedding or whoever's wedding it was, and then just flaunts it knowing full well. Those things don't match up for me. The guy who's unwilling to talk about it online but is flaunting it in real life. I find that to be a weird profile that makes no sense. And that's why I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt on it. I still have my worries about it, but I also think he then I go to the policy. If I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt on it, then I have to look at the policies, and the policies that he is talking about absolutely shit all over Janet Mills' proposed policies. And of course, I'm not even going to play the game of talking about Susan Collins as if she's a viable candidate. She's a ghoul. So it's between a ghoul, a centrist, and a guy that we have to decide on whether or not we're willing to give him the benefit of the doubt on. And I can understand why some people are just not willing to do that. But for me, especially because it is basically my job to come to some kind of determination on this, I am willing to give him the benefit of the doubt on it. I don't think that the story makes sense. That he's this avowed Nazi, a secret avowed Nazi, who's willing to be public about it at family gatherings, but not online. It doesn't make sense. And the fact he immediately covered it up. He's apologized for having offended anybody unknowingly, and I think that he's just an idiot. He's maybe just, like, I don't know about idiot, but he's not a fucking historian, and not everybody knows what a Totenkopf is. I think it's, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I expect to get tons of heat for it if he comes out and he starts, draping, the main, his office at the Senate, I guess. It wouldn't be in Maine, it would be in DC. It starts draping it in swastikas or something. I'll certainly be eating crow then. I mean, it'll be Nazi crow, so it'll be very disgusting. But for now, I mean, I certainly am not prepared to endorse Janet Mills. That's where I'm at. And she's not going to win. That's the other thing that it doesn't even matter at this point. It's pretty clear she's not going to win the primary. He's going to be the one in the general. So it's really between him and Susan Collins, who we already know is a ghoul, who's already voted along with all of the fascist agenda of the Republicans time and time and time and time again. We have her record. And Janet Mills does not have the greatest record. She's done some okay stuff. I'll give her that. Oftentimes, it's, from what I can tell, she's been dragged along. It hasn't really always been her agenda, but just signs off on it as governor and gets credit for it, from what I can tell. Not all the time, but in many cases that I've looked through, it seems like that's the case. Anyway, let's keep this moving. And now it's time for the Ohio and Indiana elections. And now, as you all know, I've been working on this in my, if you can call it, free time. And trying to, I have created a spreadsheet which is now live on Google Drive. You can get access to it to help me with it, which I've noticed some people already helping. Shout out to AB. I don't know if you want full credit, but at least one person has been helping out with Wisconsin's elections, I noticed. Thank you. That isn't for... when is Wisconsin? Few months now, but all of the help is much appreciated wherever you're helping out on. So I am just overwhelmed with all of the different things I've got to. I mean, we got 400, like 400 plus elections, I guess, to get through essentially, and it's a lot for one man. Having all of your help is greatly appreciated. Although we need more help on the upcoming elections: Nebraska, West Virginia, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, Oregon, Pennsylvania. Those are all in May. So they're coming up soon. We should be working on these things well ahead of the primary day. And I feel bad that we're not doing more, that I haven't been doing more. But we're going to go through these district by district, these are the ones that I've got. Not every district has a candidate, unfortunately. Ohio, for instance, has 15 districts. Puppy barks. Thank you, Jersey, for keeping the puppy fed. What was I saying? Oh, right. So, yeah, for instance, with Ohio, 15 districts there, I only currently have 6 even close to viable candidates there. And not everybody's social media presence or campaign marketing strategies are made equal, sadly, but truly. We're going to start, though, here in Ohio's 1st district. Let me just need to pull this up now, too. Damon Lynch, who is running for Ohio's 1st as a Democrat. This is his homepage. You can see it here at friendsofdamonlynch.com. All people, one struggle. David Lynch IV, people over profit. Damon Lynch IV is building a grassroots movement to take back Ohio's 1st district from corporate interests and foreign lobbies. You can donate and volunteer here, okay? He's fighting for health care for all, climate justice, fair wages, women's freedom, affordable homes, equal rights, public schools, immigrant dignity, tax fairness, LGBTQIA+ equality, small businesses, people power, voting rights, an end to the genocide in Gaza, I assume, and union power and free Palestine. We'll get more into this here with this discussion. Cincinnati Public Radio from 2 weeks ago. With candidates Damon Lynch and current Representative Greg Landsman, who sucks.
6 candidates are running for Ohio's 1st congressional district this year. Could the race help determine who controls the U.S. House? This is Cincinnati Edition on WVXU. I'm Lucy May. Joining me in this recorded interview to discuss why he's running is Damon Lynch IV, a Democratic candidate in the race. Welcome to the program.
Soul Life, that's a beautiful thought. That's a beautiful thought. But actually, I'm going to amend this slightly. Soul Life, you beautiful man. If you are a YouTube member of GNM, please switch to Twitch membership, even if you watch on YouTube, and also make sure membership isn't still enabled. When this fix gets fixed, remember to re-enable it. Yes, first off, let's hope we get this fixed very soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm working on a strategy in the background, but I'm actually going to say go to Patreon, then Twitch. If you're looking for more membership, your access to emotes, things like that. Just because Patreon takes much, much less. It's less than, it depends. But it's usually, it's like 5%. They are really reasonable on the amount they take from creators, payout wise. So I would go there first. But, it's up to you people. It's up to all of you. Where you go. That's just my suggestion. But yeah, would also help on Twitch. Get the views up over there. The fact is hopefully this all just gets resolved very soon. We don't have to worry about any people having to switch places.
Thank you. Super honored to be here.
We're glad to have you. So tell us about yourself and why you're running.
So I am Damon Lynch IV, and the 4th denotes that you may know my father, who is Pastor Damon Lynch III, or my grandfather, who is Pastor Damon Lynch Jr. All my life, we've been fighting to make this country better. Since a baby, I've been in circles and been around people who've always tried to make America the best place for all people. And now I see in our government that most of our government doesn't work for the people like I would want them to. So I saw an opportunity to go out and change that and be the voice that I wanted to hear.
What are your concerns about the way Congressman Greg Landsman is representing the district?
Brother Landsman is a really nice guy. and I've known him for a long time, and he's done some really great things in the district and in the city of Cincinnati. Our concerns right now center around his unableness to say that there's a genocide in Gaza, and recently his unableness to stop Donald Trump from this war in Iran. So those are our biggest concerns, where he takes his money from and who he pledges his allegiance to as far as his time in Congress.
What is your position on the war in Iran, and what would you try to do about it if you were elected to Congress?
Well, it's seemingly getting out of hand. So we need to immediately call the Senate and the Congress back to session to put a war powers resolution together so that they can vote and slow Donald Trump down. And that's the vote that Greg Landsman and 3 other Democrats denied to do 2 weeks ago. So Congress needs to come back. They need to stop Donald Trump. They need to pull our troops back. Donald Trump is going crazy on the internet, on his own personal internet, Truth Social, and saying just one thing today, another thing tomorrow. So the American people don't have good information, and we can't rely on Greg Landsman to give us good information either, because he seems steadfast towards being in this conflict.
Are you?
Okay, we're not going to sit here and talk about Damon for too long, but he seems to be the best candidate in this race for Ohio's 1st district. Hopefully he wins in his primary, and people will have somebody with big plans and some actual values, things he's fighting for. Now, we talked about what he's fighting for. Let's quickly talk about what he's fighting against as well. Profit for healthcare system. A for-profit healthcare system, excuse me. Climate denial, wage exploitation, reproductive bans, corporate landlords' rights violations, school privatization, anti-immigrant hate, billionaire loopholes, anti-LGBTQ attacks, corporate monopolies, dark money, voter suppression, genocide, union busting, and the occupation. Yes, those are all good things. Those are all good things to fight against. I mean. All right. Up next on my list, we're going to move over to Ohio's 3rd district with Joe Girard. Wait, do I have a Joe Girard? Do I the clip for Joe? I don't think I do. Is it down here? Please hold. Please hold. No. Okay. Yeah. So like I was saying, not everybody's social media presence is made equal, and that's okay. I mean, I would prefer that everybody had equally stellar social media campaigns, as somebody whose job it is to do social medias. But hey, is what it is. All right, here's Joe's website. JoeForCongress.com. Refusing war, restoring affordability. Meet Joe. He's a 26-year-old engineer, civil rights litigant, former EMT, and Short North homeowner. Running for Congress, accepting 0 donations from anyone. He's running to keep his generation out of the war. And because Columbus deserves a representative who answers to the people who live here, not the donors who fund their campaign. Before he decided to run, Joe was already fighting for accountability from law enforcement and federal court. He knows the tools to fix what's broken, and that the only thing missing is someone willing to use them. Okay, hold on. This is also on his site. It says this is what $7 million bought people in Columbus. $500,000 voted to send $50 billion in military aid. What the representative was paid, $500,000. All the numbers on the right-hand side are what the current representative of Columbus was paid. $180,000 paid by housing lobbyists. Columbus housing costs have doubled. Healthcare costs rose every year for 13 years, $185,000. Deregulated America's largest banks, $2.5 million from America's banking sector. Good God. Failed to address AI data center expansion. $300,000 from the AI companies. Great. Great. Yeah, this is effective. I like that. Okay. Oh, there you go. There's Joe fighting for affordability in Columbus. Okay, why do you insist on being weird about Emma's outfits? I don't understand. It's just like a weird decision, like a strange life decision. Like, usually, I don't feel like you cause problems. Like, you get a little weird about Jesus oftentimes, but aside from that, I don't feel like you're the one getting banned all the time. Usually it's like Cap. It's Cap for life is always getting, just constantly banned in here. But you, less and less, usually you're fairly reserved. This is ridiculous. Okay, moving on from Joe Girard in Ohio's 3rd to Ohio's 5th district. Daniel Burkett, who also I could not find a good video for, but we've also got a website for this guy. Here's Daniel Burkett for Congress. What? No. I don't want your cookies. I am proof that the American dream is possible, and I believe it should be within reach for everybody. Hi, I'm Daniel Burkett, a husband, father, small business owner, and lifelong resident of Findlay, Ohio. I was raised in a working-class family that often went without more than the basics. And I know what it's like to grow up with limited means. Those experiences shape my values and my commitment and my commitment to helping others. Republicans own the show right now with having control of the House, Senate, and White House. With all three in control, they could pass bill after bill that does what they claim they are there in D.C. fighting for. Yet they would rather go on TV or social media and scream about how it's the previous administration's fault, when they have control to fix all those things. This is why we know they are clowns at a circus that would rather conduct a performance at the cost of American citizens. Healthcare. The ACA is an aging system that has done its job at getting the first step toward a public system started. But Congress has failed to improve and phase out the older system for the goal of a true public system. We are at the tipping point where we can no longer hold on to the ACA. At the very least, our Congress should implement care for children, as they are the most vulnerable and truly our future. But those in office like Latta would rather talk about healthcare like it's a game than to actually take action. The health of a person should not be a political game, and our families have for too long been buried by the burden of health care. In our country, while insurance companies deny crucial care for those in need, raise premiums on already expensive plans, and leave families paying for more care while covering only little of their visits. There are vastly more benefits to our country having a free public option than negatives to it. I stand by the statement that healthcare for all should be right for all citizens, and I will fight in D.C. for that. Well, if that's a representative of his whole policies, and he has a long list: immigration, small business, government accountability, lowering costs for family, quality of life, and much more. So go check him out if you're in Ohio's 5th. Sorry, I've lost my place on my list. Who's up next? Wait. What? There it is. Now to Ohio 6 with Adrian Vetus, who has his own YouTube channel. Improvement. Improvement from everybody else, technically, social media-wise.
That's on YouTube.
I can appreciate this. Because I just want to know that people are doing everything they can, and creating a YouTube channel is such a low bar. But maybe that's just me. All right. Here's Adrian Vetus 3 months ago with his launch video for his congressional run in Ohio's 6th.
Across our state, so many of the people that I speak with are not happy about the way things are. And in this economy, it can be tough to get by right now. And look, if you're a normal person trying to tune out politics to focus on work or your family, I get it. And honestly, I'm also tired of this
Affordability is a hoax.
Premium will spike. U.S. Southern Command posted this video after an ICE officer fatally shot a woman.
Consumer prices rose 2.9%. Epstein, Trump, and a 20-year-old whose name...
Our bills go up, but our paychecks never do. Our taxes go up, but our lives are not getting any better from it. So where is all the money going? In every election, politicians from both sides are making promises to Ohioans that they never keep. And here's a secret. Most of the time, they don't even try. How could they, when their pockets are being filled by the same corporations that raise our prices, send our jobs away, and profit from distraction, division, and war? Things don't change because this system is working for them, but it's not working for us. Millionaire politicians like Mike O'Rourke are cashing big paychecks while he does nothing. So it is time to get our money's worth.
Immediately, if not sooner.
In Ohio, we work hard for our families and neighbors. And together, we've created the richest country in the world. But let me ask you a question. Does it feel like it? I'm in this to fight for real solutions for working people. And my values are not for sale. So here's how we do that. By standing on the side of workers, we can lower prices and create higher wages to put more money back into your pocket. By standing on the side of our communities, we can provide the basics like healthcare, childcare, education, employment, community safety without making you get the bill. And by standing on the side of democracy, we can give common decency in this country a voice again. But to do that, we need to win. Yeah! The Ohio Valley has a story. It's about being tough, hardworking, and building things together. I grew up here, with generations of union workers and proud immigrant roots in my family. I worked hard to climb my way up, from factories to graduation day. Then I got an advanced degree and worked internationally at the top of my field. But I also know what it's like to work hard and not get ahead. Earlier this year, my career was taken away from me, along with thousands of veterans and federal workers, by the world's richest men. They took my job, so now I'm coming for theirs. To do that, I need you, and together we can build something real. My name is Adrian Vetus, and I'm running for Congress in Ohio's 6th District to put working people first.
Here you go, Adrian Vetus. Ohio's 6th, running to put working people first. Also, PerfXL, thank you for the dono over on PayPal. PerfXL here, more funds for the gunship. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna keep going through these here. Unfortunately, I have no candidate for Ohio 7th, 8th, 9th, or 10th districts. We do have one for Ohio's 11th. That is Ardelia Holmes. Here we go. ArdeliaHolmes.com. Making liberal make sense again. Oh. He goes, Ohio 11th deserves better. Unbought, unafraid, ready to fight. This campaign is powered by people. I can't donate right now. God damn it. Okay, the site is... Hold on. I don't think this is their fault. Hold on, let me fix it. There we go. Yeah, that's my fault. My fault. Okay, here we go. Meet Ardelia Holmes. Educator, economic strategist, known for challenging the establishment. Now running for Congress in Ohio's 11th district. I didn't wait for the DNC's permission to fight for this district, and I won't be waiting for it in Congress. For too long, Ohio's 11th has been represented by an establishment that prioritizes donor checks over your light bills. And as an educator and economic strategist, I just don't see problems. I see the patterns. I see how corporate lobbyists buy silence while our schools are underfunded and our neighborhoods are treated like political afterthoughts. I ran for office to hold the status quo to the fire. I stayed in the fight when they tried to crop me out. Now I'm running for Congress to perform a historical correction for the people of Ohio's 11th. What I won't compromise on. Unbought, unbossed, and unfiltered. I refuse all corporate PAC money and foreign interest funding. I answer to the voters of Ohio 11th, but not the billionaires buying influence in D.C. Human rights before foreign interests. We must stop sending billions of military aid to fund destruction abroad while our streets crumble. U.S. funding must meet strict humanitarian standards, no exceptions. Liberty for all, not the few. Civil liberties shouldn't depend on your zip code or your tax bracket. I will defend the freedom of conscience and the separation of church and state to protect every diverse neighbor in this district. Real work, real wages, and real stability. An economy that works for working people, small businesses, and families, not just the billionaires. Her policy priorities. Education as infrastructure. Economic stability and national security. Economic stability is national security. Housing and healthcare as foundational systems, and a district renewal and American production. You can read the full plan on her website. All right. Next up, in Ohio's 12th. In Ohio's 12th, Jared Christian, and the final candidate in Ohio's congressional races that I've got for us tonight. We got a video for this guy.
And people can't afford food, and they can't afford housing, and they can't afford to see the doctor. And the Dow Jones being up doesn't mean a damn thing to a person who doesn't have one. And most of my life, I didn't even know what a 401k or 401k was. And I think that applies to more people than we can even understand. I mean, growing up where I did, people don't have
the Dow right
the
now.
Dow Jones, the S&P doesn't mean shit to anybody. I know we're talking about Troy, but these are the people that support him. He voted to cut the ACA subsidies. And though subsidizing things as the US government is not the best plan to fix something that's broken, we don't just stop programs that are saving lives and not replace them with something better. You don't just quit. So the dude has been in office all this time, hasn't put a bill up that has helped one single person in this state, except the people who own gas companies and fracking wells.
Okay, before we move on, I just want to go quickly to Jared's website, Christian for Ohio.
Please hold.
Please hold. Christian for Ohio. I'm Jared Christian, a Navy veteran, software engineer, and Democratic candidate for the U.S. House of Representatives in the Ohio's 12th District. I'm running a grassroots campaign to unseat Representative Troy Balderson, a Republican who consistently votes in support of lobbying groups, super PACs, and his billionaire donors. It's time to give power back to Ohio's working class. He's got a beautiful family. Our government has the power to lower costs to improve outcomes in nearly every aspect of our lives. So true. But the folks we trust to make decisions for our families will never feel the consequences like we do. They're more concerned with watching the stock market, lining their own pockets, and pleasing corporate donors. Work doesn't pay what it used to. Healthcare costs more and delivers less. Rent is going up endlessly, and families are stretched too thin. We need an economy where workers have leverage, and we need a country in which federal agents can't smash car windows, break into houses, and kill our neighbors in the streets of our community. That sounds good. And he's endorsed by Ohio's AFL-CIO, Citizens Against APAC Corruption, Center for Free Thought, Equality PAC, and Candidates for Common Good. All right, up next. Who's this? Okay, moving on to Indiana. We're going to start it off in Indiana's 3rd, where I think the compelling candidates on this list begins. Although technically you got an option in Ohio's 1st, but it's really a blue no matter who vote. No real compelling platform from that candidate, but if you are concerned about, and I honestly would recommend people considering that if they are in Indiana's 1st, voting for the one Democratic candidate. They will be absolutely a fucking Kristen Sinema, but just numbers wise. Okay. I also think he's technically, I think he might already be in Congress. Hold on. I can't remember now. Hold on. Let me look this guy up. Yeah, he's already currently in Congress. He's basically, he's a very centrist Dem. Frank Mervyn. Currently in Indiana's 1st, but we're not going to talk about him very much. That's it. And in fact, that's all. All right, to Indiana's 3rd, Kelly Thompson.
To the state, Michelle Chambers.
That's not her. Hold on, I'm going to skip past this part of it. Where does she get in here? Okay, too far. Yeah, all right. There.
Sorry, I'm really short. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Councilwoman Chambers. Isn't she amazing? All right. All the people before me came here with these lovely written out speeches, but for those of you who follow me, and my last post had over 1 million views and 20,000 shares because I speak from my heart. I am authentic. I genuinely care. I refuse to be bought. I refuse to be scared. I refuse to bow down to anyone if it goes against the best interest of my kids, my grandkids, and your families as well. The time has come for all of us to have a voice in Washington, D.C. That is my job. For those of you who don't know, my family is big. I have 6 kids. I'm about to have my 13th grandbaby. And you might ask me, why in the hell are you running for Congress now? Well, let me tell you about my family. My family is black, white, brown. My family is gay, straight, trans. My family is college educated and not. My family is small business owner, union worker, and a single mama of a baby girl. And so what do I know right now is this administration has declared my family the enemy. The enemy. That is why I am running like a mother, because all of you out there know what that means. I will not be bought. There is no amount of money anybody can give me that will make me vote against my kids and yours. That's
Now that's Kelly Thompson. We're going to go to one more clip. That was from 6 months ago. She's been on this campaign trail for a while now. This is from a couple weeks ago at No Kings protest.
Tell you all the reasons that we have to be angry with the Trump administration. But we already know why we're here. All of these signs tell us all the ways that this administration has failed us, abandoned us, right? It is time that we had a representative government that actually represented the people of this country. All the people of this country. Aren't you tired of our government pretending like we, the American people, want to be a global bully? I don't want to be a global bully. Do you want to be a global bully? Thank you. Let me tell you something. This is my third No Kings rally this year, over the last year. And for some of you, it might be your third. Or for some of you, it might be your second. And for some of you, it might be your first. And I want to say, welcome. We are glad you're here. Each and every one of you. Now here's the deal. These are fun. These are heartening. These are exciting and motivating and encouraging because we realize that we are not alone. And it is good for us. But the Trump administration is not scared of our rallies. They watch us and they see us and they're hoping that we forget about the power of our vote. We must vote.
All right. I think that's enough from Kelly. If you're in Indiana's third. Right? Yeah, Indiana's third. You can vote for her. What was I doing next? Yes, John Whetstone of Indiana's fourth. No real social media for this guy, but a clip. He went on a podcast, Hold Him Accountable, 5 months ago. And we'll watch a little bit of that. First, we'll quickly look at this as well.
Today on Hold 'em.
This is his platform, his his website, webstoneforcongress.com. For India's 4th congressional district, real working class representation in Indiana. Volunteer today. Meet John Whetstone, a candidate you can trust. From a working class family in a small trailer park outside Crawfordsville, where his parents worked multiple jobs just to keep food on the table. His dad balanced long factory shifts while doing maintenance work for a local property owner, often bringing John along for help with repairs. His mom juggled janitorial work as well, church jobs, and a small business, moving mobile homes, all while giving back to people who needed a second chance. Despite constant medical bills that kept the family in poverty, John's parents taught him generosity, community, and the value of hard work. Key issues: fair wages, healthcare, and tax justice. We're committed to building a fairer future for every Hoosier. That means fighting for fair wages that support working families, access to affordable healthcare, and a tax system that puts everyday people first, not corporations.
We're talking with John Whetstone. candidate for Indiana's 4th congressional district. And this is a guy who's lived the struggle. He grew up in a trailer park, worked his way up, and now runs a small business that's become a safe space for the community. From watching the healthcare system fail his family to helping neighbors forced out by corporate rent hikes, John's story is one of resilience, empathy, and real-world perspective. This isn't about party lines. It's about being left behind. Welcome to the show, John.
Today, and thank you for the intro.
Tell us a little about yourself.
Well, you said quite a bit in the beginning about it, but yeah, I grew up working class family in a trailer park where we struggled, and a lot of it wasn't because my parents weren't trying hard. Both of them had 2 jobs each. Medical debt was really crushing our family, and so that was the only place we could afford, like most of our neighbors. No one wanted to be there, but you do what you have to do to survive. And growing up, always told, work hard, things are gonna get better, things are gonna get better. Now as an adult who works hard, I'm seeing things aren't getting better for my community because people are still struggling to pay their rent. They're struggling to buy their groceries, and I interact with that every day at my business. So it's a big reason of why I'm here and doing what I'm doing.
So what motivated you to run for Congress in Indiana's 4th? What experiences or issues pushed you to step into this race?
So as you mentioned earlier, I own a small business that's kind of a safe space for people where we have inclusive events and everything like that. But we buy a lot of used items because we're a retro game store. About every other day, I have someone coming in selling me their prized possessions so they can buy groceries. And there's only so many of those stories you can hear without being like, I need to do something about this.
Yeah, I like this guy. I like this guy. Runs a business that is a safe space, inclusive event space, / retro pawn shop type of thing. He's like, yeah, I'm sick of people coming in and telling me that they need to sell their favorite shit. You gotta sell their Nintendo to buy groceries. That's the guy. That's a guy right there. All right. John Whetstone in Indiana's 4th. Next up, Indiana's 5th. We've actually got a nearly full docket in Indiana. Indiana's 5th, Jackson Franklin. Got a clip for him, too. This one's from 13 days ago. By the way, if you wanted to watch more of that clip, that was from Hold 'Em Accountable, a podcast on YouTube from 5 months ago. You can find it pretty easily by just searching John Whetstone. He didn't have a lot of clips. He didn't have a huge social media presence, but that was one of the ones that I found. Timu Mr. Beast. God damn, who's that? Oh my god, it's so life. Wow, so how rude. Wow. Now you say it though, he does actually kind of look a little bit like Mr. Beast. He does kind of look a little bit like Mr. Beast. I can't unsee it now, and you're an asshole. You're an asshole for that, okay? Remember that. You write that down. Okay. Now, let's go to JacksonFranklinForCongress.com before we watch this clip. This is Jackson's website where you can donate and see the full platform. But the campaign is committed to eliminating the influence of corporate money in politics, ensuring that elected officials focus on the needs and priorities of working class Americans rather than serving corporate donors. And that's why they've made a firm commitment to reject big money donations and instead build a grassroots movement fueled by small dollar contributors, labor unions, and people just like you. By grounding our campaign in populist policies that uplift everyone across the nation, we're fighting to create a system that truly represents all Americans, not just the top 1%. And like I said, you can view this guy's whole policy here. Policy platform. Abolish ICE, just really quickly. Medicare for all. Protect women's reproductive rights. Abolish ICE. Legalize cannabis. Paid family leave. Public college 25. I mean, this is a long list, so we're not going to go through the whole thing. I just encourage everybody to go check that out. If you're in Indiana's 5th.
Our political system is rigged. It's flooded by billionaire and corporate PAC money that drowns out the voices of us working class people. Wealthy donors bankroll our politicians to protect their profits while families struggle to get by. Healthcare is unaffordable, and gas prices continue to climb as the illegal war in Iran drives up inflation and costs our service members their lives. Working families should not have to choose between filling up their tank, paying for rent, and putting food on the table. Hi, I'm Jackson Franklin. I'm a proud Democrat running to replace Victoria Sparks here in Indiana's 5th Congressional District. I grew up in Albany, today I call Muncie my home. I'm a registered paramedic and a combat medic in the Indiana Army National Guard, where I've deployed overseas and have served for 7 years. Because of my experiences, I know how to put people first in moments of crisis. But this campaign isn't about me, it's about who this government is supposed to serve. Hoosiers deserve clean water, stronger unions, and access to quality education. Strong communities start with investing in the people who hold them together. That means paying teachers the wages they deserve, strengthening our unions for our workers to have a real voice and living wages, and ensuring that every Hoosier has a healthy environment to call home. Healthcare is a human right, and Hoosiers deserve quality, affordable care. That's why I'm fighting for Medicare for all. Once elected, I will continue to fight for women's rights, trans rights, immigrant rights, and human rights across the board. I believe our politicians should listen to us, the voters, not wealthy special interest groups. That's why I will never accept any lobby money from corporate PACs or APAC. While I serve in Congress, I'll only answer to one group, the people of this district. We are unapologetically fighting for the working class, not the donor class.
There you go. Wait, was it Jackson? Jackson Franklin. Running for Congress in Indiana's 5th. Seems to have a strong policy platform I can get behind. Fact is, we just need to get as many progressives in the general, right? We just got to get them past the primaries. That's what we got to do here, people. That's what it's all about. People with strong policy platforms for working people, for human rights in this country and abroad. Some very bare minimum. In months, he almost walked through the whole town. It's a small district, but you know, each district counts. Everybody, each district counts. He's got 2 last names. I know, it's throwing me off. Look, we don't vote for people for their names, okay? We vote for them for their policies, what they're promising to do in Congress. Everybody write that down. All right, next up in Indiana's 6th district, Cindy Worth. This is on her channel from 3 weeks ago.
Hi, I'm Dr. Cindy Worth, and I'm running for Indiana's 6th Congressional District. Hoosiers and Americans as a whole deserve representatives that work for their interests, not corporations. You deserve someone who will work to fix our broken healthcare system, someone who will fight for the rights and wages of our workers, someone who knows and supports our public schools, someone who will work to protect both the people and our planet. I want to be that person for all of you, but I can't do it alone. Your donation, regardless if it's $1 or dime, helps make this campaign possible and keeps the fight alive. Every little bit makes these goals more attainable. Let's do this together because you are worth the fight.
You're worth the fight. Cindy Worth. I don't know if that was on purpose, but that was funny. So her real name is Cynthia, aka Cindy. This is her website, WorthForCongress.com. Send Dr. Cindy Worth to D.C. The hardworking Hoosiers in Indiana's 6th deserve a representative of Congress who will stand strong for the community she represents. Worth brings fresh ideas and new leadership to the House of Representatives. As a teacher, scientist, and small business owner, Cindy exemplifies the values that Hoosiers hold most dear. And she has the expertise needed to get the job done. She's a union sister, AFL-CIO/AFT, and experienced policy writer, bridging the gap often seen between working people and members of Congress. Campaign priorities. Support working families, strengthen public education, improve access to health care, and protect the environment. Those are 4 good things. You can get more deep into it if you like, but we're just trying to get the broad strokes right now here today, since we did not have a lot of time. We didn't start this early enough. We should have started this way earlier, but since we got like 2 weeks, we just got to get these out. Maybe I just need people to know who people are. I'm planning to clip this one and put it out for everybody. Hopefully it gets to the people it needs to in Indiana and Ohio. Because that is truly why we're doing this, why we're talking about this. We need the social media buzz on these people. Granted, they need to be working on it themselves. Some of these districts, though, are very small, so like the implicit audience is quite small, right? And so it can be kind of difficult, I think, to like gain traction on some of this stuff. And to like have the necessary like social media people around and things to help you with it. It can be tough, I think. Like if you're like in one of these tiny middle of the country districts. But honestly, Indiana technically was doing a better job than Ohio. If I had to gauge, sorry Ohio, but Indiana did a better job of social media. Way more people with their own channels in Indiana for some reason. All right, moving on from Cindy to Indiana's 7th congressional candidate, Andre Carson, who also had his own YouTube channel.
That's on YouTube.
And this was an appearance of his on, I think, ABC News from a few weeks ago. I'm sorry, a couple months ago.
I spoke Thursday with Congressman Andre Carson, who voted against the funding package for DHS and ICE last week.
I refuse to rubber stamp more lawlessness by ICE. And today, I'm even calling for the unlawful assaults by ICE to end. We're calling for ICE as we know it to no longer exist. And so operations by ICE in these urban areas, particularly Minneapolis, they must be suspended.
There we go. We don't need all of this because honestly, Andre, he's already bona fide. He's already got the bona fides, if you will. He is, of course, an elected member of Congress in Indiana 7th. And he's been there for over 15 years. So people in Indiana clearly still support him. And you would assume he's going to have just as much, if not more, support this year. I think he's in Indiana. I think he represents Indianapolis, which is like the biggest city in Indiana. So it would make sense that the large city center of the state of Indiana would be more blue. All right. Next up. We're just not going to spend a ton of time on Andre because he's already elected. Up next, another person running for Congress in Indiana, Mary Allen in Indiana's 8th district. quick clip from her YouTube channel from 3 months ago. Talking about affordability.
Hey, I'm looking at my own bills. I'm walking around our neighborhoods, talking to neighbors, and I'm angry. Not just as a candidate, but as a grandmother. They tell us our economy is booming, and they point to the record-hitting stock market. But out here in the real world, a booming economy only means that prices have gone up,
right
but your pay hasn't.
Okay, and here's Mary's website. MaryAllenForCongress.com. Mary is an at-large city councilor, small business owner, and Army Reserve veteran dedicated to serving Evansville and beyond with over 30 years in Indiana. She's worked to strengthen communities through nonprofit leadership, economic revitalization, and local health initiatives. Now, Mary is running for Congress to bring people together, tackle real problems, and create more opportunities for the next generation. She is currently an at-large city councilor. She's running for Congress to bring people together, solve real problems, make sure the next generation has more opportunities, not fewer. She's been endorsed by a number of different people. The mayor of Evansville, Mayor Terre Haute, Alex Burton, current Indiana State Representative, Vanderburgh County Sheriff Noah Robinson, and I think Act Blue. Yeah, she's part of Act Blue. Priorities: healthcare, affordability, childcare, working families, public education, immigration, military and veterans, building back trust, and agriculture and the rural economy. And agriculture and rural economy in Indiana is certainly very important. Okay. I think we have one last race in Indiana. Okay. Well, we made huge strides here today. Final candidate is Brad Meyer, who also has his own YouTube channel. This is from last month.
You may not know government policy, but it knows you. The systems meant to help us are not delivering. Your representative in Congress should make sure these policies work and reflect the interests, the concerns, and the values of Southern Indiana. To do that, they have to listen. Listening is how you know what's really happening. I listened to a union worker in Washington County whose employer is dragging his feet on a fair union contract while his family lives on the razor's edge. I learned about a woman who was told she wasn't sick enough for medical treatment and then suffered a stroke at home while waiting to qualify for help. I spoke with a man who fears his grandson is not going to get the support he needs in school because of funding cuts to education. I sat with mothers who are navigating a disability system that is geared to saying no, wondering who's going to fight for their children when they're gone. Abuse survivors have told me that the Epstein headlines are a painful reminder of justice denied. We deserve better than this. Their stories have strengthened my resolve to run for office and be their voice. I'm Brad Meyer, a progressive Democrat. I'm running to fight for a government that delivers real results to people of Southern Indiana. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I don't think he has as far. How does it? I think he's got a good platform for Indiana. I would say I would like him to maybe go further on a couple of things, but generally speaking, I think he's got a good platform. Certainly one that can win in Indiana and is more progressive than any other option in the race in Indiana's 9th. So if you happen to be in Indiana's 9th, vote for Brad Meyer. Seems like the right choice. He looks like Jeb Bush. Oh my god, I can't unsee it. He absolutely looks like Jeb Bush. I was thinking to myself, man, he looks like somebody. I couldn't put my finger on it, and now I see it, and I can't unsee it. Please clap. Everyone, please clap for Paul. All right. Now, just so you don't forget, California's coming up in June 2nd. And if you're in, what is it? 20? I can't remember which one it is. The 11th. If you're in the 11th district in California, Nancy Pelosi's former seat, should be considering voting for this guy, Shaikat Chakrabarti.
Over a third of Americans are just a rainy day away from a financial crisis. According to the Federal Reserve, about 37% of adults would struggle to cover a $400 emergency expense. That's a broken system. And in a city like San Francisco, where our rents are about 70% higher than the national average, that means that most families are just a flat tire or a medical emergency away from financial ruin. We need policies that create peace of mind in your pocket. I'm talking about Medicare for all, a $300 monthly stipend for childcare, and creating public power to cut your utility bills in half.
Okay, now before we keep this, before we get moving on more of this stuff, because we have still quite a lot to talk about tonight, I would just like to point out something. We're 3.5 hours into the stream. Unfortunately, we have not seen a great number of donations on either Cash App or PayPal, Twitch, or on Patreon. As a result, the stream is in danger of ending suddenly. I think it's, in terms of super chats, it's usually, that's how we used to measure these things. It's like, we're like two super chats in right now. It's not great. It's not a great start. We can make a huge amount of progress here, though. In what the time we have left, which is like a little under an hour, basically. So, if you want to ensure that the Galactic stream continues this evening, please consider contributing in one of the many ways we have available to you. However, one way to help us here without having to spend a single dollar is by liking the stream on YouTube, hitting that subscribe button, following us on Twitch, stuff like that. Very, very helpful. All right, now, let me think. Do we take a break? Are we good? How are we doing on time? 20. 40. I'll take a break. I'll take a break after we talk a little bit about AI. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. And to get us moving in that direction, let's go to Bernie Sanders.
Thanks very much for joining me. In the midst of these crazy, unprecedented...
I'll be right back.
Thanks very much for joining me. In the midst of these crazy, unprecedented, and dangerous times, I want to say a few words about what I and other progressives have been up to recently. And frankly, it is a lot. First, some very good news. Just this last Thursday, Analilia Mejia won a landslide victory to become the Congresswoman from the 11th District of New Jersey. Now, what was important about her victory is not just that Analilia is a strong progressive, a grassroots organizer, and someone who played a major role in my 2020 presidential campaign. That's important. But what's more important is that the district she won was not considered to be particularly progressive. In other words, what Analilia's victory showed is that at a time of massive income and wealth inequality and deep discontent with status quo politics, our progressive analysis and progressive vision is gaining more and more traction in all parts of our society. In other words, we can win anywhere. So let me just thank Analilia for her great campaign and thank many of you for the support that you gave her. Another important development. Last Wednesday, I and other progressives in the Senate took a major step forward in reversing one of the ugliest and most dangerous aspects of American foreign policy. As many of you know, I have for several years been trying to stop our government from sending military aid to Israel, a nation which, under the leadership of right-wing extremist Benjamin Netanyahu, has committed genocide in Gaza, started an illegal and horrific war in Iran, and has been bombing civilian neighborhoods in Lebanon, should not be supported by U.S. tax dollars. Now, when we began this effort several years ago, the first resolution that I offered to stop U.S. military aid to Israel received only 11 votes in the Senate. The next resolution received 18 votes, followed by a resolution that won 27 votes. Last Wednesday, a resolution that I offered received 40 votes, over 80% of the Democratic caucus, an all-time high. We received no Republican support. The simple truth is that when working people are struggling to put food on the table and pay for housing and health care, they do not want billions of their hard-earned tax dollars to be spent on killing innocent people in the Middle East. And the Democratic establishment is, belatedly, to be sure, they are now catching on. Bottom line, we are making progress in this vitally important area, but much more needs to be done. We must continue pushing forward to stop these never-ending and illegal wars. We must end U.S. military aid to Israel. We are also making progress in another area of extraordinary consequence. Artificial intelligence and robotics are the most transformational technologies in the history of humanity. They are going to impact the lives of you and every other person in our country. And I got to tell you, Congress is way behind in terms of protecting the American people from the negative impacts these technologies will have. These revolutionary developments, pushed by the wealthiest people in the world, we're talking about a handful of multi-billionaires who are pushing these technologies. These could result in the loss of tens of millions of jobs, could completely eviscerate our privacy, and negatively impact the education and mental health of our kids. Further, there are very knowledgeable scientists who worry that if AI becomes smarter than human beings, it could operate independently of human control with perhaps catastrophic results. That is not science fiction. That is what some leading scientists believe to be the case. Recently, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I introduced legislation calling for a moratorium on the construction of new data centers. And the reason for that is that
Okay, well, there we go. Bernie Sanders helping me segue from talking about what Congress has been up to. Talking about AI data centers, which is our next immediate discussion. Which one should I start with? Actually, I think I should do this one first. Let's talk about what Maine's been up to. Talk about what Maine's been up to with Democracy Now! From earlier this week. They have passed the nation's first statewide AI data center moratorium. Not yet signed by Governor Janet Mills, but passed by the state legislature.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today is Earth Day. Events are being held around the world centered on the theme Our Power, Our Planet, with a focus on renewable energy. The first Earth Day was held 56 years ago, on April 22, 1970. That date is often considered the start of the modern environmental movement. Well, today we begin by looking at a pressing environmental issue facing communities across the United States: the vast expansion of AI data centers being built to fuel artificial intelligence. Critics warn the AI data centers are a threat to local land, energy, and water resources. According to the group Food and Water Watch, a single large data center can consume as much energy as 2 million U.S. households. Last month, Vermont's independent Senator Bernie Sanders and Democratic Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez introduced legislation to impose a national moratorium on new AI data center construction. The bill would halt all new construction until Congress passes federal laws to protect workers and consumers and ensure the technologies don't harm the environment. This is Congressmember Ocasio-Cortez.
More than 100 local communities across 12 states have already enacted local moratoriums on data centers, and Congress itself has a moral obligation to stand with them and stop big tech from ruining their communities. Our legislation in the House and the Senate would hit the brakes on construction of new data centers until we address several of the key areas of harm AI poses.
In the state of Maine, lawmakers recently approved the nation's first statewide moratorium on large data centers. But the governor of Maine, Democrat Janet Mills, has yet to say if she'll sign the legislation. This comes as Mills is in a tough primary race for a U.S. Senate seat against fellow Democrat Graham Plattner. We go now to Freeport, Maine, where we're joined by Melanie Sachs, a Democratic Maine state representative who sponsored the statewide moratorium on new data centers. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. Can you explain what this legislation does and the significance of the Maine legislature being the first in the country to pass a statewide moratorium? We'll see what happens with whether the governor signs the legislation, but if she doesn't and doesn't veto it, it still will go into effect.
Correct. And good morning. Thank you so much for having me, Amy. I put forward the bill because this same governor, wonderful Governor Janet Mills, actually put together an AI task force full of her own state agency members as well as business members and a bipartisan set of legislators. In that report, which came out in fall of 2025, it said two things: that Maine residents are concerned about the impacts of data centers on both their electric rates and other utility rates, as well as on our wonderful environment we have here in Maine. When you think of Maine, you think of our wonderful natural resources. So the second recommendation, not only that it called out the fears of Maine residents, but also that we needed a playbook. The recommendation was we need to meet the moment and put together regulations that perhaps look at the opportunities, but certainly the impacts that these have. And so that's why I brought this bill, which is going to put together a collaborative council full of, again, state agencies, ratepayer protectors, environment, tribes, municipalities, all together to say what is the regulatory framework that Maine needs to meet the moment, and at the same time to putting a temporary, limited, targeted pause on the development of these data centers so that we can make sure that regulatory framework is correct.
Can you talk about, well, it is a Democrat-controlled legislature. The governor is a Democrat. She's running for Senate. Whether you've gotten any signal about whether she will sign the bill, and what is the deadline here?
So she has until April 25th to either sign the legislation, veto it, or let it go into law without her signature. I know she's carefully considering it. We just finished our session here in Maine, so she had several hundred bills go to her desk. I know that this is a bill that she has said she is generally in favor of. However, there was one project that has surfaced, as several have, during the course of this legislation that we had been told, of course, no data centers are coming to Maine. Both the AI task force and my committee, I chair the energy committee here in Maine, we've been told that really there were no data centers here in Maine, but lo and behold, when I put the bill in, several of them surfaced, which was so interesting. That
Shock of shocks. These fucking AI freaks are doing clandestine data center projects, hiding it from the people in the states that they're operating in. And unfortunately, Janet Mills did not rush to sign this thing. Another reason why she's not great. Another reason. All right, we're not done talking AI data centers. Let's talk about the data center for Elon Musk's Colossus down in Memphis, Tennessee. Staying with democracy now. From Wednesday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. On this Earth Day, we're continuing our look at community resistance to the construction of AI data centers. We go now from the state of Maine, which just passed a statewide moratorium on the construction of new data centers, to the city of Memphis, Tennessee. Last week, the NAACP sued Elon Musk's xAI, accusing the artificial intelligence company of polluting black neighborhoods with toxic emissions from its makeshift power plant fueling its data centers in Memphis. The lawsuit alleges xAI is violating the Clean Air Act by operating over 24 methane gas-burning turbines without legal permits. The massive xAI data centers are known as Colossus and Colossus II. We go now to Memphis, where we're joined by Keyshawn Pearson, Executive Director of Memphis Community Against Pollution. Keyshawn, thanks so much for joining us again. We talked to you almost exactly a year ago. Can you talk about what is Colossus and Colossus II? Talk about the power these data centers require and what kind of regulation there is.
Thank you, Amy, for having me back. It is good to be back, and we are unfortunately in an even worse position than we were a year ago. At this point, we now have two facilities, Colossus I and Colossus II, that are being powered by illegal and unlawful methane gas turbines. Illegal. These turbines generate enough power to power over 500,000 homes. This is unprecedented, the amount of pollution that we're being exposed to, nitrogen dioxide, formaldehyde, chemicals that we know cause cancer. And so in this moment, we have to do something similar to what Maine is doing. And we are demanding a moratorium of some sort come to fruition. But here in Memphis, we are unfortunately a cautionary tale about what will and possibly can happen if you don't have the right rules and guardrails in place.
Last year, Elon Musk explained why he decided to build Colossus in Memphis.
Well, we needed a building. We can't build a building, so we must use an existing building. So we looked for basically for factories that had been abandoned, but the factory was in good shape, like the company had gone bankrupt or something. So we found an Electrolux factory in Memphis. That's why it's in Memphis. Home of Elvis, and also one of the oldest, I think it was the capital of ancient Egypt.
So that's Elon Musk. Keyshawn Pearson, you're the director of Memphis Community Against Pollution. That's MCAP. It's the NAACP that's suing XAI, accusing the company of polluting black neighborhoods. The facility next to historically black neighborhoods runs on 24 methane gas-powered turbine generators, which you've said emit significant amounts of nitrogen oxide and other toxic chemicals.
Yeah, Elon Musk is a monster. A terrible human being. Like, oh, I'm just going to set up here in an impoverished neighborhood and subsume this bankrupted company. But I mean, he replaced a bankrupted company, like an empty building, with a factory that built, not a factory, a data center that basically adds nothing to the community in like positive, right? Like, he's not adding a bunch of jobs or anything like that. It's increasing everyone's energy bills and polluting all of their environment, right? It's fucked. The guy sucks. We gotta stop having people who can just enact their will on entire communities because they're so rich. Shouldn't be a thing. Should not be a thing. Okay. Now, what's disturbing is that governments keep embracing this stuff, and we need to get people in government, especially at the city council levels, honestly, which is a whole other game. We gotta start getting people in at the very lowest levels of government all the way to the top. Since federally, right now, speaking, it's a little bit more difficult. At least certainly in the executive branch, since they have fully embraced AI over there. But other municipalities and other places have been embracing AI, and it's not good. What disturbing. Let's talk about that trend. Let's go to Denver 7 from Tuesday.
Public agencies, as we saw there, are using AI in images like you just saw, and that raises some questions about accountability.
Denver 7 Investigates is looking into how a local fire department altered photos from an emergency incident.
South Metro Fire Rescue says they didn't use AI, but Jacqueline Allen put this in context of a larger debate about public trust and transparency.
When a Cessna 172 landing at Centennial Airport went off the runway Sunday,
Engine 31, Air Alert 3 aircraft emergency.
South Metro Fire Rescue responded, checking out the pilot and posting several images on social media.
No, they didn't just post pictures. They brought it into Lightroom, and they used some Lightroom tools.
Professor Christopher Jennings, chair of journalism and media production at MSU Denver, says it's common for public agencies to remove tail numbers from planes to protect patient privacy. But in this case, the pictures may tell another story.
These are minor changes. Are they cause for concern?
They can be.
Let me show you the issue. We found this photo of the Cessna with its tail number before Sunday's incident. And here is South Metro Fire's altered photo with the number removed. But notice what's added, this black rectangle and markings. Also, check out these two photos from South Metro. No shadow in this one, but there is a shadow here. In a statement to Denver 7.
Yep. Now, they claimed they didn't know that the tool they were using used AI. I'm dubious. I'm skeptical about that. I'm familiar with Adobe Lightroom, most of Adobe's products. I feel like most of it's pretty clear. But I guess you could be a real moron and not realize it, I guess. But God, like that, so basically they're claiming they weren't using it, but like I'm like, are you sure he didn't know? Because they make it pretty obvious. Like they tell you. I mean, that's at least my understanding. I haven't used Lightroom in a while, so I don't actually know for sure. But I use other Adobe products, and they're pretty clear about it now. It was a little bit, they made it a little vague at one point, but now they're very, very, very clear about all of it. But like I said, it's been like a couple years since I've used Lightroom because I've been doing no photography IRL stuff. So I've had like no reason to use it. Considering I use other Adobe products, I just find it very weird that you wouldn't know you're using AI. Because in all the other like situations where I have used have been offered the option to use AI on Adobe products, it's very clear that it's AI, right? Like whether it's on I've used it on I've been offered like different AI services on Adobe Express as well as Adobe Photoshop. But it's like, it is every time it's explicit. It's like, hey, use AI to insert something into this photo that's not there, or to take it away, or, you know, like it's to me, it's very obvious. I feel like you would have to not be reading the thing you're doing, which I guess some people do just click without actually reading what they're doing. But like in every instance of this that I've seen, Adobe's like, hey, just so you know, this is AI. And the fact is they're selling it, right? Like Adobe is selling it. Like they're selling credits, like AI credits or whatever. And so they're trying to sell this as a feature, right? So they're trying to tell people, this is AI. Look how great this is. Give us money. Which means, I mean, I think it's, especially within Lightroom, although I'll bet Adobe is giving them some, they probably are like on a premium subscription, which probably gets a few like AI, a few free AI credits. That's probably what happened here. If I had to guess. If I was being fair and reasonable and exercising skepticism on behalf of these people rather than being a jerk about it, it's probably what happened. But I'm just like, I'm just kind of like, good God. Like, why? Why is this a thing? And this isn't the only instance of this kind of thing happening either. They're using AI in all sorts of other places, right? Like these flock cameras. Those are using AI to like aggregate data. There's a lot of examples of this are popping up. And we gotta tamp down on this shit. What examination of AI's code has at all a track record of proven reliability? Aid in cybersecurity? I don't know. I can't, I mean, I couldn't say for sure. I know that they've been proven to aid in destroying cybersecurity, but I don't know about their reliability on improving your own cybersecurity. But what I do know is that we don't know enough about AI. That's the thing that worries me most. One of the things that worries me most about AI. I do worry a great deal about the societal implications of AI as well, though. Just removing millions of people from the workforce, essentially. I don't think that's good. Especially without a solution to that. Like, what is the solution to that? Do we have a social safety net in preparation for that? No. No, we don't. There's some sort of disagreement on AI going on in chat right now. I can't keep up with where this started. All right, well, we're gonna keep talking about AI. So let's go here to Florida. NBC News from Monday. I think Monday. As apparently, state of Florida is launching a criminal investigation into ChatGPT. What?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
So the Attorney General down in Florida is really cranking up the heat on ChatGPT today, launching a criminal investigation into whether Chat helped a suspect plan a shooting at Florida State University, a shooting that killed 2 people. This is a real escalation, with the AG now saying he's subpoenaing OpenAI, which of course owns ChatGPT, saying that Chat gave the suspect advice on what kind of gun to use, what kind of ammo to use, among other things. Watch this.
My God. All right, that's all we're going to do on this one. Just crazy. ChatGPT, what a helpful resource for lunatics. Although, I gotta say, I think this is not the main reason why ChatGPT is bad. Okay? I don't think this investigation is as important, perhaps, as an investigation, a real inner look into why we're doing this and whether it's helpful to society or humanity at large, right? Like the vast swaths of energy that are being consumed on behalf of AI, not justified by what we're seeing. While simultaneously, companies are in fact laying off huge swaths of people right now. It's been rather quietly done. We haven't been talking enough about it, but the numbers keep rising. Even if AI is not actually doing the things that, perhaps at the same level as a human might do it. These companies are willing to accept that. That's the thing that I think we all have to get our minds around on this, is that companies are willing to accept the fact that the AI does not do the job as well as a human does, right? That an AI does not give you as good customer service as a human does. As long as, let's say, just play this math game with me for a second, okay? If you could get, let's shoot let's think. Let's say if you could get AI to do the job of a human being, just let's talk about customer service, because I think it's one of the easiest ones to do, right? At least one of the most clear examples, because we've seen automation happening faster and faster in that space. And we've seen that space, job-wise, being decimated. If you can eliminate half of the customer service representatives, because you can get AI to do the job well enough half of the time, you've done your job as a capitalist, right? Like if you're a capitalist business owner who wants to make more money, right? And you know that you can fire people and not pay them, you get AI to do the job for a fraction of the cost, right? Even if it's not great and it's not successful all the time, and half the time people get really angry at it and want to talk to somebody, if that's only happening half the time, you've made a huge amount of money because you're able to lay off half of your workers, right? So it doesn't have to be perfect. It can get shit wrong all the time, actually, and it'll still be profitable. And that's the problem. It's in shitification on steroids. Like they're just using us as test subjects, right? You call into whatever company now, and you're a test subject now. That call's being recorded and used for that AI to train, so that it can get better and better and better and better, and eventually do the job of all the workers there. At least that's what's happening in the minds of these people, right? Whether or not it ever gets to the point of being as good as human beings is irrelevant, because they are going to continue to try and push this so long as they can see a money like a money-filled bag at the end of a tunnel. They're going to continue to push it. At least that's just how I see it. We even got celebrities jumping in on the trend.
So, as we know, AI data centers are like ravaging this country, rural areas, Black and brown communities. There's been massive pushback because we see the real world impacts of water supplies being ruined, air quality going down, leading to like respiratory issues. I mean, it's truly devastating and terrifying with how quickly this is being all rolled out. But have you like thought about like whether celebrities like AI? Like, have you like watched Reese Witherspoon's latest video over on, where would she post?
She posted it on Instagram and she posted it on Threads, and we packed her ass up over on Threads. On Instagram, the comments were a lot more charitable. People seem to be really impressed or on board with her.
Can I just say that, like, when you say we packed her ass up on Threads, I've been very much like, I don't thread very much.
Come to the dark side, Francesca.
We're going there and seeing everyone just like, who are we mad at today? And it's like kind of
girl,
hilarious.
baby girl.
And I usually agree with it. But here's what she put out. And I was like, what? You give me your assessment. What is this?
Learn about AI. I was with 10 women at a book club yesterday, and I said to the 10 of them, how many of you guys use AI? And only 3 of them used AI. And then I said, how many of the 3 of you feel like you really know what you're doing, or they're using it the right way? And that was only 1 person. So if 3 out of 10 women are the only ones using AI, that means 70% of that group is not keeping up. The thing I've learned about technology is if you don't get a little bit of understanding from the very beginning, it just speeds past you. So you have to have little bits of learning just to keep up. And let's get real, our kids are all using this every single day. I think we should learn the basics together and learn some really good tools that are gonna make our everyday lives easier and better. Do you want me to share what I'm learning with you? It's time. It's time, people. No.
Okay, so she's like, kind of like she's in her kitchen. She doesn't have a lot of makeup on. She's making a smoothie, and it just feels so fucking scripted.
It feels like a thread. I can see the brief in my mind. Do something casual, like put on your makeup or make a smoothie or fold laundry. Keep it real casual. Even when she goes, do you want to learn with me? It's like, okay, Reese, I feel, I genuinely, I commented on Threads and I said, is this sponsored? Because it feels very scripted. And I was fully anticipating that there was going to be another video coming out announcing some sort of partnership with an AI.
Yeah, no, it absolutely gives that vibe of sponsored content. It's like, have you heard about the latest thing? Oh, well, you might be one of the 7 in 10 women who are not on this trend, and you better get in immediately, otherwise you're gonna get left behind. Spend, ladies. Otherwise, you're gonna be a sad Sally. Thank you, Francesca. Much appreciated. It's time. Exactly. It's like, it's such a lame ass sales pitch. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Don't do this. Don't do this. Do another Legally Blonde. All right? I think that should be your focus. Is she married to some tech bro? Some oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense now. That makes perfect sense. At home, she's hearing it all the time. And she's like, oh, this is the next thing. This is really happening right now, people. My husband is talking about this all the time. This is the future. Well, Meta certainly seems to think it's the future. Speaking of Meta, you think they're going to change their name back to Facebook or what? Because you know their name is Meta now because they were dumping billions of dollars into the metaverse. Remember the metaverse? That thing was going to be the future. It's going to be the future. It's like if they were named 8-track or something, or video disc. I think something else that didn't stick around for a while. There's a number of things we could name it, right? Same idea. It was a thing. Didn't really stick around.
Job cuts
for
are
very
picking
long.
up across the technology industry as companies reckon with the AI boom. Meta announced Thursday that it's laying off about 8,000 workers as it continues to ramp up spending on artificial intelligence. The company said it was making the cuts for the sake of efficiency and to allow new investments in parts of its business. Also on Thursday, Microsoft confirmed it was offering voluntary buyouts to thousands of its U.S. employees. The software giant plans to make the offers in early May to about 7% of its U.S. workforce, according to.
So they're initially laying off 8,000 workers and then offering buyouts to 7% of its entire workforce. No, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. That's Microsoft. Sorry. And then Microsoft is offering buyouts to 7% of its workforce. Which is 250,000. So 7% of 250,000 is like what? 20? No. Less than that. 18,000? I can't do the math. Can't do the math in my head. Yeah, more AI layoffs from the two of the biggest AI invested companies, Microsoft and Meta, who are focusing their money elsewhere. You know, not on people. I'm sure that won't be detrimental in the future. Speaking of AI spending, Tesla is planning to spend $25 billion on AI and robotics. In an announcement from earlier this week, here's BBC from Thursday.
So we start with the car giant Tesla. It's raised its spending plans to more than $25 billion as the boss Elon Musk plans to invest more in artificial intelligence, robotics and chips. He said these plans would build big revenue streams in the future and described them as well justified. But investors are not convinced, with Tesla shares initially up and then down in after-hours trade. Known for its electric vehicles, Tesla's current market valuation is just short of $1.5 trillion. Here's our North American technology correspondent, Lily Jamali.
Tesla is planning a pivot towards the areas of artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles, and robots, but that pivot won't come cheap. And on Wednesday's earnings call, Elon Musk told investors that he plans a $25 billion investment in the year ahead.
Well, there you have it. In Tesla's latest earnings call, Elon Musk announced a big AI and robotics budget. $25 billion. Probably enough to feed all the homeless people and food insecure people in the entire country for like a month or something like that. Actually, it might be more than that. I don't know. I'm trying to think. It's a lot of money. Why is France the only country with its own fries? I think that's debatable. Canada has poutine. Is that not technically fries with gravy? It's just fries with gravy. And then what? Like, don't the Dutch have some sort of a weird potato thing that's basically fries, but they call it something else as well? Which is basically poutine, but they call it something else. Is one of the ingredients in poutine technically called fries? Well, then it doesn't count then, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I guess France is just special. What can I say? Poutine is not fries, it's a prepper. Okay. All right. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm just gonna stop. This is a bad. I'm going on down the wrong potatoey road. Oh, God, that is making me a little hungry right now. It's terrible. All right, people, I just want to point something out to you. We've made zero progress since I last brought up the galactic content goal. And unfortunately, we're now 4 hours into the stream, which is usually when the content goal timer would end. However,
aren't I a good guy?
I'm a nice guy. So, I'm going to keep the stream going and hope that people decide to contribute. Because right now, we've only raised $10 out of 50. If I've done the math right. And unfortunately, your options are more limited than they have been in a long time. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. No YouTube super chats, super stickers. Memberships or gifted memberships. Jewels either. As we've been completely demonetized. We don't even get the very limited revenue that we receive for people watching the stream. From ad revenue. It's all gone. Including the, as you can see down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, $685. The YouTube took it to money counter, which we still got quite a lot of progress to make on. Keep the Galactic News Network alive. All right, do we need a break? I don't really need one, but I'm going to take us to a break. Just because. Although I forgot to do the thing that I was going to do. And this totally screws me. Totally screws me over. Oh, God. See, I'm trying to avoid... Like, one of the things... There's, like, a myriad things that you can supposedly be dinged for. YouTube is under the inauthentic banner. One of them is playing music that you don't have the rights to. And technically, I don't have the rights to the music from the fun half that we usually listen to. Not the fun half, the break, the intermission music we usually listen to. I gotta think about what the fuck we even listen to. One of the reasons why right now I'm just like, I could go to break, just quiet break. I'm trying to think of what we listen to right now. I got options, I'm sure, here something. What is this one? It's one of the best parts of the break. I know. It's very sad. Alright, I'm going to play this then. I got the rights to this track. Alright, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that bell icon, the like button, too. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. What else do I got? It's a Galactic original. When was that recorded? I'm trying to remember. I should know this. No, that's not it. I don't actually know. I have to look at my phone. That was recorded on a phone. Like 10 years ago. Wait, I lost my spot. What I gotta do is I gotta make like a multi-track audio file that I can just trigger off of my MPC like I do with the normal music. But I forgot to do that between last stream and today. So now I'm struggling to remember where all my fucking files are. Again. Failing. As usual. I don't know. What is this? I have no idea what any of these are. I can't remember. Oh, that's not the whole song. That's just a fucking clip of it. That's not helpful. Damn, I can't filter it. All right, everybody. Well, break is coming to an end, so get yourselves ready for the next half of the show. Which means get back in those seats, or wherever you need to be, to enjoy it most. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. All right. We are back. Move on, talking about the environment. Now, one very important part of the environment for humans is the water. Since we drink with it and wash things with it. Its two main purposes, but of course, other technically things we do with it as well. Like cooking. So we should probably talk about the water wars. And who will be the first American city to completely run out of water? Oh, Frizzla's trying to sell me music rights for mod shipness. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
This is your neighborhood, and then this is what's all around.
And they constantly building.
And this is where they want to put the desalination plant.
Yeah. Over to the right, down that street.
That water is for the refineries and industry.
It's not fair. It's just not fair.
This town with 500,000 residents is about to completely run out of water.
Our main water sources
immediately, if not sooner,
which is insane.
Corpus Christi is running out of water, but how bad is it?
Officials are warning that that city could face a water emergency.
Who's to blame? That question is at the center of this latest battle in Texas's water wars. On one side are residents who are being ordered to curtail their water usage as the city nears a water emergency.
Your narratives are constantly changing. We're running out of water. No, we're not running out of water. Our narrative has never changed.
And on the other side of the fight, giant oil, gas, and petrochemical companies wielding their power over local lawmakers.
Are your members willing to shut down operations if there is a severe emergency that's declared?
Well, they never want to shut down operations.
I came to Corpus Christi during a critical time as city council, state, and federal lawmakers have to figure out how to navigate their way out of this urgent crisis.
We don't matter to them. All we are is just a location. We're a pot of gold that they want.
I'm at City Hall right now for a city council meeting that's about to start where angry residents are coming here today to make their voices heard that they don't want industry to be taking their water and they want to know what lawmakers are willing to do to stop it.
We want a city council that works for our community as it's meant to be.
With the city facing down a water supply emergency, city officials are weighing their options.
It seems like big industry and DSA will win because greed causes people to simply not care about what they're doing to water and to the people of Corpus Christi.
Let's rewind a bit. How did we get here? More than 60% of Texas is currently in a severe drought or worse. But Corpus Christi's crisis is unique. More than 60% of the city's water supply is consumed by big industrial water customers, oil, gas, and petrochemical companies, guzzling tens of millions of gallons every day, billions of gallons every year.
Do you see these sources literally drying up?
Oh yes, yes, everybody does, because it's just shrinking and shrinking. We have to do a better job at relaying these messages, the implications.
Lifelong resident Mona Lytle says big industry's water use is driving people out of her neighborhood.
This way they can make us go away and disappear and say it was because of a need of water. But how can you say that when you constantly give an industry first deal of water? There's an area called Industry Road. Have you seen that?
No.
Oh, it's 20-some miles of industry. I could take you there. This is Industry Road.
She points to the refinery's cooling towers, where a majority of the city's water supply ends up.
See everything coming out? That's the dragon. That's the dragon smoke.
Mona toured us around the Hillcrest neighborhood, a historically black community where she grew up, that sits on the shores of Port Corpus Christi. She told me residents had been all but erased from the inner harbor, with homes and entire streets bought out to make way for big oil, gas, and petrochemical plants.
All these spaces, this is where we had property. We had property everywhere. And now it's just a few of us.
We don't water our lawns, we don't wash our cars. We need water for bathing, cooking, cleaning.
Residents across the city have been under level 3 water restrictions and face a $500 fine if they break the rules.
It's infuriating. Like, I boil eggs in the morning and I'll let my water cool and I'll leave it on the stove so that I can go and water my plants. I'm just like, this is so ridiculous.
Okay, maybe water restrictions make sense during a drought, right? But then Isabel Ariza told me something really crazy.
You have the highest volume water users. For 31 cents per 1,000 gallons, they can use all the water they want. They're exempt from the drought surcharge. The city's own water dashboard, it shows that high volume water users have used more water in 2025 when we were in drought stage 3 than they did in 2022.
So in the midst of drought, the city's policy is to allow big industrial users to keep guzzling as much as they want at lower cost, while residents face drought restrictions. Even as water supply went down, big industry's water use went up. The top industrial water users in the region consumed over 20 billion gallons in 2025.
Is that really accurate?
Well, that's what the city's reporting.
And get this, one of the largest water users is also one of the newest to come online. ExxonMobil and the Saudi state oil company got city officials to sign over a large portion of their water to build a $10 billion plant to make plastics from methane gas. It opened in late 2021. And another company, Steel Dynamics, also a big water user, opened around the same time. Collectively, these 6 corporations are some of the highest volume water users in Corpus Christi.
Yeah, companies sucking up all the water, getting first rights to do so before anybody else. People who are just trying to live, not make money, but live, right? Just to make their breakfast, take a shower, have a drink. But the corporations are getting preferential treatment in Corpus Christi, Florida. Shock of shocks. Florida putting corporations and oil companies before people. It's weird. I'm sorry, not Florida, Texas, right? Texas. Sorry. Texas. Shock of shocks. I mean, they're the same. They're basically the same place. Sorry, Florida and Texas, whichever one of you is more offended. But let's be real. You guys are pretty similar. Corporations before people. Ron DeSantis. Greg Abbott. Are those guys... The only difference between Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott is that Ron DeSantis can walk. Like, Ron can walk to the places that he's doing terrible things, and Greg has to roll to those places. The only two differences, there's the only difference between those two guys. They have the exact same beliefs. Yes, thank you, Columbia Regan. I realized my mistake. Like, I was like, wait a second, that's wrong. I knew it was in the South. I was like, that's not Florida, is it? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the correction. I made a huge, tiny mistakes. Made a huge, tiny mistake. Sorry, Texas. I love you. I know there's a bunch of you who watch the stream. Yeah, the entire Gulf is a oil company waste dump. It's true. Just keep ruining the environment down there. And the Republican governments continue to empower them to do just that. Just like the Trump administration's doing to the rest of the country.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to major changes underway at the U.S. Forest Service, the federal agency responsible for managing 193 million acres of public lands, forests and grasslands located across 43 states, the Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico. In late March, the Trump administration announced an extensive reorganization of the agency that'll shutter 57 of 77 research stations across the U.S. while relocating the agency's headquarters from Washington, D.C. to Salt Lake City, Utah. In a press release, the Forest Service chief, Tom Schultz, said, quote, "This is about building a Forest Service that's nimble, efficient, effective, and closer to the forests and communities it serves," he said. Our next guest describes the changes very differently. In an article headlined, "Trump Administration Orders Dismantling of the U.S. Forest Service," Jim Pattis writes, quote, "With the subtlety of a wrecking ball and the morality of a foreclosure notice, the Trump administration announced the most devastating attack on the U.S. Forest Service in the agency's 121-year history. Not a budget cut, not a policy shift, not a reorganization, an execution. The largest public land agency in the country just handed on a silver platter to the people who've spent their entire careers trying to destroy it." Jim Pattis is a conservationist and filmmaker. He runs the organization and newsletter More Than Just Parks. Together with his brother, Will Pattis, they track threats to public lands across the country. Joining us now from Atlanta, Georgia. Jim Pattis, thanks so much for being here. Explain what's at stake.
Yeah, well, Amy, you said it at the top here. The Forest Service manages over 193 million acres of our public land. That's larger than the state of Texas. It's more than twice the amount of land that the National Park Service manages. This is a critically important agency, and it's kind of the backbone of our public lands. What the Trump administration has announced that they're doing, when you move the headquarters from Washington, D.C. to Salt Lake City, Utah, we need to keep in mind Salt Lake City, Utah, this is the state that is currently suing the federal government to take control of 18.5 million acres of your public land. It's an unprecedented lawsuit. And when you move the headquarters there, you're sending a signal that you agree with what this state is doing. Utah has already signed unprecedented agreements with the Forest Service to give them management control of their lands, of the Forest Service lands within the state. And then, shuttering 57 of 77 research facilities. The Forest Service research program is the foremost forest research program in the world. It provides critical information for how we manage our forests as well as fight wildfires. And then the regional offices, that's another big one. They're shuttering all 9 Forest Service regional offices. This is really where the institutional knowledge of the Forest Service is housed. And when you get rid of those offices, the goal here is to make the agency subservient to the resource extraction industry that the Trump administration is aligned with.
Can you talk about...
Yeah, this is so upsetting to me. Like, I know not everybody has like a deep connection to the environment, but I do. And I feel like it's a, it's a real fucking loss. Like, we can't survive. First off, it just doesn't bear a utilitarian perspective. We can't survive on this planet without the rest of the organisms. Right? If they all stop existing, if we let the whole planet just burn down, we're not going to be able to survive. We don't have like magical ability to just produce food out of nothing. Right? And without like an intricately interconnected like ecosystem functioning, we're done. And it is intricately connected. It's like a bunch of dominoes. If the wrong dominoes fall, the whole thing comes down. And we just continue to allow it to go on for too long. And in fact, we now have somebody who's actively like hateful of the planet in charge of this country. And we gotta somehow find a way to stop him from lighting it all on fire.
Can you talk about who you think the Forest Service is being given over to? I mean, first of all, obviously sending from Washington, D.C., the Forest Service to Salt Lake City, you're going to lose a massive amount of experience for people who cannot move. But then talk about who it's in the hands of, who's in charge now.
Yeah, I think something people need to understand is the Trump administration has done this before on a much smaller scale. In Trump's first term, they moved the Bureau of Land Management, another very large public land management agency, from Washington, D.C., the headquarters from D.C. to Grand Junction, Colorado. That resulted in 87% of the affected staff walking out the door. Only 3 people showed up to the new office at Grand Junction. And, you can talk to people who work at the Bureau of Land Management now and did under the Biden administration. President Biden moved it back to D.C., but the agency has never recovered. I mean, you're talking about so much institutional knowledge and key people leaving out the door because they simply can't uproot their lives and their families to move to this far-flung, new headquarters. Same thing's playing out here with the Forest Service, but on a much larger scale. This decision will impact up to 5,000 employees, and this is an agency that has already lost over a fourth of its entire staff since Trump took office last January. And then you asked me about, who this hands it to. I mean, I think, look no further than the state of Utah and the anti-public lands movement. You can look throughout the Trump administration up and down in positions of leadership in land management agencies. These are people who are avowed proponents of transferring our federal public lands to states and private interests. The sitting chief of the United States Forest Service, his previous job was as the executive of a logging company. That's unprecedented in the history of the Forest Service to have the chief as a logging executive. And so, the current nominee for the Bureau of Land Management is former Congressman Steve Pierce from New Mexico. And this is a man who said Theodore Roosevelt was wrong to create national parks and national forests. So the intent here is obvious. It's to hollow out this agency and hand it to the resource extraction industry and prepare it for potentially the eventual transfer of our public lands to states.
You've called it asset stripping, and you say it's illegal. Explain, Jim.
Illegal?
Well, you know, asset stripping is a term that is used in private equity, and it's basically where you have people come in. You know, this happened famously with Sears, right? Where you come in and you strip out all the parts that are worth any value and you sell them off. And then you leave a hollowed out shell of the company. And that's what the Trump administration is doing with our public lands. The Secretary of the Interior famously calls them America's balance sheet. And what they've been doing is raiding them and giving them to their allies in the resource extraction industry. So that's been the goal here with what the Trump administration is doing. And yeah, when you do that, you know, you leave a broken agency, and I think, you know, what they want to do is break the Forest Service, you know, drain it of its ability to manage our lands properly, and then you know, leave it they can point at this broken agency and say, you know, look, this thing doesn't work very well anyway. We already now have these new state directors, which they've created, which will be basically political appointees and liaisons for the Forest Service to work with states in managing the forests. And they'll be able to say, look, we've already kind of got this set up for the states to take over. Why don't we just, you know, go ahead and do it?
There you go. Jim Patiz. I can't know exactly. Patiz. Filmmaker, writer, conservationist, speaking with Amy Goodman about the National Forest Service, which is being dismantled by the Trump administration, something we've been talking about since basically day one. They've been doing it. Selling public lands to the highest bidder, rescinding and rolling back EPA regulations intended to protect the environment and the people living in the environment. All of it they think is superfluous and irrelevant.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yep. All right, let's start in the Pacific Northwest. Here, King 5 Seattle. 4 days ago, mounting gray whale deaths cross a troubling threshold. Numbers exceeding expectations. Worrying scientists about whale mortality in the Pacific.
It's just majestic, really.
Braving the smell was worth it for Zach Rose.
I've always wanted to see something like this up close without, you know, wishing harm on anything.
And his fiance, Mariah Scroggins.
I feel lucky to have been able to observe without stressing it out in life, but it breaks my heart so much to have been able to immediately recognize there's something wrong with it.
After an examination, biologists determined this almost 40-foot-long emaciated gray whale died of starvation. He's the fifth to wash up at ocean shores since March. This gray whale appeared about 5 miles south on Friday.
It is heartbreaking. It's, you know, I used to say in recent years, you know, oh, these deaths are worrisome, but they're not yet alarming. Well, now they are alarming. You know, they've clearly got our attention.
John Clallam-Bokidis from the Cascadia Research Collective expects to break last year's record for deceased whales found on the coast and in Puget Sound. Boaters discovered this one in Deception Pass Saturday. There have been 13 dead gray whales found up and down the Washington coast and at least 2 more in Oregon since March.
Okay, now I want to go back to this here, because these 3 here in Puget Sound. Right, you can see this inlet essentially. If you look at a map of Washington, it's the top left corner of Washington State. And those three are the ones that worry me the most. It's a troubling trend. But the three and those ones are the ones that confirm the thing that we've been talking about, that this trend may be a result of, as well as the latest evidence in this last whale being in starvation levels, as well as this one in Seaside here. The fact that in ocean shores, you see these ones that are like inland, these are really worrisome, right? The ones that make it inland and then die, these whales, we have a serious problem, okay? With the increased acidification and increased ocean temperature out there in the seas, got a serious problem. You got it's two different things, right? A, the change in temperatures is causing fish and other small prey creatures that the whales, which are mostly filter feeders, right, need to survive. It causes those small organisms to shift their patterns, right? They move around based a lot of times based upon temperature. Not in all cases, but a lot of times. To help regulate their own internal temperatures. They just go to warmer or colder water depending on what they like. However, the patterns that they're taking are changing dramatically as a result of the shifting ocean temperatures. But the whales have eons of instinctual past basically much of the migratory patterns of whales are determined by what they learn from their parents early on and a number of other factors, right? Including where the prey goes. When they can't find the prey, they start looking for the prey, and they wind up in all these fucking crazy places, like in this inlet and or in the sound, right? Like in the Puget Sound here, where they should not be. They don't belong there. They belong in open water. It's just going to get worse and worse. Even if the food is there, if it's not where it's supposed to be, the whales are going to be fucking confused. But also, due to the acidification of the ocean, the other thing that I mentioned, the prey itself is dwindling in populations, struggling to survive. You know, little things like krill, which is a big, you might not know this, but krill is a big piece of many of the whales' diets. Krill is basically just tiny little shrimp. But the shrimp shells can't solidify and calcify properly in an overly acidic ocean. So then they don't mature, they don't get to the right size, and or they don't even survive, and the whales never find them. Anyway, let's move on now down south to California. NBCLA. And it's time now, of course, for fire season. Videos like this had me on my toes 4 days ago. Strong gusts whipping the inland empire.
All right, turning to our weather, those strong winds will continue tonight in many parts of Southern California, including the IE. Yes, the Inland Empire. NBC4's Christian Cáceres is live in Oak Hills, where he's been feeling those winds all day. And boy, can we hear them too, Christian.
And well, that's right. I can tell the winds have really picked up over the last couple of hours. And I'm not going to lie, it's becoming at times difficult to just stand still. But you can really hear and feel the wind just blowing everywhere. You can see it just pushing the tree around, all the plants and vegetation in the area. And also check out this U.S. flag here behind us here. It hasn't stopped moving for the last several hours. And several families that we spoke to today say they really feel the wind when it picks up in this area. Now, it's been a similar scene across much of the high desert. We're talking about Victorville through Hesperia. We found trees, flags, street signs, and of course a lot of dust just blowing across many of the neighborhoods. Now, the best advice is to tie down anything around your property that could blow away. And if possible, bring it indoors. Now, there is a wind advisory in effect until Wednesday morning for gusts up to 45 miles per hour. And on the roads, many drivers say windy days like today can be dangerous, especially on portions of the freeways in the Inland Empire that pass through wind tunnels.
When I ride my motorcycle to work, I have to ride it behind the building so it doesn't tip over. I had a motorcycle tip over in the parking lot one time.
Certain freeways you don't go on. You don't want to be near a truck.
Yeah. Now, of course, the other thing that you worry about, the thing that I worry about when I see big winds in places like Los Angeles, are fires. Now, thankfully, no fires. No big fires were started by this bout of wind. But of course, that LA fire last year, that was because of wind and a number of other factors. Apparently, Mayor Bass met with President Trump on Thursday to talk about wildfire recovery resources, which he, of course, was holding out on a stick, demanding that California pass legislation in its state. A truly depraved and sick political move. A madman. Let's see how this meeting went.
Right now at 4:30, Mayor Karen Bass and President Trump just wrapped up a conversation about funding to rebuild following the Palisades fire.
All right, Mayor Bass joins us live on the phone with the exclusive details of her conversation with the president that you're going to hear for the first time. Mayor Bass, we appreciate your time here this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Glad to have the opportunity to speak.
Let's talk about it. What specifically did you ask the president for, and what will the money be used for?
Sure. Well, the bottom line is that in order for the Palisades to be rebuilt, there is a lot of money needed to put the infrastructure back together again, whether we were talking about the streets or what's underneath the streets, undergrounding the electrical. So there's a lot of infrastructure work that needs to be done, and the city cannot afford it. So getting the resources from the federal government, which is normal, is absolutely essential, because our general fund could never withstand the hit, because we are talking about several $1 billion. And so Catherine Barger and I have been working with the administration on the funding that is needed, as well as, of course, the governor has been working on this as well. And so that was the nature of our meeting. It was a very positive meeting. I do believe that we will get the resources that we need. The individuals in the meeting was the president's chief of staff, as well as the head of the Office of Management and Budget, which is essentially where the resources would come from. Russ Voigt was in the meeting. And so it was very positive. And the fact that Russ was there sends the signal from the president that he wants to get this done. So there's a lot of follow-up for us to do. But we had been working with the administration.
Okay. Well, there you go. According to Karen Bass, Donald Trump seemed to take it seriously. I assume she's referring to Russell Vogt, the director of the OMB, which would make sense, if he's trying to take this seriously. The guy in charge of budget would be the guy. Although you would think you would also want maybe like the FEMA director there or something. Although they're sort of between people over there, aren't they, right now? Is Mark Wayne fully... I can't remember if he did get... The Senate... The Senate, The Senate confirmed Mark Wayne. It did. Okay. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, they're not between people. You would think you would want Mark Wayne Mullen
I don't
there,
want reality.
You had a sandstorm today? What, in New Mexico? God damn, I did not hear about that. That one got by me somehow. There's been a few things on my radar. Quite a few things on my radar, but I missed that one. I'm sorry. Sorry to say. However, there's been a number of different wildfires on my radar. We're just going to go across the country, starting in Utah. Here's KSL News Utah from 4 days ago. Wildfire growing near Goshen. Homes evacuated as a precaution. You can see it crawls all the way up this hill. As we talked about before, fire tends to crawl up hills. When you think about it, heat rises. And uphill, you have more fuel. Right? Trees, leaves, branches. And so it naturally grows uphill. You can see this really take off quite quickly. Now, I forgot to grab update videos on this thing for everybody, but I've got one. Actually, wait, no, I think I got one. I'm sorry. I've only got one update video on this one here, coming out of NBC Montana. I think this was like on the border.
In Missoula, what's been approved and what it could pave the way for. First tonight, as we come on the air with our live broadcast at 6 o'clock, the latest update shows no containment yet for the East Side fire south of Red Lodge. And right now, the fire is estimated at 1,200 acres, and officials lifted evacuation orders for residents south of Howell Gulch Road toward Lake Fork Road. And evacuation warnings are for areas including north of Howell Gulch Road.
Jesus, look at that thing. Look at the winds. The winds have the smoke flat against the hills. That's got to be like 40, 50 mile per hour winds right there. That's not going to help. Holiday Circus, thank you for the follow on Twitch. But Montana wasn't the only windy place. Illinois and a number of other places, like Oklahoma, saw some very powerful winds this week. Tornadoes across the Midwest. Start here with the AP from last week. I think this was last Sunday or last Saturday. All right, well, that was the AP from last weekend. The next day, they posted this with high winds and tornadoes reported through Wisconsin and Missouri. Good Lord. There you can see the damage in Wisconsin. And Missouri, buildings ripped to shreds. Roofs torn off. No, now later on, in the week, I think this is from Thursday, as tornadoes barreled through Oklahoma, some managed to get clips of the destruction as it was happening.
Tornado, look at that. It's a satellite tornado. Good night. Give me that thing, please. Oh, my man.
It is still a large tornado on the ground going through the wind farm out here.
Oh my God.
This is ridiculous.
A double tornado, really? Wow. Those are some powerful looking tornadoes right there. Now, unfortunately for everybody in the Midwest, the most powerful day of storm activity is forecasted for today. Well, Monday, to be more specific. Here's AccuWeather with the forecast. Oh, wait, before we get to that. Before we get to the forecast, this is an eyewitness to the Oklahoma storm here. Also from AccuWeather.
Hello, search and rescue!
You always hear everybody talk about the train going through. Sound like a locomotive. I heard the train. And it's a fact. We stood right over there and listened to it go again. And it was pretty intense there for a while. Been here since 1971, so this ain't the first time I've watched tornadoes from right here. And but this was the biggest one that came right over our head by far and showed.
Monday now is a high risk for severe weather, and this could be the most dangerous day of the outbreak. Storms will stretch from Louisiana all the way up to Chicago and southern Wisconsin. The greatest concern, though, is in that level 3 out of 4 high risk zone. This stretches from Cape Girardeau, Missouri through St. Louis and up to Peoria, Illinois. Expect widespread damaging winds up to 80 miles an hour, large hail, tornadoes, and the potential for flash flooding. This is the peak of a multi-day severe weather event beginning this weekend and extending until at least Tuesday. So make sure you're ready to act quickly if warnings are issued.
Wait, pause. I was too slow. Oh, it was like a short clip. Wait, hold on, back. Go back. Go back.
Yeah, this is my room.
This is in the wrong spot. Why is that there? And I went too far. Hold on. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm fucking this up so badly. All right. I'm taking this opportunity to do something really quickly. Okay, there we go. All right. Back to this fucking map that I wanted. I need another chip. I'm so hungry right now. Okay. So as you can see, the area of danger moves from the southern Midwest, Oklahoma, Arkansas, northern Texas, a little bit of Nebraska in there, and Missouri. And it starts moving east through Monday and into Tuesday. Monday, it's going to be much of Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi. Also, Illinois is going to be dead center in the middle of all this. And you got Indiana as well up here. Kentucky? Yeah, Kentucky too. It's hard to tell with the way the map is. But by April, I'm sorry, but by Tuesday, it goes even further east through parts of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and western New York. So just a friendly reminder for anybody who's in any of those states, keep an eye out for storm activity the next 48 hours. Although much of the risk is going to be today, Monday, in sort of the central time zone area. Illinois is going to get the worst, it looks like. All right. Up next, Colorado, where more windy and dry conditions have led to multiple wildfires. Denver 7, 3 days ago.
First tonight, we are on wildfire watch. Right now, crews are battling multiple blazes across the state as critical fire danger returns to Colorado. Glad you're with us for Denver 7 News at 6 this Wednesday. I'm Jessica Porter.
And I'm Jacqueline Allen. We are tracking 4 fires in different areas of the state. Let's get you up to speed on what we know so far.
On the Eastern Plains, mandatory evacuations are in place for a wildfire in Flagler. If you are between County Road 1 and County Road 4, leave immediately and head to the Wheatland Conference Center. Part of I-70 westbound is shut down from Flagler to Siebert due to fire activity. Officials say it is moving fast, but no word yet on exactly how big it is.
Pre-evacuations have been lifted here in Grand County near Kremling. Crews say the Sulphur Gulch fire sparked this afternoon in the area of Skylark Ranch. This is north of Highway 40. The Grand County Sheriff says it burned 4 acres. Emergency officials say a wildfire burning in Yuma County is now under control. This one sparked at County Road 26 and County Road T. Multiple aircraft ordered to help fight the flames. And this is a very rural area, no structures burned. The sheriff's office is asking anyone with information about how this fire started to contact them.
And crews are getting control of a fire in Pueblo. Officials say that one burned about 8 acres east of I-25 near the Pueblo Mall. The Pueblo County Sheriff's Office says fire crews are now mopping up there.
Nearly half a dozen fires started in Colorado this week in very dry, windy conditions. And more fires started all across the country, including in Georgia and Florida. I think it's actually a combination of like 2 different fires are raging right now. I believe they're near like the Florida-Georgia line, mostly. Let's start here. 4 days ago. I'm going to go through these chronologically. Associated Press. And this one sort of just hit me. I mean, I don't know. It seems like this one took everybody by surprise. But the first story I have is entitled "Wildfires in Georgia Destroy Nearly 50 Homes and Force Evacuations." So by the time the Associated Press is talking about it, already dozens of homes destroyed and people evacuated. But you look at these videos are insane. These fires look so hot. I know you're saying that's a weird thing to say, but just look at them. It like kind of just makes me hot looking at them up close. You can see emergency vehicles, planes trying to make it to help fight back these fires, but it continued to rage through the week.
Let's begin this morning with those massive wildfires that are tearing through parts of the southeast this morning.
A state of emergency is in place for 91 counties in southern Georgia. That's half of the state. The flames have destroyed dozens of homes. Officials say the fire spread so quickly in some areas that residents had no warning. CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry joins us from Waynesville, Georgia this morning. Skylar, where are you? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Vlad, we are in what we believe to have been a mobile home park in this area where we know that there has been a considerable amount of damage because of the fire that we have seen all throughout this area. If you look off into the distance, that is what an upstanding mobile home is. And right here is what we believe to have been something just the same, completely leveled by the fire. And you can look around and see all of the personal belongings that have been damaged, everything from stoves to toys that are left inside of this area. If you look over here, there is the shell of a car with all sorts of belongings inside. There's some cans in there. Looks like some other people's personal belonging inside of this can as well. And we've been here throughout the last 24 hours or so, really looking to see sort of the extent of this damage. The air quality is still pretty tough in this area. It's tough to breathe, hence the N95s. Officials say that they are concerned about these extremely dry conditions that will continue to linger in and around this area as well. It's expected to be in the upper 80s here. And they say that there isn't going to be any sort of precipitation, at least for the next several days, and it's only going to be a little bit, though firefighters are hoping that that can help a little bit as far as containment here. Where we are in Brantley County, the fire is about 15% contained. About 65 miles from here is what they're calling the Pineland Road fire. That's only about 10% contained at this hour. More than 100 firefighters are working that as well. A lot of resources are needed in this area, so much so that the Georgia National Guard is sending troops out here as well. We should expect to see them on the ground in the next several hours. They will be assisting officials both on the ground and in the air as this fire continues to spread.
Yeah. So, after over a day, very little containment, as you just heard, on any of these fires in Georgia. 10, 15% containment. That's basically just a completely out of control fire. Continuing going through these clips. Next one's from the Associated Press from 3 days ago.
My house is gone.
That's rough. That's a rough one. All right, staying on this horrifying situation, continuing to go through the week. Next one up, CBS News. 2 days ago now. Friday.
CBS News senior national correspondent Mark Strassman joins us now from the ground there in Waynesville, Georgia. I know you're tracking all the wildfires where you are, Mark, and the smoke is still visible all around you. Tell us what you're seeing, what it feels like, what it smells like.
It smells horrible here, Errol. We all know that our clothes are going to reek of smoke at the end of the day. That's just the way it is. It's nothing compared to what these people are going through. We've been trying to get closer to the scene of the fires, and these checkpoints keep popping up. I see that one behind me. That just went up about 15, 20 minutes ago. Some fire trucks went racing that way. It must have been a new fire, another new fire from overnight. And keep in mind when you see these pictures you're about to, that the wildfires are only only 15% contained.
We put up our drone for this view of Waynesville, the epicenter of South Georgia's apocalypse. Houses, cars, anything in the path of the flames, gone. Lisa Grogg told us her loss.
Everything, which might not be a lot to some, but it meant a lot to us.
This is Grogg's uninsured house. There's nothing left.
I made it home to get my dog.
Jesus Christ. That's the most depressing sentence ever. This is so fucked up. This is her uninsured. This is her uninsured house. While you're looking at a pile of ashes. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Come on. Come on. Come on.
This is ridiculous.
Uninsured. Somehow even more devastating. Thanks, capitalism.
Grogg's uninsured house. There's nothing left.
I made it home to get my dogs as the fireman was putting the water hose up to my house and telling me I had to leave.
Rural South Georgia is battling a pair of wildfires roughly 65 miles apart. Miraculously, no lives lost. But Brantley County's fire has incinerated more than 80 structures.
Our biggest worry is always life. You know, people having enough time to evacuate you.
These fires have been so intense, smoke hovered over downtown Atlanta, 260 miles away. Southeastern Georgia has seen just 11 inches of rain since last September. That's almost 15 inches below normal, turning nature into kindling. Lisa Grogg broke down in tears when she finally returned to her charred home.
Every day we'd get up and grumble about, I know y'all probably do it too, you know, God, I got to go to work, and you know, I just want to go back to that life, normal.
The number of homes like that
Lisa just wants to go back to a normal life of grumbling. Good God.
This is ridiculous.
Horrifying. And it just continued to get worse all week, unfortunately. And over the weekend. As those wildfires continued growing. You know, I don't like being the guy saying that I told you that we were going to have a really bad year with fires and storms, probably, you know, tornadoes, hurricanes, wildfires, stuff like that. I don't like being the guy that's proven right about those sorts of things. In fact, I would love to be the Nostradamus of good stuff. You know, like the next lottery numbers, things like that.
In South Georgia, 2 massive wildfires have scorched more than 38,000 acres and destroyed more than 100 homes. Governor Brian Kemp toured the damage yesterday and met with first responders trying to contain the flames on the ground and from the sky. Extreme drought has turned the region into a tinderbox, allowing fires to spread. CBS News senior national correspondent Mark Strassman reports from the wildfire zone in Waynesville, Georgia.
In rural South Georgia, winds keep shifting this wildfire's front line. New fires sparked overnight. Walls of flame shot 50 feet high. 120 homes gone in 2 wildfires. This calamity had a random spark.
We believe it was started by a balloon landing on a power line causing an arc that created the fire.
That fire took Anna and Scott Dudek's house.
We started gathering things up, watching the fire literally on our property, headed right for the house.
They saw flames coming and fled with 4 kids and 10 dogs to Florida. In the car, she watched their home burn on her phone.
You had Ring cameras in the house and you were watching?
And when both of my devices were offline and it was black and I couldn't see no more, it was like so gut-wrenching because then I knew like they got what I call home.
Everyone here is looking for a spark of hope.
I'm down, but I'm not out.
We met Jesse Morgan at his ravaged automotive business. He started it in 1996, 30 years, up in flames. He told us his insurance denied his claim. Acts of God aren't covered.
I definitely could use some help, but I guess my pride is too much. I'm not going to get out there and ask for it.
You know,
Jesus Christ, buddy. Swallow your fucking pride. Good Lord. These insurance companies are criminals. Acts of God aren't covered. What's the insurance for exactly? And what's an act of God? Anything could be an act of God. In fact, act of God shouldn't be a thing, because you know why? God doesn't exist. You can't prove that God exists. Which is why it should not be something that you can put into a legal contract. All right, up next. WSB TV from yesterday. Vids of National Guard troops dropping.
Severe Weather Team 2 coverage tonight at 6 on the wildfire fight and the statewide response. Let's begin with Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie live at the Clay National Guard Center in Cobb County. And Mark, you've been in contact with the National Guard today and they're ready.
Georgia National Guard Colonel Will Cox says Thursday, Georgia National Guard helicopters, some like this Black Hawk, dropped nearly 40,000 gallons of water on wildfires in South Georgia, and he anticipates an even bigger number today and in the days to come because more choppers are now in the fight. And he thanks the couple you're about to hear from for their help.
The fires have been burning for several days, and lots of people have lost their homes. So it was a relief to see a helicopter that big that can carry that much water, join the fight.
It's a challenging mission, but these guys are well equipped to be able to deliver.
Ernest and Brooklyn Hunters say their venue in Waynesville in fire-ravaged Brantley County, called the Hunter Barn, hosts weddings and other blessed events, and they consider it a big blessing that a pair of Georgia National Guard CH-47 Chinooks were using the scenic pond at the venue to scoop big buckets of water to fight the wildfires that have already destroyed the homes of relatives and friends.
We've got a lot of family that have lost their homes, and a lot of them are still under threat. We're really glad they're able to use the pond.
Georgia National Guard Colonel Will Cox.
Our guardsmen train to fight and win on the battlefield, and they also train to fight fires.
Besides the Hunter video, we also got imagery from the Georgia National Guard.
You're looking out the side of a UH-60 Blackhawk. You're now seeing the shoes of the crew chief as he's guiding the bucket onto the fire with the pilots. You'll see the crew chief.
My God, it's such an immense amount of smoke and fire. Seeing it from that vantage point just really gives you a sense of how
the water
fast it really
onto
is.
the fire.
Colonel Cox says the Guard has 4 Blackhawks from Metro Atlanta in the fight and 2 of the big Chinooks. My colleague Richard Elliott grabbed an interview for us with Georgia National Guard Commanding General Dwayne Wilson whom we're told visited the vicinity of the fires to put eyes on the operation.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep going through these clips. We still got a bunch of these.
We turn now to the wildfires in Georgia, now just 15% contained. And what about how they started? We've got new information on at least one of them. Our senior national correspondent, Mark Strassman, is in the disaster zone with the latest. Mark, good evening to you.
Good evening, Tony. I want to show you this car lot, more than 100 older cars, and it's a total loss. Every day is a wild card with these wildfires, which have already burned more homes than any fire in Georgia history.
In rural South Georgia, winds keep shifting this wildfire's front line. New fires sparked overnight.
You know, I keep saying this. I've been saying it for years now. But climate change is real. And it's things like this that make it clear that it's real. We continue to have historic-sized storms, fires, floods, droughts, whatever. And it's like, it's just insane. The most, basically this is already, this was as of, oh, this is actually out of order. This is as of 2 days ago. Was already the most catastrophic wildfire in Georgia's history in terms of property damage.
Walls of flame shot 50 feet high. 120 homes gone in 2 wildfires. This calamity had a random spark.
We believe it was started by a balloon landing on a power line causing an arc that created the fire.
That fire took Anna and Scott Dudek's house.
We started gathering things up, watching the fire literally on our property, headed right for the house.
They saw flames coming and fled with 4 kids and 10 dogs to Florida. In the car, she watched their home burn on her phone.
You had Ring cameras in the house, and you were watching?
And when both of my devices were offline and it was black and I couldn't see no more, it was like so gut-wrenching because then I knew.
Okay. Already saw that clip, I remember now. Sorry, let me keep going through these Action News Jacks and... I'm sorry, Action News Jacks. I assume this is Jacksonville. From yesterday. Georgia wildfire continues growing. Florida firefighter dies.
Thank you, Sarah. This morning, 87 people are without a home in Brantley County as crews continue to work on the fire that started from a balloon hitting a power line. Now, not just homes, but businesses are also destroyed because of that fire. Action News Jack's Jessica Salinas is live this morning at the Brantley County Airport. Jessica, right now we understand there was a curfew that started last night.
That's right, Deja. Now road closure is what people are experiencing this morning, and that curfew kind of started to avoid any type of accidents on the roadway. It started last night around 8:30 and will wrap up here in the next 30 minutes. Curfew covers areas like Atkinson to Waynesville area, which includes Highway 110 and 259. State officials said more than 500 personnel from the Georgia Forestry Commission are working alongside local and state agencies to battle the flames that has destroyed nearly 100 structures. Many people that live here are just trying to come with terms with their new reality. However, those folks from Brantley County are strong and they are not letting tragedy define them. According to Brantley County Sheriff's Office, the fire is about 15% contained as of 8 p.m. last night. For local coverage you can count on, reporting live in Brantley County, Jessica Salinas, Action News Jax.
First responders have gone door to door to all mandatory evacuation areas. Most recently, 110 West to Post Road between Highway 82 and Highway 32.
Okay. Mandatory evacuations called. Florida firefighter dying fighting these fires. Let's see how some of the people affected by these fires are feeling.
Local and state responders. Officials have also opened an American Red Cross location in Brunswick as more families have lost their homes.
It's all gone.
Johnny Inky is among those Brantley County residents who've lost everything. He says he hopes government support can directly reach Brantley County residents.
I just want the government to get FEMA here to start helping people. There's a lot of people here that needs the help.
For local coverage you can count on, Jasmine Butler, Action News Jax.
And crews are also working on an even larger wildfire to the west of Brantley County. Taking a look at the Georgia
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp walking through what he called some of the worst wildfire damage the state has ever seen. Officials say 2 massive fires are burning in South Georgia, now the most dangerous in the country, so far destroying dozens of homes and threatening hundreds more. And good day's Tyler Fingert is in Brantley County this morning, where the most destructive fire is burning. Evacuation still underway. Good morning, Tyler.
Yeah, Caitlin, good morning to you. This is a community that is waking up on this Saturday morning with a fire that is still very much burning. You can kind of smell the smoke out here. You can also kind of see a haze because that fire obviously still going at this hour. Take a look behind me. We've moved in the last about 30 minutes. We're giving you a different look. This is a wooded area that has already burned. You can kind of see the tree is black, the ground covered in ash over here. The governor came here to tour the region, and across this area the damage really tells the story, with dozens of homes gone. This morning the fight to save businesses and homes is far from over.
From the air and ground, it's a race against time in South Georgia as 2 fast-moving and destructive wildfires burn out of control.
We believe that these 2 fires have created the most lost homes ever in the history of our state.
Officials say the fires in Clinch and Brantley counties are the most dangerous burning anywhere in America.
What I'd love to know is when are all the Republicans in Georgia going to start accepting that climate change is a real thing? I'm muted. I know. I figured that out a second ago. Thank you, both of you, for mentioning that. Just a reminder, everybody. Need to bring up during this difficult discussion. But we never completed the galactic content goal. We only made a little bit of progress, like 2 super chats worth of progress, even though we don't have super chats anymore. Somebody donated $10 on PayPal. And that's it. That's all you've seen all day. And as a result, I'm concerned. But you can contribute to the Galactic content. Go keep the Galactic Stream Nation alive. Keep the show going. You can do that in ways such as Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. And Patreon memberships, both new and upgraded. Okay, still got more clips of this fire, which over the last couple days has continued to get worse. Fox weather up next. From yesterday. Well,
Florida's also
Saturday.
dealing with wildfire. Several fires burning across northern Florida, near Gainesville, near Jacksonville. The railroad fire, one that we're watching in Putnam County, burned more than 4,700 acres. So it's not just in Georgia, it's also in Florida. And the reason being, it's been so dry. You heard Robert mention.
Absolutely. And, you know, to add insult to injury, there's a ton of fog out there this morning. Is right along I-10.
I'll be right back.
Sometimes when you have fog that mixes with smoke, you get what's called a super fog, and that can actually paralyze driving. So please be careful there. Melanie, one thing I wanted to point out real quick was the Pineland Road fire in South Georgia is 32,000 acres. And I know for some folks, they're like, all right, like, what does that actually mean? How big is that? And so if you look at the size of a football field, a traditional American football field, and include the end zones, that is the size roughly of 24,000 football fields. That's the size of that fire, and that's why this is such a big deal.
Yeah, and that's why it continues to cause a lot of issues in the immediate area. And you always have to really watch what the wind is doing and how the wind behaves. Can it help to spread some of those flames? So specifically looking closer at that Highway 82 fire, this is one that just blew up this past week. From hundreds of acres Tuesday, within 24 hours, thousands of acres. So crews still work to contain this. And you look at the available moisture that's going forward over the next few days, maybe a slight increase would be nice.
Yeah, thank goodness. It looks like right along the southern coast of the United States, we should see more rain. So you'll note that from Dallas all the way through Atlanta, and then this is the area particularly that we need the rain, South Georgia. Looks like we should pick up on some rain. We're certainly seeing some of those showers move through the deep south as we speak, but the forecast calling for from Jackson to Montgomery, and then right along that corridor, the I-10, I-20 corridors, we're expecting to see some beneficial rain. So, Melanie, we will take every drop that we can get to help squash some of these fires.
Yeah, the relative humidity has been in the single digits, so anything that can help to increase that would be helpful. And yeah, Robert Ray said something so impactful yesterday. He said people were hoping that they would have a tropical system, right? To just increase the moisture. And how often do you hear people saying something like that? Just shows how dire the conditions have been.
Absolutely. So again, in the deep south from Atlanta to Birmingham, that's another, 3 to 5 inches of rain through the end of next work week. And then where we really need that rain here, again, about 1 to 2 inches. So south of Atlanta, you think about places like Valdosta down toward Tifton, and then perhaps about an inch or so of beneficial rain down that way. We are going to keep a very close eye on that for sure.
Okay. I'm back. Oh, shit. And my headphones just fell apart. That's good. Oh, God. When you get paid this week, one of the first things I'll be doing is donating. Oh, thank you, young Chris. Appreciate you. Got a couple of clips here from Atlanta News First. This one's from 22 hours ago.
Right now, 2 historic wildfires are raging across South Georgia, destroying dozens of homes in their path. The Pipeline Road fire in Clinton, Eccles County, and the Highway 82 fire in Brantley County are located about 250 miles south of Atlanta. Let's bring in Atlanta News First anchor Victor Williams. Victor, you have been covering these fires all week. We do have the latest on these fires, right?
Yeah, that's right. Officials, they gave us an update earlier this afternoon, and the bottom line really is that these fires are only getting worse, especially over in Brantley County, where the Highway 82 fire is now still only about 10 to 15% contained. Now, no reports of any new homes destroyed. That number still stands at 87, but now even more homes are threatened. The fire is about the size of 9,500 acres. That's about 15 square miles, or the size of Smyrna for context. Wind and drought conditions are making the task of knocking out the flames extremely difficult to complete for firefighters. The shifting wind now forcing even more people in the community to evacuate.
If you're out here today, you can feel this wind. It has stoked that fire, and this is a major event. So please, if you are given an evacuation order, because we've heard people say we're not leaving, please, if you're given an evacuation order, leave the scene. This fire is moving at a fast pace, and we do not have much control over where it's currently moving. Please leave.
Yeah, that guy sounds pretty concerned. Please leave. Seems clear enough. Hopefully people heeded that advice, as strong winds continue to drive those wildfires throughout Sunday. Here's an update from Atlanta News First from 10 hours ago now.
County leaders say the wildfires burning in South Georgia are significantly impacted by the wind. More than 100 homes are destroyed and thousands more at risk if the winds shift. In Brantley County, people are evacuating to 2 county-run shelters, or they're being taken to a Red Cross shelter in Brunswick. Thousands of acres of land have burned so far. The Brantley County manager shared this emotional message at the end of his update yesterday.
Number one, we've got some heartbroken folks that are working this fire. They've been
I don't think we need to hear this guy again.
You need to know we care.
County leaders add that they are not turning away any resources being offered to them. If you would like to help, they encourage you to donate to the Red Cross. In Metro Atlanta, the wildfires down south and the severe drought are leading several counties to issue burn bans. We have more information about those bans and the wildfires on AtlantaNewsFirst.com.
He reminds you of all of your school coaches. All right. Well, this one's from 4 hours ago out of Fox Weather. Last clip from the Georgia wildfires.
Sure does.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. This fire is unbelievable. These winds are, you can hear the wind in the microphone, and they are fueling this fire to an just unbelievable level. I can't believe what I'm looking at right there. It's like the Armageddon. Well, while America burns, a federal lawsuit is looking to overturn New York State's ban on fracking. Yes, we have to extract more oil. More oil so we can throw it on the fires and make them even larger.
This is ridiculous!
More than a decade after fracking was effectively banned in New York State, a federal lawsuit is looking to overturn that ban. In 2011, Madison Woodward and his son Thomas purchased 164 acres along Route 357 in the town of Sydney with the hope of cashing in on the potential for natural gas drilling in the underground Marcellus and Utica shale deposits. Their plan, like many others, was thwarted when New York State effectively banned high-volume hydraulic fracturing in 2015, citing environmental concerns over the process. The Woodwards, who live in Texas, subsequently sold the property at a loss in 2019, but retained its mineral rights. Thomas always maintained that their property rights had been illegally taken by New York State's decision.
Oh my god. So basically, a bunch of whiny land speculators had a capitalism happen. They invested in something that didn't work out. But now they're trying to sue the government to reverse the decision so that they can pillage the earth for money. Hopefully that lawsuit gets thrown out. Let's fuck those guys. Well, we're talking about gas extraction in New York State. We should go to the EU. Talk about their strategy to transition away from fossil fuels. Something we should all be doing. Here's Al Jazeera.
It's probably no surprise to anyone that this is exactly the sort of thing the European Union wants to see more of. I'm at a wind farm in Cyprus. For years, the EU has been trying to wean this continent off fossil fuels, replacing them with low-carbon options. Now, especially, the European Commission's new proposals are designed to help countries cope with the energy crisis from Iran's war. But they're not going big guns, though. No windfall taxes or price caps like after Russia invaded Ukraine. What they're doing is allowing countries to drop tax rates on energy by changing Europe's minimum rate rules, and also changing the balance so that electricity is always taxed lower than fossil fuels. Plus, there'll be emergency guidance on how to deal with any jet fuel shortages. So why nothing more flashy? Well, there is a limit to how much Brussels can actually do. It's national governments that control many of the crisis levers, but it's a strategic calculation too. Keep back some of the more extreme measures in case things get a lot worse. There is a wrinkle in the plan though, and Cyprus highlights it. This is the most oil-dependent economy in the EU. 86% of its power comes from this stuff. So it's all very well pushing electricity, but what if that electricity comes from oil and gas anyway? Now, he
keeps saying electricity as like I can't be, at least the way that he's saying it, he's talking about electricity like that's what renewables are. But they're making electricity from fossil fuels. I just want to point that out. This is not how you talk about this issue. But, you know, Cyprus, while they may get most of their fossil fuels, I mean, most of their electricity from fossil fuels, they could switch. Follow me. Cyprus is in the middle of the Mediterranean. Very sunny region of the world. And while fossil fuels might be their current source of electricity, it doesn't have to be. They have options. They're just not exercising those options. And of course, let's not forget about the ramifications of the use of fossil fuels. Because of course this week was Earth Week, Earth Day, or whatever it was. I think it was Wednesday or something like that. And we should probably keep that in mind. And we're not done talking about massive fires ravaging the planet, terrorizing and destroying communities all the way on the other side of the planet from Georgia in Japan. Wildfires raged, forcing the evacuation of thousands.
Two wildfires are raging in the northeastern Japanese prefecture of Iwate. The flames are spreading toward the center of Otsuchi town. More than 3,200 residents are under an evacuation order. Firefighters worked through the night. Helicopters resumed water drops Friday morning. More and more residents are taking refuge in evacuation centers. The fires broke out Wednesday. They've burned at least 1,100 hectares of land, including 8 buildings. There are no reports of injuries, but the spread prompted municipal officials to expand the evacuation order. Firefighters on the ground released this video Thursday. It shows knee-high flames rising from what look like leaves on the ground. The local weather is not expected to help. Only small bouts of light rain are expected over the next week. A dry air advisory will likely remain in place. For a closer look at the situation, NHK World's Murata Riho is in Otsuchi town. So Riho, it's getting really dark, I can see. What are you seeing at the moment?
I'm standing on a hilltop overlooking Otsuchi outside one of the evacuation centers. I've been reporting here since this morning, and now that it's dark, we can clearly see the fire as it burns on the other side of the valley. The wind has died down, but there's still a lot of smoke in the air and a strong burning smell. We've seen the fire growing noticeably in size since we got here just an hour ago. Road closures have also been expanded throughout the day. There was an urgent announcement around 5 p.m. calling on residents to evacuate immediately as the fire was approaching residential areas in a zone under an evacuation order. I talked to a group of Indonesian women earlier who were working in Otsuchi as technical intern trainees.
Monday's earthquake was big, so I was scared. My family in Indonesia is worried. It's scary now that wildfires have broken out.
We're already getting a very banner start to fire season. We're really at the cusp, the very beginning of fire season right now. And we're already seeing some massive blazes across the planet in the northern hemisphere. You don't see Cyprus getting Green New Dealed anytime soon. What do I know? You know, it's fair. I mean, I get what you're saying, but they really should. There's plenty of both wind and sun in the Mediterranean. They should be utilizing both. That's just my opinion. Just a guy who's like, hey, economically speaking, that free energy. Nearly free. Okay. Moving on from NHK World Japan, APT news next from yesterday, where these wildfires in Japan continued to rage. I don't think wildfires can be Japanese inherently. I don't think there's any national ownership to wildfires. But these wildfires continue to rage for a fourth day in Japan. The way this is worded is throwing me off. That's part of the problem. All right. Another clip here. Jesus. Look how far it goes. Okay, well, that's it on the wildfires in Japan, which I believe are still burning as we speak. Hopefully those people will get to safety. All right, well, we're actually making insane progress through all of this. I'm just realizing. I also want to say thank you to, well, I actually don't know who this is in the chat, but NP, thank you for the $4 on Cash App. I won't say your actual name, Since you didn't specifically say it in your message on Cash App. Since I don't like to dox people when they donate. Either way, I appreciate that. Helps us a little bit. Sadly, we are woefully short of the galactic content goal tonight. Let's see. How many have we done so far? 20. Damn. Not bad. Not bad at all. We've made it through almost 3/4 of the stream already, which is not shocking because we're 6 hours into it. I'm actually on time today. Oh, wow. I'm actually on time. Yeah, and if anybody's not aware, YouTube demonetized us. They took $700 from me. If you look down in the left-hand corner, instead of galactic deficit, which we technically completed this month, it's now the YouTube took a money deficit goal. $685. All the money that we earned in April, gone. I have no idea if they're going to return it to all of you, and I'll have no way of verifying that they've done that. I will know that I don't have that money. And we're no longer allowed to have super chats, super stickers, memberships, gift memberships, jewels, or ad money. Nor do we benefit when people watch on their premium subscriptions. YouTube just takes the money all for themselves. Okay. Now for some quick space news. Let's go here to BBC from last week. Talk about Artemis 2. Return to the moon. What all of this means for humanity in the latest space race.
RS-25 engines.
The first crewed moon mission in more than 50 years.
Booster ignition and liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon.
Wow! Oh my goodness!
4 NASA astronauts head further into space than anyone has ever been before. The Artemis 2 mission was the second launch of the Artemis program. Its long-term aim to eventually establish a human presence on the lunar surface and beyond.
I just kept saying to them yesterday, I really like it up here.
This is the first step, really, of sending humans back to the surface of the moon for a sustained presence.
From record-breaking feats and scientific breakthroughs to emotional moments.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again.
With the world watching, here is how the historic mission unfolded. It's been more than 50 years since there's been a crewed mission to the moon. NASA, the US government space agency, says it eventually aims to have a long-term human presence on the lunar surface and then go on to Mars.
This time it's different. With Artemis, we're going back to stay. We're going back to put a sustained presence on the moon, building a moon base, building that permanent presence. We're going to a different location, going to the South Pole where no one's been before.
This is galactic erasure. This is GSL erasure. You're right. This is GRT. This is the real GRT. It's galactic replacement theory.
You are not funny.
The mission to the moon and back will take around 10 days. For the first day, the astronauts will orbit the Earth, checking the spacecraft's vital systems. The crew will then begin a 4-day journey deeper into space than humans have ever been before. The Orion capsule won't land on the moon, it will fly around its far side before gravity guides it back towards Earth. Their 4-day journey back home will conclude with the capsule splashing down in the Pacific Ocean.
I am looking forward to seeing the Orion spacecraft under parachutes splashing down safely off the west coast of the United States. I mean, look, this is a dangerous mission. This is a test flight mission. Now, you have test pilots on board that spacecraft. You have astronauts that have trained for years. They know they're contributing to a far grander endeavor, but this is...
Thank you, Jared. Okay, that's Jared Isaacman, NASA administrator appointed by Donald Trump, best friend of Elon Musk, and billionaire entrepreneur. Douchebag. Anyways, we're going back to the moon. We went back to the moon. Well, kind of. We didn't actually go on the moon. We went there. You remember. It happened. But it does spark something of a race to see who can build the first base on the moon. China.
China!
United States.
Yeah!
All right. America can, should, must, and will kablam the moon? No, we can't kablam the moon. We need the moon for things like the tides. Ah, are we at this point already? Oh, and I had a secret. I honestly, today I was thinking, no big deal. We'll definitely complete a galactic content goal. I had a secret end video for all of us. A secret planned end video. Sunday Funday style. That's very sad. You don't even know what it is. It's not in the title. It's not in the thumbnail. But I did see somebody post about it in the chat earlier. I think somebody mentioned it today and yesterday. So I know people want to watch it. We haven't completed the galactic content. And that one's long. That one's long. That was going to be a bonus. That's very sad. All right. We'll go a little longer. Although I'm going to cut a few things out here. Just because. Just for time's sake. We're not gonna... We don't really need this, all of this. I was just putting this in here to pad the stream. You failed. You haven't failed. No one has failed, okay? If anything, I've failed. I've failed to meet my goal. It's not your fault. It's nobody's individual fault, actually. Let's just leave it at that. Nobody's fault. Everybody's donated what they can. I appreciate each and every one of you for that. We've covered most of what was on the thumbnail and on the title. So honestly, if anything, we've succeeded. We actually, when you think about it, we succeeded. Even though we didn't complete the galactic content goal. Even though that technically represents a bad thing, just try and find the silver lining. We did talk about everything we planned to today, regardless. So, you all at least get what you're promised here. And since it's technically still Sunday Funday, we're gonna watch this. Let's talk about what's been going over on over at the PBD podcast.
You're about to be value-tained.
Here we have PBD, I guess, talking about, oh yeah. So when I saw that image of the IDF soldier using a hammer to destroy a Jesus statue,
An upside down Jesus statue.
Yeah,
White Jesus
I mean,
too. Looks like something I would have done in high school.
But since it's white Jesus, obviously it's a hate crime to conservatives here in the United States. When I saw that, I was like, oh my God, what is the Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson freak out gonna look like?
It was a gift. It was a gift to Tucker. This is a gift to Tucker. This is
Where
what I
my
would give him for his
unstable
birthday.
girlies at?
Yes. It would be, it's the perfect birthday gift. It's also, I mean, the one thing I've seen the IDF really apologize for, they put out a statement being like, we're so sorry. They're not sorry for committing genocide in Gaza, for ethnically cleansing Lebanon, for starving children, for, massacring journalists and using precision strikes to target them and double tap or Hind Rajab or any of the countless atrocities from the modern day Nazis, the IDF. They're not going to apologize for any of that, but they are horrified, or terrified, I should say is the better word, of losing Christian Zionist support in the United States. It's like they've lost the entire Democratic Party base. Polling bears this out. You see 40 out of 40.
Want to hear something fascinating before we get to this clip that they're about to play? This has nothing to do with what they're talking about. I just noticed it. Because I checked the numbers, like for the stream, like the current stream, while we're streaming oftentimes, just to see how things are going, views-wise or whatever else. Just because I like to see whether or not we're improving from the previous stream, usually. I'm noticing a weird thing happening. Yesterday's stream is just randomly popping off. The White House correspondents the live stream where he talked about like Alex Jones and all that stuff too. It's just randomly popping off. That doesn't usually happen. Usually once we're done with the stream, like it doesn't get that many views. Like I think a few of you like watch it after the fact if you miss it, or if there's like a piece of it that you missed or something like that. That's the sense I get from the views we tend to get after a stream is done. This is getting like substantial views, like as many as it had during the stream.
Democratic senators are voting to block bulldozer sales to them, to Israel. It's becoming much more mainstream within the Democratic Party, and independents they've already lost too. Those numbers are closer to the Democrats. So they're.
You know what sucks? You know what sucks? I would at least make a few bucks from those views. Not a lot. Literally probably like $3 or $4 from that many views. But now I can't even make that $4. $0. That's depressing.
To hold on to, and Republicans under 40, under 50. 30, under 50, their core constituency is like, yes, Jewish Zionist donors, but also the massive Christian Zionist evangelical population that trends older, that Megyn Kelly, even a little bit too, but Tucker Carlson in particular, with their Christian nationalist angle, that's been where they've focused their criticism of Israel on. So getting this image coming out is just the worst possible PR for them to maintain their support in the United States when they're worried about it. And
that
so
guy's sledgehammering Jesus's face.
Yes. Not great. I mean, I was honestly, this is the one thing the IDF did that I approve of. This is the only thing that the IDF has ever done that I appreciate. This image is perfect propaganda for us.
I mean, they put this guy in jail. They they've put this guy they put the guy who did it in jail for like 30 days. Not one of their
but not the
Palestinian
rapist who they let free, the guy who raped the Palestinian prisoner on TV. Yeah, he's a celebrity now.
Yeah.
That says everything.
So
he's Howie Mandel.
So we're gonna skip Patrick's it's a very funny clip because it's 16 minutes and PBD himself really doesn't want to wade into the waters. He's like, you guys take this one.
I'm a businessman.
So Vinny sort of takes the lead on being outraged here. We're gonna get a little bit of him first.
Oh God!
Matt,
slow that down.
Gives me such. It sounds like a record scratch.
It sounds like somebody putting their index finger over their lips.
How Matt retains that, I will never
There's
understand.
only so much time in the day.
In this place, the IDF is operating to dismantle terrorist infrastructure established by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Has no intention of harming civilian infrastructure, including religious buildings or religious symbols. Vinny.
I mean, horrible look. And by the way, this happened in the village called Debel, near the Israeli border, in the Bin Jabil district, which is one of the oldest, just FYI, I know where it's located, in Lebanon, but the oldest Christian populations on earth. It belonged to a Catholic church. And the actual people of that neighborhood posted the photo of the statue when it was standing still, and they quoted scripture from Gospel of Luke 23:34, and they said in Arabic it says, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Now I want to say this. Obviously, this doesn't reflect. I know what people are.
So I want to, before he does this disclaimer here, because he's very sensitive about what Adam's going to say. It's the way he stresses this, and I saw you cover this on your show, Brandon. He's like, I know where it is. I know it's in Lebanon, but these were Christians. Like this sort of new awareness that Christians actually live alongside Muslims in some of these regions it's so wild how propagandized we are to.
Yeah, it is fascinating to watch them sort of like realize this in real time. Like it's some sort of mystery. Like they're just unraveling as if it wasn't just like publicly available knowledge on the internet. Oh God, we have to decipher the hieroglyphs.
I guess be surprised at that.
Plus,
Well, I mean,
Christ
what's
is
crazy
a
though-
prophet in Islam.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's also crazy about that, like Vinny and Patrick Bet David are like Assyrian. I think Patrick Bet David is explicitly from Iran, and aren't they Christians? So shouldn't they? Like, I mean, I know Patrick Bet David, but I know Vinny is like some type of Christian. So like, you would think that he would know that, but that's an even further sign of how propagandized we are, and it's because they don't want anyone to think that they might have anything in common with anyone in the Middle East at all, and so that is just kept from people.
Do all the soldiers. This doesn't reflect all the soldiers. It doesn't respect all of Israel and how they feel. But this isn't an isolated incident. In 2024, the IDF destroyed the church of Durgaya that killed 8 people. There was another incident in 2024. Well, yeah, that's the church. And then Rob, can you show me the bulldoze one? I think that's the church. Killed 8 people. Okay, in 2024, the IDF. In a town near Yarun, where a St. George statue was reportedly bulldozed during operations in that same region. I think I sent it to you, Rob. Oh, but by the way, and just FYI, Pat, just for people to know, this is, can you show that video on the top? Yeah, that's the bulldoze. That's them bulldozing St. George, which, by the way, if you guys know St. George, he stands for faith and love and all that stuff.
GoPro video. This is what, by the way, who's paying for these bulldozers?
And then just go back, Rob, just really quick. Show that, guys. This isn't Gaza. This is southern Lebanon. And I understand the argument. There's Hezbollah there, but this is complete annihilation. And let's just get to the point, okay? Israel is in Lebanon for what? For what? Destroying who? Hezbollah, okay? That's the mission. That's the threat. You've already seized almost 20% of the land for the buffer zone. What are you smashing a statue of Jesus, okay? Has nothing to do with the mission. I know the soldier, again, does not represent all of Israel, but that's disgusting. I'm curious why the hatred towards Christians, okay? I'm just curious. With Islam, I could see that there's a clear reason. It's Islam, okay?
Yeah.
I get it. Christians.
Oh, this Vinny sort of gives and taketh away.
Wow, man.
Well, I mean, and I just disagree with him. I don't think this is at all outside of.
He got so close. He's walking such a fine line over there. It's just like, look, I have a serious problem with all of this. But if you do it to Muslim people, that's fine. And it just goes way off of the rails. It's like, dude, how is that any different? He's a fucking moron. Oh, God. Some of these people are just so fucking stupid. How do you get up in the morning and think those thoughts and go into work and then say them to millions of people? How do they have millions of viewers? That's another question I have. Well, at least I think they have millions of subscribers and followers across platforms. It's just strange to me. It's very strange.
For Israeli IDF behavior. I think what he's wrong is that he imagines that they explicitly hate Christians or explicitly hate Muslims. But that's like a surface level justification for what they really want, which is the land there. They want the land that is currently being claimed by Lebanon. And so the fact that they're Christian there, the fact that there are like Muslims there, that's something that they have to rationalize away. But they were bombing synagogues in Iran. They were bombing synagogues in Tehran. They bombed churches in Gaza, and the reason why is because they're doing ethnic cleansing, and the ethnicity of the region has to be cleansed, and that's what the people just don't think that there are any Christians there. Like they just imagine that it can only be Muslims there.
Yeah, and that is also the limits of even the conservative.
Vinny is a bona fide monkey's paw. I would take a monkey's paw over Vinny. A monkey paw at least has a use. I mean, sure, is it cursed? Yeah, but what's the use of Vinny?
Framework around talking about Israel and its project, because this is like very similar. It may be not as scathing as what Tucker Carlson is saying as a Christian nationalist, but it still is fundamentally buying into the premise that this is some sort of clash of civilizations, or at the very least clash of religions, this ancient intractable battle, when no, it's about the Zionist settler project, post-World War II in particular, accelerated by their expansion and seizure of the West Bank and East Jerusalem in 1967, the wars in Lebanon that continued, and when he and of course the genocide in Gaza to this day. And when he talks about, like, he says, the buffer zone, I get it, but this? This is because of the buffer zone, you stupid man. It's not a buffer zone. They're creating the buffer zone to the buffer zone to the buffer zone to the buffer zone until they take as much land in Lebanon as possible.
Yeah, they're grabbing land from what used to be, as they're about to point out, a Christian area.
And this is what settlers say, by the way, all the time. We need more space. We need more space from the hordes of natives. More of a buffer. Exact. Thank you. That's the correct reference, but I guess they keep going here.
It's not a buffer zone. As I keep saying over and over and over and over again, the buffer zone is a ridiculous misnomer for what is clearly just an illegal land seizure. It's the Israeli expansion zone. It's the new Israeli border. That's what it is. It's the new Israeli borderline. Whoopsies, I went too far. I clicked the wrong thing. We're not done making fun of the PBD boys. I'm not value tamed yet. Nope, not yet.
Here we have PBD, I guess, talking about.
Nah. Huh?
Exact. Thank you. That's the correct reference, but I guess they keep going here.
It's Islam, okay? I get it, they hate it. But with Christians, where's the justification? What were you going to say?
No, but I just think that like the history of Lebanon is very important to discuss. It used to be a majority Christian nation.
A lot of them were.
Yeah, well, Lebanon used to be the Paris of the Middle East. It was a beautiful place, and when the PLO came in after Black September, it destabilized it, caused a civil war. Many of the Christians left, and then you have the rise of Hezbollah, which is essentially an Iranian.
So I'm going to stop there. They go into talking about how Israel's the only country with a Jewish population that's increasing, and the reason that both Jewish populations in a lot of those countries and Christian populations in those countries have fallen off a cliff for the past, 70 or so years is because of the nationalism that was inflicted on the country by Europe when they decided we're going to help Israel colonize the region by force and domination. And that has created all of this strife which didn't exist. You had Jews living in Baghdad like Avi Shlaim. You had all across the world, all across this, we decided
Yeah, and I would just like to point out that from the beginning, the Zionist project has always been one of effectively European racism. Right? Walking Stick Library, thank you for the raid on Twitch. Good to see you, walkers. What was I saying? Oh, the fact is like the Nazis in Germany worked with the Zionists on the project itself, right? And like it dates back a long way, and it was really like the Germans saw it as basically like a, what do you want to call it? Like a slightly more palatable solution to what we all know happened later, right? And even in the wake of all that, the other European countries weren't like, oh, we should make a homeland in Germany or in Poland. We got to do it somewhere else, right? Not in our backyard. United Kingdom didn't rush to section off a portion of its territory.
For the nationalism that almost destroyed the world in World War II. It caused, the entire world to be up in arms. Their solution to that was more nationalism backed by violence, and that was what Israel was. And that has, again, caused a lot of problems for even the Christians there, it turns out.
Just outsourcing the nationalism to the Middle East. Yep. And Germany got to wash its hands clean of its genocide of Jews and still be into.
Yeah, here it is. It's called the Havara Agreement. It's an agreement between Nazi Germany and Zionist organizations signed on the 25th of August in 1933. Finalized after 3 months of talks by the Zionist Federation of Germany, the Anglo-Palestine Bank, and the economic authorities of Nazi Germany. It was a major factor of making possible the migration of approximately 60,000 German Jews to Palestine between 1933 and 1939.
Into the West financially and just economically as well, where all of their crimes can be washed away because there can be a state where they do the same to brown people.
Well, there's a little bit more here. Vinny comes up because they're talking about a little bit selective outrage. You care about Israel doing all this stuff, and what about the White Holocaust in Africa or whatever?
Of this type of
Like, honestly, when you think about it, it would have made a hell of a lot more sense to carve up a piece of eastern Ukraine, which would have been, at that time, part of the Soviet Union, or part of Germany, right? If we want to talk about creating a homeland for the Jews, I mean, I still think that creating an ethno-religious state is objectionable. But if we're talking about at least one that makes sense geographically, it's just like using the Bible as a fucking because that's the reason for this, right? It's biblical. when we had like actual real 19th and 20th century atrocities committed in Europe, but we just looked right past that. Like, oh no, they belong over here. It's inherently racist, is what it is. And sort of, what's the word? There's another word for this, and I can't think of it right now.
You know, I completely disagree with selective outrage. It's something that we were seeing. People were denying it. We're seeing it. It's not an isolated incident, because I can go back and show you, and those same people in Lebanon, I saw that a lot of them were saying, no, this place, and these are medical people trying to help that aren't Hezbollah. They're saying, no, Hezbollah is not here. We're telling you we're not here. And that statue, if Hezbollah's everywhere, why was it still standing while Hezbollah was there and apparently all overrun by terrorists? But then the IDF comes in and they have a problem with the statue of Jesus Christ. I'm not selective.
It's like wild.
This is a story. It's bothering me. You're bulldozing statues of St. George. You're blowing up churches. And I'm not saying it's an excuse, but what's to stop an army from saying, hey, we're going to bomb there and bomb churches because we say, and you have to believe our intelligence, that there's terrorists there.
Again,
if you think about it, Elon, and hold on, that mindset, that attitude, tell me how you can tell that person to stop. And I actually want to hear
what bothers you more?
No, nothing but
this or thousands of Christians being killed in Nigeria.
No, but Vinny, can I
each has its own thing. That
what bothers you more?
I agree with you.
No, let me. I want.
Obviously, Adam, you're not going to get me in a gotcha moment. Of course, it's thousands of people getting killed. So, this isn't a got you. You can't address this story. This is a messed up story. So and somebody else is reporting of doing it.
I'm not. You're treating thousands of people being murdered.
Adam,
with the same selective.
Okay, we can stop it there with that whataboutism. The thousands of people being murdered are in Gaza.
Yeah, well, he has to point out to like another.
And Lebanon.
I mean, like, I'm very proud of Vinny for having an original thought and like a critical connect. Like, if Hezbollah is in control there, why is the statue still standing? That's a great question. That's a great.
Yeah, Emma's right. Vinny, he keeps. You can tell like he's not there yet, but you know, like randomly, Emma's right. He somehow finds his way to an original thought, which is impressive for him. I really encourage Vinny to continue down that path and try and perhaps interrogate some of his other ideas or other sort of ideas perhaps he's accepted or society has accepted without a lot of interrogation. I mean, he really has made some leaps and bounds, you know? In fact, I haven't seen him get, like, even during these heated conversations with Adam here. I just want to go back for 1 second. Even in these conversations with Adam. And it's a little heated. Look at his face. It's almost the exact same color as his hand. Please hold. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, Christ. I'm fine. Okay. What was I saying? Right. Look at Vinny's hand and face. They're almost the same color. I mean, if anything, regardless of ideas, the worthiness of the ideas, I gotta give him a little bit of credit for managing to keep his cool and not yelling. Because as we all know, Vinny loves to get yelling, and then his face goes from the color his hand is at, and currently his face is at, to, you know, a bright tomato red. And I worry about it when he gets that red. You know, I think, Vinny, buddy, you're going to kill yourself, okay? If you don't settle down, you're going to die. You know, you see that vein popping in his forehead. And I go, this guy is like one argument away from just having a heart attack or a stroke or both. I'm just glad to see him keeping his cool a little bit more, even during heated conversations. Maybe he's been doing a lot of connecting with PBD with Patrick. Maybe that's been helping him get down from a. Wait. Where is it? The Griffin motivation. Yeah. The Griffin motivation chart. he maybe he's been working. I can barely say this right now. Maybe Hassan. I mean, I think it's called him Hassan. Maybe Vinny has been working with PVD on the old Griffin motivation chart, right? The map of consciousness, right? Are you all familiar with this? Have you heard the good news? There's a way for you to figure out what's going on with you, mentally speaking. You know, and it goes from it's on a chart. It's on a scale. It's on a sliding scale with numbers. Tells you how much energy you're creating with your feelings, the predominant emotional state associated with the level that you're at, your view on life, your God view, whatever that means, and process. From shame to enlightenment, 20 points to 1,000 points. You can be prideful, which is 175 points, scornful emotional state, and demanding view of life. With an indifferent God view, an indifferent God view, nobody wants that. Oh, and a process state of inflation. None of that sounds good. Oh God, you want to be peak, right? You want to be in the purple. Enlightenment, 1,000, somewhere between 700 and 1,000 points. And I don't know the distinction. Why? I would love to know. Does this have something to do with like Thetan levels or something? It's not clear, but like there is some distinction between stages of enlightenment. Like you get to that level, but then there's like 300 points worth of energy that you're still. You're not guaranteed to be at optimum state. You still might just be at the lower tier enlightenment. You don't want that. You don't want that. But pure consciousness, worth it. Courage is so low. It's true. Why don't they assign more importance to courage? What's up with that? I think that's a good trait. But that's my problem. I'm not living in the correct, what was it again? My flow state's all off. It's my fault. It's all my, when you think about it, you really think about it, I'm just not high enough level yet. That's part of the main problem. And you really break it down. Now, one of the main problems with the Operation Epstein Fury right now, aside from all the death and destruction, is, of course, the economic impacts. Fuel prices soaring. Shortages on a number of different things like plastic. fertilizer, among other things. But of course, fertilizer is incredibly necessary for agriculture. You can't grow food. Well, you can, but current agricultural methods utilize fertilizer from the very beginning to the later stages of growth to help boost production. And without it, you're going to have some problems.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, it's actually a process because, of course, plants take, in most cases, months to grow. And we won't see the effects of this until later this year. Let's talk about the food crisis with Democracy Now! From Thursday. Thursday. How many videos back is this? Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm skipping a few people. Did I do it? Yes.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh. We turn now to the risks of a global food and hunger crisis if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed to shipments of fertilizer, oil, and natural gas. The Food and Agriculture Organization, or FAO, warned last week that a prolonged crisis in the Strait could lead to a global food catastrophe due to rising oil prices and disruptions to the fertilizer supply chain. A top United Nations official echoed the FAO's warnings Wednesday, saying that the closure of the strait was creating a crisis in the agricultural industry in Asia and Africa. According to the FAO, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Somalia, Sudan, Tanzania, Kenya, and Egypt are among the countries most at risk from the strait remaining closed. Jorge Moreira da Silva, Executive Director of the UN Office for Project Services, said the UN has established a task force focused on fertilizers and supplies of raw materials in order to prevent a humanitarian crisis.
The disruption of the Strait of Hormuz can push 45 million more people into hunger and starvation.
Now, before we get more into this topic, I just want to point something out, which I don't think we've talked about at all this whole time. And we've talked about this issue a bunch, but it's sort of, like, as we've been talking about this, I've been thinking to myself more and more, and it's just come to me that I just feel like we should brush briefly on the subject of petrochemical fertilizers. Because in the United States, most crops grown, unless they're from and in many cases, even at your local farmers markets, not all cases, I would point out, some people are using like heirloom seeds and avoiding this, but you may be familiar with a company called Monsanto. It's a massive agricultural conglomerate which uses its monopolistic powers to have a utter stranglehold on the industry and on farmers. And they do all sorts of shady things, but effectively most of the industry uses their seeds. And their seeds are engineered to work along with petrochemical fertilizers. But there are other non-petrochemical fertilizers available, right? Things that naturally produce nitrogen and ammonia and like things that are not made from fossil fuels that our ancestors used before we ever discovered that there was oil in the ground. right? Like old methods that we just no longer use that exist that we could be using in lieu of this. So if we would regulate those douchebags a little bit more, allow people to switch to those methods, perhaps we would be less in danger. Our food supply would be less in danger as a result of this. But that's the world we live
in. So clearly we need to do something. And that's why it's so important that the UN is ready through this mechanism.
Before the war, 1/3 of the global fertilizer trade, as well as roughly 1/4 of crude oil and 1/5 of liquefied natural gas, passed through the Strait of Hormuz. But tanker traffic has essentially come to a standstill for nearly 2 months. For more, we're joined now by Adam Khanieh, who's been closely following this. His latest piece in the Financial Times is headlined, "The Coming..."
You don't think Monsanto has a stranglehold? They absolutely do. They absolutely do. I think they control nearly like 1/3 of the world's seed supply. Hold on. Yeah. 25 to 33%. 23 to 33%. Bayer Monsanto, alongside 3 other major corporations, dominate the entire industry, with 4 firms controlling over 50 to 60%. And all these guys are engineering their seeds to use petrochemical fertilizers. And this is the point that I'm making. That's all I'm saying. Is like the 3 major whatever. For me, I thought there was only 3. Apparently there's 4 or 5. But like, I mean, I think I'm making a fair point. I don't know. It's them, it's Bayer Monsanto, Dow DuPont, Syngenta, and BASF, which is, what is that, British? I can't remember. What does BASF stand for? Hold on. Oh, no. Badish Vanillin and Soda Fabrik, the German multinational. Do they control the entire global market? No. But
food crisis. Adam Khanieh is director of the SOAS Middle East Institute at the University of London, and his most recent book is Crude Capitalism, Oil, Corporate Power, and the Making of the World Market. He joins us now from Shanghai, China. Professor Khanieh, welcome back.
Yeah, and I had to look it up because I just realized I was looking at global markets. If you go to the United States, which is what which was I was talking about mostly, I referenced the United States at the end there, and they control over 70% of corn and 66% of soybean sales. So 2/3 and 7/10. That is absolutely. I mean, I don't think I can describe that in any other way. But
democracy now, if you could just begin by laying out all the different factors leading to a possible global food crisis, the signs of which actually are evident already in several countries.
Thank you, Norman. Yes, the article argues that we need to move away from just considering the Gulf as oil and gas producers and actually think very carefully about the ways that they have diversified down the value chain into things like fertilizers. As you pointed out, about 1/3 of the world's basic fertilizers now pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And in some of these chemicals like urea and ammonia, the Gulf monarchies stand as some of the world's largest producers. So the closure of the transport through the Strait of Hormuz has really strangled the global supply of these key fertilizer inputs. It's not just a question of supply shortages, of course. We're actually seeing price rises accompany this process as well. So we see supply shortages of fertilizers, price rises of fertilizers, as well, of course, price rises of basic energy, including gas and oil, which impact very deeply farmers and agricultural systems around the world. So this is, I think, as we've heard earlier, the Food and Agricultural Organization warning of the impact of this, and I think it is now that this real reality is actually becoming very clear.
Professor Hania, the piece actually begins with laying out why it is that countries have become more dependent on the fossil fuel industry for the production of food. If you could explain what the Green Revolution did and how over the decades it's made fossil fuels so central to all kinds of agricultural production.
Yes, the Green Revolution was an enormous transformation to agricultural production that took place in the post-war period through the 1950s and 1960s in particular. Countries like India, Mexico, and elsewhere were major epicenters of this revolution. And what it essentially did was it tied the introduction of new seed varieties to fossil fuel inputs, in particular synthetic fertilizers, as well as pesticides, and of course, the mechanization of farm work itself, irrigation and so forth, that depended also on these on fuel imports, fossil fuel imports as well, inputs as well. So this kind of transformation brought with it enormous social and ecological costs that have been documented very well by those who study the Green Revolution. But it has done something actually much more fundamental which is being illustrated in this current war, is that it tied our food systems to fossil fuel inputs. It really closely tied the way that we do agriculture with these basic fossil fuel chemicals.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. This guy just knows more stuff than I do.
As well as energy sources. So when we see a moment of crisis as we do today, that's when these links become so apparent.
And you speak specifically, in fact, in the piece about nitrogen fertilizer. Oh, sorry, the most widely used of nitrogen fertilizer is urea. So where is this produced and where exported? And what's happening with its production and distribution now?
Well, there's nitrogen fertilizers are very important to consider in this story, because half of the world's food production depends upon this kind of fertilizers. We're talking here about things like urea and ammonia. These are the essential nitrogen fertilizers, and the Gulf monarchies have become leading exporters of these fertilizers. So Saudi Arabia is the world's largest exporter of urea, for instance. Oman, another Gulf monarchy, is the fourth largest. So these chemicals, these nitrogen products are no longer being shipped through the Strait of Hormuz and from these countries, and this really does impact very dramatically the ability of countries like India, for instance, that depends very heavily. About 3/4 of India's ammonia imports come from the Gulf region, for instance. 30% of Morocco's nitrogen ammonia imports come from the Gulf. So these countries can become very heavily impacted when these supplies are cut.
So let's go to what the Food and Agricultural Organization of the UN is warning. Maximo Torero, who is the chief economist of the FAO, spoke earlier this month about how the Strait's continued closure could affect decisions made by farmers.
As we move to April and we move to May especially, Then there will be decisions made by farmers. And that will imply that they will choose to move towards producing with less inputs if the strait continues not to have mobility. It will imply that they will move to other commodities which they can fix more nitrogen, like, for example, move from wheat or maize to soybeans. And it will imply that they could allocate, because they will allocate more of these resources to biofuels. That will restrict the capacity, the amount of supply of commodities of food. And of course, that will start to increase prices. And you have to add to that the uncertainties. The more uncertainty we have over the next weeks, the more the transmission will move. And if that transmission keeps moving, we will have a period of higher food prices, commodity prices, and higher food inflation.
So that's the FAO's chief economist. Professor Hanieh, if you could comment on what he said.
I think it's really important to understand this coming food crisis as an intersection of multiple crises. We are, of course, as we've just heard, going to see price rises in food and in fuel, but we are also experiencing the moment the climate and debt crises in much of the global south. So it's
Yeah, and before this guy gets going here, I just want to make a point, because maybe it's not clear to everybody. Because right now, we already have the effects in the northern hemisphere. The growing season already started. The early planting season is already come and gone. We're now at like the late stage of spring, and farmers have already bought all of the fertilizers for their season. But we are now approaching the growing season for the southern hemisphere, which starts in September. I know it seems like a long way away, but those farmers there are going to start buying their fertilizer in like a month. So that's what he's saying. If there's more instability in the next few weeks, that's when these growers in the south are going to be, in the southern hemisphere, are going to start buying, right? And so then they're going to get hit, and they're the ones who are most imperiled, because the global south is, of course, the most impoverished, so they can't make up for lack of production with just outright buying. Oh, we're fucked.
This makes me want to burn this motherfucker down.
Come on, Boogie, let's the climate and debt crises in much of the global south. So it's a perfect storm, if you like, of this food, fuel, climate, and debt crises that are all very deeply connected to one another. In that sense, it's different from earlier food crises like the 2008 or 2022 following Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. So you could take a country, for instance, like Sudan. Sudan is reliant upon the Gulf for more than 50% of its fertilizers, which is it's actually the most reliant of any country in the world from imports from the Gulf region. And Sudan is a country suffering, of course, from 3 years of civil war. Indeed, many of the actors involved in this civil war are the Gulf monarchies themselves, particularly Saudi Arabia and the UAE. So it's a country that's enduring famine across major parts of its territory. About 40%, according to the World Food Programme, of Sudan's population are currently experiencing famine conditions, about 19 million people. So acute levels of food insecurity in Sudan. And it's also experiencing massive levels of displacement. About 1 in 3 people are being displaced. So we overlay this kind of conflict crises alongside the questions of food, fuel, and debt, and the inability, of course, of humanitarian assistance to get into Sudan now, because that has also been interrupted as a result of this war against Iran. We really see this perfect storm affecting many countries surrounding the Middle East.
Professor Hanieh, we'll go.
Okay, I guess it's a good place for us to end that clip. Thank you, Democracy Now! Like the mountains of... Yeah, you could absolutely use... manure as a fertilizer source. Absolutely. What you need is for John Deere to start making electric tractors, right? Rather than gas-powered everything, right? Get farmers with solar panels in between crops or whatever, charging tractors off of that, right? And completely decarbonize the process. Or as much as you can. All right, let's keep going through the clips here. Up next, the Associated Press from 3 days ago to an interview with the captain of a ship currently stranded in the Strait of Hormuz, describing this ordeal after 54 days being stuck on a fucking ship. Sounds terrible. At that point, you think you just go on land. But I guess you can't just abandon the ship because it's filled with stuff.
Yes, it is really very disappointing, since 54 days we are here stranded inside this conflict zone. And the most important, most concerning part is the uncertainty and helplessness, and prolonged stays, delayed repatriations. All these points are very much concerning at the moment. My crew is, under constant stress ever since the war started, since we are stranded inside this conflict zone. And there is nothing much we can do, And as you can see on the screen also, there are hundreds of ships around us, and there are, nearly 20,000 seafarers stranded inside the Persian Gulf. My guys are continuously on watching for the drones, unidentified boats, or missiles, and it is not a regular thing on board ship. So whenever vessel is in in danger zone, in war conflict, or passing through any piracy zone, then we maintain the security level 3, which is highest security level. Level 3 being the highest security level, where we have to do, we have to restrict ourselves strictly on ship. We cannot get down from the ship. Nobody can board the vessel. And we have to maintain the security watches around the clock, and the special security measures are there. And we have to keep a very close lookout.
Well, there's the recounting of the experience of this boat captain who's been stuck on his boat now in the strait for more than a month and a half, nearly 2 months at this point. Can't imagine. They can't just abandon ship. This is the thing. They're forced to stay on the ship because I'm sure they're filled with either valuable cargo or passengers or whatever that are expecting to go somewhere. So they just keep expecting that. You would assume that they're expecting to be able to leave any minute now. They've been doing that now for 54 days, or they were at least at the time of that video. Now it's 57, unless I don't know. Is the strait open now? All right, I know it's not open. It's not funny. Yard sale on the ship. Yeah, I don't think that's going to solve the situation. What if it's your package on that ship? I mean, it's almost definitely not if you're in the United States, but just saying. It's probably somebody's like Pokemon cards or something. Like you're just gonna start selling their shit off of the off of the tanker in the middle of the Gulf. All right. This one's also from Thursday. Donald Trump had some things to say about the timing of the ending of Operation Epstein Fury.
What do you say to the American people who question how much longer this will take? Obviously, you know that they are having higher.
You're such a disgrace. Did you hear what I just said? Vietnam. How
You're
many
a
years was
disgrace.
Vietnam?
I understand, sir. But
How
you
many
are
years
past
was
your
Vietnam?
6-month deadline, so
Well,
I'm
I
just
did my
wondering-
I
I'm just
took
wondering what you say to the American people
I
who are
took
wondering about
the country out militarily.
They're doing much better than
in the
Vietnam.
first 4 weeks. I took it out militarily. Now all we're doing is sitting back and seeing what deal. And if they don't want to make a deal, then I'll finish it up militarily with the other 25% of the targets. We've hit 78% of the targets that we've wanted to hit. We've knocked out their manufacturing. We've knocked out their missile production. We've knocked out their drone production. We've knocked out everything. In some cases, when I say knocked it out, 70, 80, 90%. It's amazing what we've done. So I've done that within that period of time that I mentioned, but I don't want to rush myself.
Sir, would you use a nuclear weapon against Iran? You posted on
No.
Truth Social
No,
a few weeks ago.
we don't need
That's
it.
not
Why
what
do I
was
need
about.
it? Why would a stupid question like that be asked?
You posted
Why
on
would I
social
use a nuclear weapon when we've totally, in a very conventional way, decimated them without it? No, I wouldn't use it. A nuclear weapon should never be allowed to be used by anyone.
Well, there you go. President Donald J. Trump. Saying a bunch of unhinged things, yelling at a reporter. Saying, how long was Vietnam? Which is one of the strangest things I feel like you could say in this moment. No one sees Vietnam as a success. So nobody should be using Vietnam as like a yardstick. Like, do you know what I'm saying here? I'm trying to think of like something analogous to this, like, but it's just utterly unhinged. It's like if a teacher, right, called up the C student or the failing student to the front of the class. All right, here's little Ricky. Got a 42 on the last test. I want you all to learn a lesson from Ricky right now, okay? At least you're not Ricky. But why are we using that as the? Why are we using this form of measuring stick? Why are we calling the best student to the front of the class for an example? This is the reverse of what you're supposed to do. Like, at least we're not Vietnam. It's like, yeah, but that's not an accomplishment. You know, like, even if you're not Ricky and you didn't get a 42, you know, if you got a 55, guess what? You still failed, Susie. That's not the way we do things around here. I'll say your name right. Be nice. All right, I'm sorry. Moving along to this fascinating scandal we've been talking about for a while now, which has come to something of a head this week. We barely got any real talk. I mean, a few people talked about it, but it's not enough notice, I feel. But let's talk about Polymarket.
We turn now to the dark world of online betting markets that allow bets on virtually any news event. For a small group of traders, the war with Iran has been a windfall. On the night of February 27th, 16 bets on the trading platform known as Polymarket made $100,000 each for accurately predicting when the U.S. would strike Iran. Soon after, one trader made over $500,000 betting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei would be toppled moments before he was assassinated by Israeli forces. The same surge was seen in oil futures trading as well. Right before President Trump announced a temporary ceasefire with Iran on March 7th, traders bet $950 million that oil prices would drop, which they did. On the same day, 50 Polymarket accounts placed bets that the U.S. and Iran would reach a ceasefire before Trump announced it on social media. Overall, traders have placed over $1 billion in perfectly timed wagers relating to the Iran war. A recent analysis by the BBC of online bets placed throughout President Trump's second term found a consistent pattern of spikes just hours or sometimes minutes before a social media post or media statement from President Trump was made public. The timing of these bets and the huge windfalls they've created are raising concerns of possible insider trading. Prediction markets and platforms like Polymarket and its biggest competitor, Kalshi, are governed by the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, or the CFTC. This means they can avoid state-level restrictions in place for traditional gambling and sports betting today. A growing number of states are trying to stop this, but the Trump administration has pushed back. Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., has advisory roles in both Polymarket and Kalshi. For more, we're joined now from Washington, D.C. by Amanda Fisher, Policy Director and Chief Operating Officer for Better Markets, an advocacy organization focusing on making financial markets fair and accountable. She was previously the Chief of Staff and Senior Counselor to the Chair of the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Amanda Fisher. If you could just begin by laying out what has been happening in prediction markets, particularly since the Iran war began.
Yes, thank you for having me. And, you know, these markets have actually existed for decades, and they have a good purpose and intent in that original design of the markets. And it's to allow companies in the real economy to manage their exposure to volatile commodities like oil and basically place bets that will pay out to them if the prices spike. But in recent years, and particularly since the inauguration of President Trump, we have seen an explosion of these event contracts available to retail users using apps, you know, on their phones that allow them to bet on everything from frivolous things like celebrities and pop culture to what will happen to the price of Bitcoin in the next 15 minutes, to things as grave and serious as war and proxies for war. And the real innovation that has taken place in the last 18 months or so is that the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which is supposed to police what bets are available on these markets and really narrow the focus to be on bets that help people in the real economy manage real commercial risks. They have stood down their enforcement and oversight, and now we see just really a proliferation in any number of gambling opportunities available to people in the United States and around the world.
And could you explain, Amanda, how these prediction markets work? Most jurisdictions here do not require Polymarket users to disclose their names. Unlike the stock market, users are presented with a binary option, yes or no, so they're actually competing against one another. And the fact that Polymarkets use cryptocurrency, if you could tell us what the implications of these things are in terms of regulating the industry.
Yeah, it's a great question. So Polymarket is not yet licensed to operate in the United States, but they're seeking to. But during the Biden administration, the CFTC with the Department of Justice found that Polymarket was offering their bets to U.S. traders without the appropriate licensing, and they entered into a settlement and a consent order that required Polymarket to geo-block anyone signing in from the United States. But since the Trump administration came in, there is really not a lot of clarity around if that prohibition is actually being enforced. And obviously, all of this aberrant trading activity around the Iran.
I think we can all assume that it's not being enforced right now. Right? Has everybody seen the South Park episode discussing crypto and like the bet, like, and Kalshi and like Polymarket, all this like prediction market stuff? Because like they honestly nailed it in terms of like how it's being regulated right now. It's basically like the Trump boys and like Uday and Kusei Lutnick. Just like, oh god.
Or raises questions on if people in the United States are placing these bets and profiting. And I think the president's family's involvement in Polymarket as advisors really heighten concerns that perhaps Polymarket is not abiding by the restrictions put in place in 2022. And further, they are seeking to expand in the United States and have licensing pending with the regulator, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission.
Amanda, do we know when exactly did Trump's family become involved in these prediction markets as advisors, including, of course, most prominently, Trump's son?
You know, similar to the president's involvement in cryptocurrency, this all happened around the time of the election and the inauguration. And again, as you mentioned at the top of this segment, you know, his son is an advisor both to Polymarket and its competitor, Kalshi, which is highly irregular to be an advisor to two firms competing directly head-to-head in the market. And it's really no accident that just really weeks after the inauguration,
it's downright incestuous and reeks of fucking what do you call it? Like, it's not price rigging, but there's like it's like collusion, right?
Took place. The CFTC, the regulatory agency, stood down on a legal challenge to Kalshi offering bets on election outcomes, U.S. election outcomes. And then also the platforms exploded and started offering bets on sporting events, which have traditionally been regulated by state gambling commissions. And now we see a proliferation of bets related to activities that really ought to be prohibited under U.S. law. So there is a strict prohibition on offering gambling related to war, assassination, terrorism, gaming, activities that are illegal under state law, or anything that's contrary to the public interest. But the CFTC under President Trump has completely retrenched from any enforcement of what kind of contracts are made available on these platforms.
Well, let's go to the beginning of the war on Iran. On the very day the U.S. and Israel launched attacks on Iran, numerous bets were made on prediction markets, drawing criticism from lawmakers. On Polymarket alone, $500 million was traded over when the U.S. would bomb Iran. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy posted on X, quote, "It's insane. This is legal. People around Trump are profiting off war and death. I'm introducing legislation ASAP to ban this." Meanwhile, Senator Richard Blumenthal argued that prediction markets are, quote, "turning war into a casino game and creating a market for national security leaks." So, Amanda, if you could comment on that, and also in particular, what effects prediction markets now have on real-world events? What kinds of incentives are created by profits?
It's a great question, and these instances of outsized profits around the announcement of major military actions raises a lot of concerns It obviously erodes trust in our democracy, creates national security threats around the leakage of sensitive information. And law enforcement agencies in the United States should be looking into whether or not people in the United States were making these bets on offshore platforms and looking to follow the money and trace it back. I unfortunately don't have a lot of confidence that that is actually taking place. So, it just introduces so much risk. Think about, there are frivolous things like if a streaker is going to run out during a soccer game, right? And then that obviously incents someone to go streak at the soccer game. But take that example and put it in a life and death situation around whether or not a strike hits a particular location in a global conflict. Not only does that encourage particular targets to be hit, but somebody also has to be the arbiter of whether or not the strike took place, because as we know, news events can be ambiguous. It requires people to sort through and provide objective information on what happened. So we already have one example of a journalist being harassed and stalked online because his reporting said that a strike did not happen, and people who had placed bets wanted him to change his journalism to say that it did happen, so that they could win out on their wager.
And just to go back to a point that you made earlier, Amanda, the fact that Polymarket was founded here in the U.S., an American CEO, in fact, a very young man who went on to become the first self-made billionaire in the country, in the world, in fact. So if it's founded here in the U.S., why were U.S. customers barred from using it?
Because in order to offer these types of wagers in the United States, you have to have the appropriate licensing from that agency, the CFTC, and Polymarket did not have that licensing. And also, I should really underscore that, again, these platforms were designed to offer opportunities for companies in the real economy to manage their exposure to corn price fluctuations, soybean price fluctuations, gas price fluctuations. It was not meant to be a retail betting app.
Thanks for watching.
Well, there we go. Yes, indeed. Polymarket, something we've talked about a number of times. These betting apps, I think, are seriously problematic to society for a number of reasons. Because it incentivizes people to root for or otherwise do terrible fucking things, or to use information, power not available to others in a way that is detrimental to the rest of society. And this week, one U.S. soldier was charged with using inside information in one of those bets we were just talking about. Donald Trump was asked about what he knew about this situation.
Apparently, there was a special forces soldier who was involved in the capture of Venezuelan President Maduro, who was arrested by federal authorities today on suspicion of insider trading and betting on Polymarket. Are you concerned that federal employees are betting on these prediction markets and potentially getting rich?
Well, I don't know about it, but was he betting that they would get him or they wouldn't get him?
It sounds like he was betting on his removal from office, that Maduro would be removed.
Well, that's
it sounds
interesting.
like he was involved in the operation.
That's like Pete Rose betting on his own team. It's a little like Pete Rose. Pete Rose, they kept him out of the Hall of Fame because he bet on his own team. Now, if he bet against his team, that would be no good, but he bet on his own team. I'll look into it, yeah?
There are also bets that are being placed as well on the Iran.
So, Trump has no problem with it because he didn't bet against his own team. So he's Pete Rose. He's Pete Rose. He's like the great Pete Rose who just believed too much in the Indians, or Whoever Pete Rose, I can't remember who Pete Rose played for anymore. Oh, it's just like Pete Rose. He's betting on his own team.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
If he said we weren't going to get him, that would have been America last. It would have been very America last behavior. But that, no, that's America first. He said that America was going to do a great job. What's wrong with that? Don't worry, I'll look into it. I'll look into it. All right, here's another clip from the Associated Press from yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 days ago.
This raid by US Special Forces in Venezuela in January saw the capture of the country's President Nicolas Maduro. Now, a US Special Forces soldier involved in the operation has been charged with using his access to classified information about the mission to win more than $400,000 in an online betting market. Gannon Ken Van Dyke was involved in the planning and execution of the capture of Maduro for about a month, beginning in early December. According to the federal prosecutor's office in New York, he had signed non-disclosure agreements promising not to divulge any classified or sensitive information about the raid. The federal prosecutor's office said Van Dyke used the site Polymarket to make a series of bets that Maduro, seen here in New York after he was captured, would be out of power by January 31st, 2026.
Immediately, if not sooner.
When told about the case, US President Donald Trump said he would look into it.
Bets that are being placed as well on the Iran conflict too, and there have been some trackings where people suspect that there's insider trading happening on these prediction markets around the war. Are you concerned?
Well, you know, the whole world, unfortunately, has become somewhat of a casino. And you look at what's going on all over the world, in Europe and every place.
The whole world's become a casino. It's unfortunate that the whole world's become a casino. Says the guy who used to own and operate a casino. He's a complete hypocrite and liar, and it's like nobody calls him on it. Very unfortunate that the world has turned into a casino. The whole world's turned into the Trump Taj Mahal. It's very sad. It's very sad to see the whole world turning into the Trump Taj Mahal. It's exactly like that. Just falling apart, literally. Hold on. Was it the plaza? Whatever it was. Is it the same thing? I can't remember. It was the plaza. Either way, that was a casino too. The Taj Mahal was shut down. But yeah, this guy has literally owned and operated multiple casinos, and he's like, why is he talking about it being sad that the world is turning into a casino while his government is literally doing nothing to regulate the casino economy? If anything, he is adding to it. Him and Melania started multiple cryptocurrencies. They're invested in an entire crypto exchange as part of the fucking casino economy. Anybody who doesn't realize that is living in a different reality. But he does not actually understand that, because he doesn't understand how crypto works. He actually doesn't understand what crypto is. Actually, he just knows that people are making money. I assume that the Trump boys just told him it's like the stock market. He's like, oh, perfect. Yes, get us in. We need to get in on the ground floor. Get us on the ground floor. Eric Donald Jr., I want to say, for a long time, I was A little sad that I gave you my last name, but you're really looking up. Really doing a great job. People were telling me, sir, your sons suck. And I was like, you know what? You're right. But now, yeah, you guys are doing a great job. Enriching the family.
A U.S. Special Forces soldier who was involved in the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has been arrested and is facing 5 criminal charges. Prosecutors allege that Master Sergeant, his name is Gannon Ken Van Dyke, bet on the operation and won $400,000 in profits. They claim he opened an account in late December on Polymarket, which is an online prediction market, placed about $32,000 on a long shot bet that Maduro would be out by January. He allegedly made 13 bets in the days before the capture. Now the case is raising questions about insider trading on prediction markets on the Iran war. A reporter asked President Trump about it.
Are you concerned that federal employees are betting on these prediction markets and potentially getting rich?
Well,
honestly, that impression felt wrong because, as we know, I don't think Trump has ever said a single nice thing to his sons. Right? Like, do you remember Eric on CNN? I think it was with Caitlin Collins. Where is it?
Is over.
Yeah, this one.
The Dow is over 50.
No, not that one.
But I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
Remember when Eric said, I'm glad he acknowledges I'm a good boy. I am a good boy. One more time.
But I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
That was in response to a clip that Caitlin Collins had played of his father talking to, I think, like one of the Emirates, one of the Emiratis, the Middle East thing, like talking about. He's like, and like all he could say, like that's all he could come up with. Is, I'm glad he said I'm a good boy. I am a good boy. Like those are the words of a man whose father has never said a single compliment to him in his entire life, right? As a man deprived of affection and Trump, and that the impression, it just felt wrong. Like Trump saying something nice about them, because I can't imagine him doing that.
About it, but was he betting that they would get him or they wouldn't get him?
It sounds like he was betting on his removal from office, that Maduro would be removed.
Oh, that's
it sounds like
interesting.
he was involved in the operation.
That's like Pete Rose betting on his own team. I'll look into it, yeah.
There are also many other things placed as well on the Iran conflict too, and there have been some trackings where people suspect that there's insider trading happening on these prediction markets around the war. Are you concerned?
Well, you know, the whole world, unfortunately, has become somewhat of a casino.
The president later adding, quote, I don't like it conceptually, but it is what it is. Joined now by 2 combat veterans. Margaret Donovan is a former Army captain and a JAG officer. She's also a former federal prosecutor. Adam Kinzinger is a former Republican congressman and retired Air Force lieutenant colonel. Margaret, what is your reaction to the arrest? How unprecedented and concerning is it? And the president's reaction to it? It is what it is. He doesn't like it, but the whole world is becoming a casino.
Well, look, I read the indictment and I think it's a really righteous case. This is particularly troubling conduct when we're at a moment where our military's credibility is in question, to say the least, in many of our operations. And so I think it's really important for the Department of Justice to bring cases like this and to show that we are willing to respond to corruption. Keep in mind that Maduro has his own criminal case in SDNY right now, and no doubt his attorneys are going to point to this and say, see how corrupt the arrest was? So I think it's really important that the DOJ pursues this. It's a strong indictment. It looks like their evidence is very reliable, probably from Polymarket itself and the soldier's Google account. And I suspect that, this will be a pretty important case going forward in terms of.
Yeah. It's a fascinating situation. You got soldiers betting. Like, you just think about this for a second, okay? That means that these guys could be out there betting on war crimes. They're saying, oh, I bet that some number of civilians die in Iran. And then they could literally go out and do it themselves. Right? Israeli soldiers could do the same thing in Lebanon and Gaza. Any number of insane things to be put on this fucking site, bet on, and incentivize through monetary, financial means, behaviors people otherwise would not do. Potentially. In some cases, it may be stuff that there's going to happen anyways. But it encourages bad behavior. It also leads the potential for leaked national security information, among other things, and it's just not, it just seems like it's not benefiting society at all, and it's only benefiting a few people who are, like, winning big money, who all seem to be sort of corrupt individuals using information that other people don't have access to, and or, like, the dude, like the one dude who started this and is like now a billionaire because he did. I think those are the main people benefiting from all this. And I think it should probably be stopped. Geez, I'm sad. We're nearing the end of the stream. And at this point in the night, I would have been looking forward to the last bonus video of the night. This would have been fun. This one would have been fun. However, we made nearly no progress on the galactic content goal. Like 20% progress. That's not great. You know, that's like 2 of 10 super chats if you need it to be broken down like that for you. It's not good. It's not a good situation. All right. I am going to skip to this. Basically the final hurdle here, talk about the ceasefires, and or lack thereof. BBC News getting started from yesterday. Let's talk about Lebanon first, where Israel has accused Hezbollah of trying to sabotage the ceasefire.
Give me a joke.
It's ridiculous for Israel to be accusing anyone of sabotaging a ceasefire in any of the places that it currently occupies is a fucking ridiculous and laughable joke. They're currently occupying 20% of the country. And they intentionally did not get into a ceasefire arrangement with Hezbollah.
To Lebanon. The Health Ministry there says 6 people were killed and 2 more wounded in Israeli strikes in the south of the country on Friday. Earlier, Israel's military said it had struck positions used by Hezbollah militants to launch rockets across the border. Israel has accused Hezbollah of trying to sabotage a ceasefire. That's been extended for 3 weeks. Since March, the Lebanese Health Authority says more than 2,000 people have been killed in Israeli strikes. And according to the UN, more than 1 million have had to leave their homes. Our Middle East correspondent Hugo Bashega reports from southern Lebanon.
She fled her village in fear, moved to Beirut thinking she would be safe. But an Israeli airstrike there killed her earlier this month. Zahra was 26. Her body was only brought back home and buried 2 days ago. Ali, her brother, came to play verses of the Quran for her.
It's very sad.
The hardest thing in life is losing someone from your family. That's the hardest thing.
There is now a ceasefire, but just moments ago we could hear a drone flying overhead.
The war never ends with Israel. There was a ceasefire agreement. But listen, you can hear the drones. And if you stay long enough, you can still hear airstrikes. There's not really a ceasefire.
Lebanon has been devastated by the war and seems unable to stop it. Israel has continued with its airstrikes, saying it is targeting Hezbollah, which for decades has fired rockets into Israel. And now Hezbollah is attacking again.
This village is 10 minutes from Israeli military calls.
This BBC news piece is pure propaganda. Oh, Hezbollah has been shooting rockets into Israel for decades, for no good reason, those nasty Hezbollah people. Oh wait, was that Israel's been invading Lebanon for decades? And literally announcing wars against Hezbollah over and over again? Oh, maybe that's why they've been shooting the rockets. That might be important information. Otherwise, you make it sound like Hezbollah is some sort of, just like rogue actor doing all of these rockets, all this rocket stuff for no good reason.
The yellow line, and it isn't safe for us to get any closer. But that is the part of Lebanon that is now occupied by Israeli troops. And we still don't know when or if they're going to pull out.
Homes and hopes lie in ruins here. Najah takes us to her house, damaged in the last war and damaged again by this one.
We don't have nerves anymore. I can't take it anymore. What should we do? Where should we go? We don't want war anymore. That's enough. We are exhausted.
The ceasefire has...
Yep, and unfortunately, the only way for there to be an end to the war is for Israel to end the war. Israel's the one who invaded. Israel the one who's been waging a war on Lebanon for the last 2 years. And they've never stopped. Not one time. With all the ceasefire talk, they have literally never stopped. They never left Lebanon. They've continued to occupy it and now occupy even more land. Right? That's all that's happened. Because those last 2 years, Israel has increased its position in Lebanon time and time again. Ignored ceasefires. Murdered civilians. Obliterated infrastructure. And then pretended like it's the victim. It's not the victim. No matter how much people want to pretend like it is. Lebanese people are the victim. Israel refuses to let them just live in peace, and any of his neighbors in peace. Israel's the aggressor. I think we all know this, but some people seem to be confused about it still. Unfortunately. So just remember, when Israel accuses Hezbollah of trying to sabotage ceasefire, ask Israel, what ceasefire? Because there was no ceasefire between you and Hezbollah. Because that's what we witnessed earlier, right? Anybody who's confused by the language that's being used, it's not your fault. The media and the United States and Israeli governments are trying to confuse you. When they say Lebanon, they do not mean Hezbollah. They mean the other part of the government the non-Hezbollah wing of the government, got in the non-Hezbollah U.S. government-funded wing of the government in Lebanon got into an agreement with Israel. It's like France getting into an agreement with Israel. We're all friends. Is not news. It actually changed nothing. They intentionally left Hezbollah out of it so they could confuse people who don't understand the dynamics in the country of Lebanon.
Precision of
That's why
language.
words are important.
Please.
And just to remind everybody, Israel, after the ceasefire was declared, obliterated the final bridge between the central and northern Lebanon from all of southern Lebanon. Like 25% of the country was completely cut off. Nearly 1/3, like it was like 1/3 of the country almost, I think, was cut off in this new Israeli borderline, because that's what it is. It's not a buffer zone. Don't lie to yourself. The buffer zone is Israel's new border. It's a seizure of territory in an illegal manner of a United Nations Security Council country. From one to another. I mean, it's insane. Now, yesterday, Iran's foreign minister, Mahmoud Abbas, or no, sorry, not Mahmoud, Abbas Arachi, sorry, why, no, the wrong person. Oh my God, my brain's broken. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Arachi, met with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, in anticipation of talks, even though Iran said they weren't coming. At least the IRGC said they weren't coming to talks with the United States. They did meet with with Pakistan, which I found to be interesting. No volume, just two dudes hugging and smiling. And pointing, and sitting, and looking, and nodding, and smiling awkwardly, and nodding. Yes. However, the IRGC spokespeople made it quite clear that there would be no ceasefire talks with the United States and Israel until the blockade was ended by the U.S. Which, to be fair, is of their territorial waters. So, there is that. However, Donald Trump announced yesterday that he was canceling the trip, even though all week Iran had been saying they weren't going to the peace talks with the United States. He had been saying that we were sending little Marco Rubio, and I think all the others, Witkoff, Vance, Slenderman. And all of a sudden, just one day before the trip was supposed to happen, Trump says it's canceled. No more trip.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
They are fighting with each other. There's tremendous infighting. They're probably fighting for leadership. In many cases, I think they're fighting not to be the leader because we knocked out 2 levels of leaders. But I'll deal with whoever we have to. But there's no reason to wait 2 days.
He really doesn't understand the internal politics of Iran, does he? I think they're actually fighting to not be the leader. In what world? In what world is this man living? In many ways, I think they're fighting not to be the leader.
What you talking about?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills! Come on!
I actually think they're fighting to not be the leader. Big internal conflict to see who won't be leader. Who's going to draw the short straw?
17 hours. We're not doing it that way. We'll do it when they want. They can call me.
Not going to do it.
We have all the cards. We've won everything. They gave us a paper that.
When they figure it out, they can call me. They have my number. This is the move of a defeated man. This is the move of a defeat. This is what. This is I'm fairly certain this is the same strategy Donald Trump used to take with dates that did not go well. Look, she's got my number. Okay? Look, if she figures that out, she can call me. Until then, I got other stuff going on. They've got my number. Hey, whenever they want, whenever they figure out all this wacky infighting, you can call me.
Cards. We've won everything. We have all the cards. They gave us a paper
We have all the cards.
Should have been better. And interestingly, immediately when I canceled it, within 10 minutes we got
immediately,
a new paper.
if not sooner.
We talked about they will not have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. Look, that whole deal is not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple.
Is the ceasefire remaining? Will you continue the ceasefire?
Haven't even thought about it yet.
Did they offer anything in return to?
I haven't even thought about it. How? How has he not even thought about the ceasefire? He's the commander-in-chief. How has he not thought about the ceasefire? That seems like a dereliction of duty, no? You'd think he would have thought about it, considering the peace talks coming up, supposedly, that were coming up until just now. How has he not thought about it one time? What is Grandpa talking about?
I'm staying in the race.
Fire?
Haven't even thought about it yet.
Did they offer anything in return to 20 years of suspending enriched uranium?
They offered a lot.
What did they offer?
They offered a lot, but not enough. Thank you.
Will Kevin Warsh be Fed chair in May, do you think?
All the cards.
Thank you, Mr. President. Right.
Thank you, Mr. President. What a turn.
I will say thank you very
Mr.
much.
President.
I love you, sir.
If people say thank you to that man, it just disgusts me. Have some dignity. Man doesn't deserve your thanks. He's getting paid with your tax dollars. So is all of his security. That plane. The gas they're putting in there. Just don't thank that man. Doesn't deserve your thanks. He's not a martyr. He's a very self-interested dickbag with too much power. Well, one more clip here. France 24 English from 21 hours ago. U.S.-Iran talks in doubt after Trump scraps Pakistan visit. No kidding. Are they in doubt, France 24? Really?
That's really weird.
It is a new setback to the possibility of peace between the US and Iran, with the US President Donald Trump cancelling a trip to Islamabad by his 2 envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner.
Again, we have all the cards. They have no military left, practically. They have no leaders left. We don't know who the leaders are. There's no reason to wait 2 days, have people traveling for 16, 17 hours. And we're not doing it that way. We'll do it when they want. They can call me.
Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, prior to that statement, left Islamabad without.
If they have no military left, then why isn't Iran more inclined to negotiate? And Trump so willing to just wait for the call. It's fine. I'll just wait by the phone. I'll just wait by the phone. Whenever you want to call. I've got 2 tickets. It's going to be a great night. You're really going to have a great time. I promise.
Of a clear breakthrough in talks with Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Araghchi posted online saying that he shared Iran's position concerning a workable framework to permanently end the war on Iran, and had yet to see if the US is truly serious about diplomacy. Among the Pakistani officials in discussion with Iran is the Pakistani military chief Asim Munir, who's seen as a key figure in the mediation effort.
Field Marshal Asim Munir is said to be directly in touch with the Trump team and Trump administration. He is the key conduit in which he's kind of trying to bring a settlement into force. Now,
I'd also point out that he is not in charge of the military. He is just a political figure. And the political figures in, Parliament, the Prime Minister, they don't actually control the military and what the military does. Stupid GSL looking for logic. Silly space sausage. Wow, a space sausage. I'm not a sausage. God damn it. Very rude.
How rude.
Highly, incredibly rude. Now, I had a bonus video for us tonight. I wanted to watch it really bad with all of you. But we're 8 hours into the freaking stream. A full stream. I was feeling incredibly generous tonight. Usually we'd go like 4 hours. Maybe I give us like a bonus hour to get the galactic content goal done. But sadly, we've only merely grazed the goal. 3 of 10, 30% of the goal completed, essentially. To think we could have watched Jennifer Welch and Emma Vigeland. Just sis down. What's the woman version of bro down? Sister up. What's the same thing as poker and sushi with the boys? Was it poker and sushi with the girls? I guess. I think that's it. We could have done poker and sushi with the girls. It's very disappointing. All right, I'm gonna move on to the Al Jazeera English live stream. Final clip of the night. Great job, everybody, for making this far. And I'm gonna put us into super secret late night after hours galactic final probation. Final probationary countdown. And say that if we raise like $20 on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, or any combination of those 4 things while we're still watching the Al Jazeera live stream, we'll go back and we'll watch Emma and Jennifer sister up on iHip. Otherwise.
All right, joining me today.
Nope. Not gonna do it.
this.
The vouchers do help because it's clear prices have risen a great deal because of the Iran
Now, of course,
war.
I would
I hope
accept
it doesn't drag
super
on
chats.
much longer because the impact on our
I would accept super chats. I would accept super stickers. I would accept memberships and gifted memberships. I would even accept jewels. Unfortunately, we can accept none of those things. As of a result, are being demonetized this week. Which means we can no longer take donations on YouTube. As well as the fact that YouTube has taken $685 of our hard-earned money from April. It's a very unfortunate situation.
daily expenses is enormous.
The cash cards are good and can help small business owners, but it's just a temporary solution, especially because prices were already way too high even before the war.
Meanwhile, major
Wow. YouTube accusing Twitch of not being poggers enough. That's... wow. Not poggers enough there, Twitch, according to YouTube.
How rude.
stock markets in the region have been rallying despite the uncertainty over peace talks between the U.S. and Iran. Japan's Nikkei briefly breached the 60,000 mark last week, and South Korea's Kospi also reaching intraday highs on Monday, and both largely attributed to positive investor sentiment over the boom in the artificial intelligence industry. But that's not to say that they're not watching what's happening in the Middle East. But the feeling here is that at least the ceasefire is holding and that the door for diplomacy remains open. Barn below, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Mali is facing a security crisis. A wave of coordinated attacks by armed groups and Tuareg rebels at the weekend targeted military sites across the country. The defense minister was killed when his residence came under attack. General Sadio Camara was a central figure in the military government and instrumental in strengthening ties with Russia. Nicholas Huck reports.
Outside the military camp in Kidal in northern Mali, Russian mercenaries, once feared and portrayed as powerful.
Okay. This is not the Middle East. However, we got a dono over on PayPal. One person determined to keep the Galactic News Network alive. Don't let the light die out. I need my GSL to sleep. It's beautiful sentiment. Thank you, anonymous donor. 20 bones. And I actually need to add the 4 bones from the other dono on Cash App earlier tonight. Getting us up to 77 of 685. Making some progress there. More than 10%. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's some progress there. Big time. And that's enough for one of these, I guess. Give us a confetti. I just said 20 bones. That was 20 bones.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Which means we're going to go back in time. We're going to watch Emma Vigland, Jennifer Welch, iHip News, talking the stuff. Sushi and poker with the girls.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought. How rude.
All right, people. Let's do it. This one's for the ladies. Saved by the bell there, right at the very, very end of the stream. How do you do it at a discount? We did it. We did it. Great job, everybody.
All right, joining me today on iHip News is one of my favorite truth tellers and my good friend. She is the co-host of the Majority Report. Welcome to our new New York studio, Emma Vigeland. How are you?
I am doing well. It is so beautiful here. I love this studio. I feel warm and cozy. There's nice pink. Like this is the female energy that I need and I don't get on the Majority Report.
Thank you for saying that, because I thought in a world of toxic masculinity, I wanted a pink studio. I wanted to exude kind of female energy.
And you do interior design work, so I shouldn't have expected anything less. That it was going to look really nice in here.
You.
So
I have some great news. Erica Kirk and JD Vance are going to run it back after the Georgia debacle, where JD Vance showed up by himself. And then Erica Kirk was like, I'm not going. There's nobody there. They have decided to do this. This is the Turning Point featuring JD Vance and Erica Kirk. Get free tickets. Free tickets, April 30th, Iowa State University. And then here's what happened the last time these two tried to do it together. Let's play the video. So as you can see, tens of people showed up.
This was Georgia, and I played this video on our show too, and you can hear almost like the echoing in the arena because no one is there. Mm-hmm. And Erica Kirk had canceled for that event because she said she had security concerns. It turns out they may have gotten a wind that the attendance might not be so great, and so JD Vance just had to show up himself, the second act, the vice president of the United States.
Yeah, and I mean, I love when bad things happen to bad people.
Same.
And JD Vance's international faceplant lately, Viktor Orban, jilted at the altar there in Georgia by Erica Kirk, Trump sending him over to Pakistan, just rat fucked him like crazy, knowing he could not get a deal with the Iranians. Yeah. I love how much, I cannot stand Trump. I hate all of the stuff he does, but I like how he's rat fucking Vance. He does not want him to be his heir apparent.
I like it too. Well, it's honestly kind of reminiscent a little bit of what Biden did to Kamala Harris, just to say, when he was sending her down to the border to be the border czar, when she was saying, do not come here. I mean, immigration they perceived as a difficult issue for them, the Biden administration. So he saddled Kamala Harris with that. This is something that presidents sometimes do, but Trump is just way more explicit about it. And, it's also super acute because Trump is the one that is sabotaging the negotiations. Part of what the Iranians are saying is hey, we will deal with you in good faith, even though you are losing this war, but you have to stop with these public threats. But Trump is constitutionally incapable of not making himself the center of everything. And
Seriously, he has a serious case of narcissistic personality disorder. He is compulsively compelled to just they see everything as a competition that he has to win and be the center of at all times.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So worried about the fact that they are losing this war that he's trying to triple down on the optics of saying we've got them in the corner, and it's sabotaging the negotiation. So I get some pleasure out of JD Vance having to deal with this because this is exactly who you signed up to be. And
what is that in reference to? Tens of people? What is this in reference to right now? What tens of people?
Oh, stop booing. There's nothing wrong with it. There are dozens of us. Dozens!
With you made a deal with the devil, now deal with it.
I know. I absolutely love it. I love the announcement that he's Catholic via the book with the Methodist Church on the cover, and now he's having to fight publicly with the Pope. I eat that shit up. Okay, I want to talk to you about what's kind of happening on the left right now. So I'm new to the scene, Pumps and me. We're 3.5 years into this. And one thing I found so awesome about left-leaning media is how welcoming everybody is. You and Sam at the Majority Report, so welcoming, embraced us. Another person that embraced us very early on when we were total MSNBC libs, libbing out at the DNC was Hassan Piker. Came on, invited us to LA to go on his show. He's been on our show, and just we didn't agree on everything, but he embraced, oh, these women are liberal and they're trying to fight a good fight, and I want to build a coalition with them. We're on like week, I don't know what, of this massive meltdown about Hassan, and I want to show you some of the headlines from just the past week. Pop these up. Democrats need to take more risks. This one isn't worth it. Hassan Piker is political poison for Democrats. And the next one, Hassan Piker, too toxic for Democrats. And then the last one, Hassan Piker is the enemy. And here's my thing with the people that are behind this. I don't know who it is. If you want to cancel Hassan, like, just don't watch him. But the bedwetting, the weeks-long bedwetting proves his point to his millions of people that watch his stream that the Democrats are completely a static, non-moving, fixed entity that will not listen to anybody else, and it has to be their way or the highway.
Yeah, and I think that Hassan being in the news like this too is a way for them to engage in Islamophobia in races like with Abdul al-Sayed in Michigan without having to go at the candidate directly. And that's something that needs to be just completely eliminated from the Democratic Party. We saw it with Zoran Mamdani. After he won the primary, Kirsten Gillibrand, one of the senators from New York, said that he was going to usher in global jihad. And she had to walk that statement back, but it just goes to show how normalized Islamophobia is and how pervasive it has been. And yeah, Hassan is immensely influential, and that's what scares them. So they can't decide if he's politically toxic and he's going to sink all the campaigns that he supports, or if he's so popular that they need to be afraid of him. And I really think it's the latter. They are trying to go on the offensive to make sure that they can discredit Hassan during this period of grassroots energy in the Democratic Party, because he's talking about things. He's to the left of even me. He's a socialist, and he talks about these values with passion, and he's going to Yale, and he's going all across the country. And that's a threat to them. The capitalists, the class of people that were funding, things like TPUSA, they're used to being in control of the narrative in that way because the money is always on their side. But, Hassan made good money on his own, and he can do what he wants. And that's the thing I'm most envious about with him, with his career, where he can just pick up and go anywhere, and he can support what causes he wants to. And that freedom and the fact that he has a megaphone like that, it terrifies them, because it's not just about being anti-Zionist or critical of Israel's genocide. It's that if you are on that side of things and you are brave on that issue, it means that you're threatening to the power structure in a variety of different ways, because that means you're going to stand up to moneyed interests in that way. So you'll probably support increasing the minimum wage, taxing the hell out of billionaires, Medicare for all, a Green New Deal. And those are programs that will require systemic changes to our tax code that they're going to really freak out a lot of wealthy people. And so that's why Hassan, I think, presents such a threat to them.
Well, and then let's talk about, they won't stop. This one guy named Ethan somebody, I looked at his Twitter stream, and it's just obsession with Hassan. And he's talking about Hassan being toxic. And I'm like, your obsession seems kind of toxic.
It's psychosexual and pretty gay, I gotta say.
Totally. And then, okay, here's my thing too. Okay.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
You want to cancel Hassan? Cancel him. The stuff that he believes in still remains. Mm-hmm. And there's a tent that needs to absorb that. My sons listen to Hassan. And I asked my son, I said, they're going after him. He goes, Mom, they've been going after Hassan for years. And I was like, do you agree with everything he said? He goes, no, I don't agree with anything any commenter on the planet says. That's the way MAGA is. We're not like that, Mom.
Right.
And I have a lot of agreement with Hassan, but what I like about Hassan is how inclusive he was when we first came on the podcasting scene. He knew we were garden variety liberals that watched MSNBC and liked to lib out. And he was like, okay, let's build a coalition here. Here are the things we have in common. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? So let's say he gets canceled, and then you have all of these million or so or more Gen Z, ding, 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 the people who the Democratic Party needs. that are like, you canceled him. Well, then where the fuck are we supposed to go?
I guess some people who are a little more feeble-minded may go to someone like Nick Fuentes or someone like that. Or I don't know enough. I'm even like a little bit too
fat. You are
out of touch with the streamers. But there are a lot of like anti-Semites right now on social media that are not steering people towards a vision of egalitarianism. They're critiquing Israel in a way that is mostly focused on the Israelis as opposed to, say, like Palestinian liberation, where Hassan always directs the conversation back to liberation for all people. But that's, I think, like your conversation with him when you had like this open dialogue. And I saw an excerpt of a more recent one too, when you discussed Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
And that is a conversation that needs to be had.
Yes.
And the Democratic Party doesn't want it to happen because they want to win their way once again. And frankly, I didn't used to think this way, but I do think it now. They would rather lose than us win our way. And they would rather lose elections, in my view, than change course and actually embrace the Hassan wing, the anti.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Probably illegal. Dangerous morons.
Like seriously, like rather than embrace the party, which is why it has to be seized. So I've been saying, I've been saying this now for months. You know, in the wake of all of the things we've seen out of them, they need to be replaced. You know, their complete lack of ability to push back on the Trump administration, and to even just message properly around it, among other things. Their inability to, I don't know, get anything done. Even when they did have power. It's disgusting. I think everybody's sick of it. And it's why we need to seize power. Those who actually want to get things done, those who actually want to change the status quo, those who think that what we have right now is not the best, it could be much better, are the ones who need to be in control of the Democratic Party. That's why I've been saying, hey, I don't know, start sweeping floors of the DNC, or, you know, like just volunteer for something over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, get in there. They're hiring, you know. Might help if you know somebody, but they're hiring, technically. We just got to start getting in there. We got to start winning elections. We got to do whatever we can here and there to change the power, those who wield it. So we've been talking about the midterms, primaries specifically, because that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of us paying attention to the primaries. I would just like to point that out to everybody. Right? That's the thing that scares them, is for us to talk about the primaries when it matters most, before they happen. Right? When we could actually make a change. When we could say, oh, actually, I don't like that candidate. You should probably vote for this candidate that actually wants these policies that make your life better. Right? When we actually have the chance of doing that is when we need to be talking about it. When we could have people going around telling people, hey, these are the candidates you should vote for in the upcoming election next week, next month, next year, whatever it is, knocking on doors like Zoran Mamdani did. He worked on it for a year, right? We followed him for much of his campaign. He worked on it for a year. Knocking on doors, standing on street corners, interviewing people. I mean, he making YouTube videos. He was doing everything. That's what we need all of our candidates to be doing, no matter how small of a venue.
Wing, the left-wing vision of a future here that would actually kind of maybe change the power structure. And also, you know, a lot of these people, these consultants, they are invested in the system because it's literally what pays them. So if we get rid of all of this kind of like hyper-targeting, data-driven stuff, and if it's not based in ads, and I don't know which pop star can appear at the Kamala Harris rally, and it's a people power thing, like how Zoran won, where you bring more people into the electorate. You don't just trim along the margins, you create a mass movement. That's not very profitable to the consultants. And so they're really worried that the people are going to be more powerful than the money. And so they want to foreclose the conversation before it even happens. So the fact that you circumvented that and had that with Hassan, like more of that should be happening. I'm trying to do that myself as well.
Well, I think there's really important conversations to be had. And here's just a question I'm going to propose to you. who do you think is more toxic to the Democratic Party? Chuck Schumer or Hassan Piker?
You know what I'm going to say.
It's 20 times out of 10. It's Chuckles.
Oh my gosh.
It's not even close.
Not even close.
That he's a sitting senator. He is an absolute abject failure of a leader. There's zero opposition party. He is I used to say fascist collaborator. Now I'm dropping the collaborator part. And
I beg to differ. Okay. I have not been resting. Okay. We have no resting at all. No resting. No resting, which has led to a lot of potential winning. We won't rest until we win. We haven't won yet, but eventually we will win. So long as I don't rest.
He's going to say fascist, and he actually has real power, and he votes with MAGA and MAGA aligned financial interests. And the freak out of whoever all of these people are, I'm sure it's probably that Greenblatt with the ADL, whoever these nuts are, that their entire Twitter feed is just completely the most homosocial.
They're too high up.
Twitter feed I've ever seen.
You're right. They are too high up. I need them lower down on the bridge. So it's like, I'm not looking through the glasses at all. I'm just looking directly at you. You're right. No, you're right. Look, I could be better.
They're just completely laser focused on Hassan. I'm like, okay, cancel him. Don't watch his stream. It's just not that big of a deal.
They're as hysterical as segregationist Southerners. They're as hysterical as the Confederates that spoke about truly, like when they speak about Muslim people, it's a complete racist derangement that I don't think that we have fully reckoned with how toxic that has been. And I mean, that's a big part of also, Zoran selling democratic socialism to the country is immensely important, and how government can work for people if you actually try to deliver and don't just make excuses all the time. But also, I think he's breaking down some of these really deeply held Islamophobic beliefs. Like, I'm sure you watched 24 at some point after 9/11. Like, I just think about all of the material that was telling us how scary Muslim people are.
I fell prey to it.
Right.
I mean, I fell prey to ambient Islamophobia. But one thing I'm going to say as a mother that I'm grateful for is, like, my older son, he's in law school now, but he listens to Hassan while he was like gaming and stuff. And there was a message in there about human rights, a message in there about the pitfalls of capitalism and how it leaves working class people behind. And the result of this, and I'm not saying it's all Hassan, but my husband and I are shallow, pretentious, vapid. We like to go shopping. We like to buy designer shit. It's horrible. I'm not proud of it, but guilty as charged.
Oh, come on. We're all just trying to be happy.
My son is always like, oh, you, like, he'll say to my husband, like, Dad, I don't have a face serum and I don't need those designer clothes. He thrifts. He does all of these like cool, good things that when I was 22, 23, I never would have thought about these things. I wouldn't have had such a social conscience. So it's so insane to me that the Democratic Party doesn't take the message that, look, this is a person that represents a portion of our electorate that we desperately need. We don't agree with everything. And I hope that they don't agree with everything I say and everything you say, because otherwise we're like MAGA cultists. But I just think it's so insane, and I'm so sick of it. And I'm really fearful of their misread.
Would you say that you've had it? I'm sorry. Terrible joke. That is true. And Democrats continue to play the game that they lose over and over again. That is moneyed politics. Choosing to just embrace the voters, who I would point out also have money if you get enough of them together. Of course, even when Democrats are in power, they don't get rid of the moneyed politics that exists. They continue to make their job, if they cared about that job more than the money. But they don't. That's the thing. They care about the money more than the job. On a broad base, right? Perhaps not each individual legislator, but it's clear because they haven't. So And that's what needs to change. And thankfully today we went through a whole bunch of different candidates in Ohio and Indiana where people could put people in power in people that would perhaps fight against fighting against money in politics, right? And work on getting it out of it. We're not done with this. We're gonna keep watching this, don't worry. By the way, sorry everyone, I just want to apologize for last week. It was rough. I mean, being demonetized on YouTube suddenly. You'd think I'd be used to being jerked around at this point, but losing the whole channel last year for 3 months, not knowing if we were ever going to get it back, then getting it back, being elated over it, right? We were all of us were so excited about it. I was excited about it, something I've worked on for years now. Then to have this happen, be called inauthentic and low effort, it's pretty frustrating, to say the least. When I put 8 hours a day, 5 days, I mean, we're on hour 9 now, 8.5 hours into the stream, and I did spend a little time before ever doing the stream tonight, right? Like I woke up hours before I ever started the stream, and went through all this stuff, put it in order. An order that made at least some sense, hopefully, to everybody here. Right? Was there not a flow to everything? To an entire 8-hour show? I'm over here living in poverty. Literally. Literally living below the poverty line right now. And they're just taking more money from me and saying I'm not, like, as if I'm inauthentic and I don't care. I couldn't care more about what I do. And for that to be called into question and have it threaten my livelihood at the same time, it's pretty insulting. Almost more insulting than the last claim. I'm sorry. I'm fine.
On how many, it's not just like my son's demographic, but how many like middle-aged white women I know.
Oh my gosh, totally.
Full-blown going much, much further left than they realize. And they hate toxic Chuck Schumer and they like Hassan.
Bring Chuck Schumer back into this. I mean, there was just a vote on Bernie Sanders's, and I bring this back to the genocide in Gaza frequently because it's a passion project of mine. But I also think like where this disconnect is with leadership and young people, you can draw it really back to this because, Chuck Schumer became the leader of the Democrats in 2016, and he did not support the Obama brokered nuclear deal, the JCPOA, which was a peace deal with Iran that was immensely successful, where we had third-party monitors that would go in and monitor their uranium enrichment, and also we unfroze their assets. And Trump came in, listened to Benjamin Netanyahu and that lobby, and scrapped it, and that's part of why we're in this situation today, because the Israelis wanted more war. And Chuck Schumer was a Democrat that did not support that. He went against the president at the time and said, I do not support this peace deal with Iran. He got rewarded by being the leader of the Democrats in the Senate. And now here we are today. Chuck Schumer is one of 7 Democratic senators that just voted against that Bernie Sanders bill to block bulldozers that were sent to Israel, these industrial-style Caterpillar bulldozers that are destroying homes in the West Bank and paving over evidence of likely hundreds of thousands of unaccounted for dead bodies in Gaza, destroying genocide evidence. And Chuck Schumer just supported that. And by the way, I think only 7 or 8% of Democrats per a poll in August of last year support Israel's military action in Gaza. So the leader of the Democrats in the Senate went against 80% of his own caucus to support Israel. And he went against around 90% of his own elected base. And we're not even talking about independents who are way closer to those numbers than the Republicans are. Republican boomers are buoying.
By the way, chat, I can't help myself but look at it. Like, you know me. Like, I can't help but look at my YouTube feed and just my different news apps and also the stock market, including the commodities market. And guess what? Oil is almost back up to $100 a barrel. Yeah.
Israel. But Chuck Schumer came into politics as a creature of big money. And the Democrats made a conscious choice with making him leader to go more in that direction. For as much as they talk about how, oh, we can't extrapolate Zoran's win to the rest of the country, that's from liberal New York City. Well, then why are the leaders of the Democrats in the Senate and the House both from New York? And you know why? Because they're fundraisers. And since Citizens United, when money was equated to speech and any encumbrance upon or any restrictions on moneyed speech would be considered a First Amendment violation, there has been such an explosion of dark money where over.
Exactly. You guys get it. The Dow. Gotta check the Dow. Is the Dow at 50,000?
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
You know, it was like 1.4 billion or something in dark money was spent in 2024. We have no idea where that came from. And so it caused the Democrats to reorient themselves towards a party that prioritized fundraising over people power. But the Republicans will always win the capitalist money. They will always win that battle. We are literally in a rigged game that's against the Democrats, and we have leadership that's invested in the game continuing to be rigged. And so it needs to change for fascism to actually be defeated here. And it's not a foregone conclusion whatsoever. Sorry if that was long.
No, I think it's so helpful because I think this is at the crux of the conversations we need to have, like the conversation I had with Hassan. Mm-hmm. How would you vote if this corporate Democrat came up? We need to have critical thinking conversations, and then the people on the internet that wet the bed afterwards, they need to go, why am I so adverse to having a conversation? And so what you've identified here is Chuckles, Die Hard, Israel stand. Hassan, I don't want to fund. The majority of Democrats do not want to fund a genocide. For me, and I've spoken about this with you both privately and on shows, there's been an awakening for me to what's happening in Gaza and now in Lebanon. Let's pop up this headline from yesterday. Sky News breaking: the body of Lebanese journalist has been found under the rubble after an Israeli strike. And Emma, this shit is so disturbing. It's kids. It's medics, and they don't hit the medics once. They hit it 2-3 times to make sure they killed him. Or if there are people going to help give medical assistance, they double tap or triple tap. They're killing journalists. I don't know what number we're up to now, but I know it's in the hundreds. And all of these things seem to come back to this one thing. Why do people hate Hassan? Because Hassan exposes the war crimes and the genocide of Israel. Why does Chuck Schumer, why is he so unpopular? Because he supports the war crimes of Israel and the genocide. And when I think about when I would take my youngest son to these rural towns in Oklahoma, because he was an AAU basketball player.
Now, I would push back a little bit. It's not just that, right? Like, but I think it's also his lack of leadership on so many other issues as well, right? He's completely devoid of leadership. In fact, his negative leadership on this situation, right? Like, she's absolutely right that people hate him for this, but it's like it's really an addendum to this rather than, a disagreement. Because while that's a huge portion of this, there's a lot of people, including myself, who also see him as a completely feckless and useless idiot. And not even really, he's a conniving bastard, really. He is constantly working against the issues that people like myself believe in, even though he pretends to care about them, right? And it's sickening. And I think a lot of people are sick of that, right? People are sick of a leadership that leads us into the moments that we currently have right now. It's people like Chuck who have brought us the fascism that we find ourselves living in and the current system that we have, right? Like, Chuck has had plenty of opportunity. He's been in the Senate for so long. He's been a legislator for so long, for decades. And it's because of people like him that we have not. Of course, he hasn't been leader the whole time that he's been in the Senate, but like, he's not voted for the right shit, right? And these guys have worked to undermine stuff, right? He has embraced the corporate capture of our, of our legislature, of the moneyed interests taking precedent over the interests of the people, and he's danced around and applauded it and celebrated it, right? Like, that's why I think a lot of people dislike him, and the Israel thing is just another in a myriad issues with Chuck, right? He constantly, he orchestrated both of the times the Democrats voted in favor of the Trump budget. The first time he literally voted for it, and the second time he just did it from behind the scenes, right? Like, and it's those sorts of actions that don't just enable the genocide, but enable all of Trump's other fucking things. It's his working in tandem with Republicans to do the bidding, of the worst. That is the problem. The genocide is just the most glaring of issues.
Varsity basketball player. She'd go to these just Trump dump towns. And this guy got out of a pickup truck one day and it said, his t-shirt said, Jesus strong, Trump tough.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, baby. Right. And there's Trump flags everywhere. And I think about those working class people that have always had to pay their fair share in taxes. Their wages have never gone up, ever. Paying to fund the intentional execution of children, that BBC shit where they targeted here and here. And then recently this week, the only thing Benjamin Netanyahu seems to have punished Israeli soldiers for is for hitting a statue of Jesus and not being or killing kids. And then I find out they've trained these dogs to anally rape prisoners. And I am just like, what in the actual fuck that we can't talk about this? And then you're going to have the audacity to look me in the face and say I'm a bigot for standing up for human rights and for the well-being of children. It's just, there is a psychosis around this issue that makes me insane because, Emma, we have to tell the truth. Yeah. If we want to fight bigotry, we have to tell the truth. And hiding this and covering this up and attacking people who support human rights and oppose genocide is just, history is going to record where we all are on this. And I cannot believe the moral rot surrounding this.
That story about the dogs is a real
100%. All right. We're just going to take a quick pause. We're not going to end it. Actually, we're not going to end it, but we are going to take a quick pause because I'm going to skip ahead. Mostly because I don't want to watch the whole thing. I don't like doing that with any sorts of videos like this because it incentivizes people to go watch the clips themselves. It's a long one. It's 45 minutes long. But just a reminder, everybody, if you're enjoying the show, please hit that follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and the like button, too, while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Unfortunately, we've been demonetized as of this week on YouTube, so Twitch, Donos, Cash App, PayPal. Throne and Patreon are your options for now. Hopefully we manage to have that decision
Immediately,
soon.
if not sooner.
It's been quite a roller coaster this week. All right, I'm going to skip a little bit ahead.
How rude.
That's very rude. Everyone's upset. But but maybe you're not subscribed to iHip, you know? I mean, you should be. I've told you all to do it in the past. I said, hey, subscribe to these ladies. They got something going on over here. I've said it, and I've said it. And if you haven't listened, then that is just proof that what I'm doing is exactly what I should be doing. Yeah. Where do we pick a go here? Let's say about here. I'd say about here. It's good.
Or Hillary over Bernie, and my son called me a centrist, and I was like, please, I'm not a centrist. I am a liberal, Dylan. I mean, oh my God, I watch Rachel Maddow every night. Go fuck yourself, Dylan, right? That's kind of what I was thinking. And there is a social conscience that streamers, podcasters are teaching people outside of the corporate news bubble that I think is incredibly threatening.
Just cheered 100 bits. This needs to be said. Schumer rather pay attention to his imaginary constituents over his party. The Baileys definitely has his ear. Won't be surprised if Peter Thiel implanted some sort of device that makes him see the Baileys. Just saying.
That's a fascinating take from Columbia Rican. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the sweet, sweet bits, Columbia Rican. Yeah, that's entirely possible. I like the way that the robot pronounced Chuck Schumer's name. I can see it now. He's old enough, though. I mean, how old is Chuck Schumer? 82? $75. Okay. But he's old enough, I feel like, you know, who knows exactly what his mental state is. He could without the implant, he could very well be seeing the Baileys at any time. Who knows? Who knows? You just, you know, he's in the Senate, he's seeing the Baileys. I don't know if he needs some sort of an implant for that.
Because my sons have this consciousness about what's happening over in Gaza. And they also have a consciousness about how much corporate greed is dicking over younger generations and the transfer of wealth. They have an awareness about this because of him. And so it's like Hassan is a double tap strike on their stuff, Israel, corporate greed, etc. And I think the bedwetting that I see from these corporate Democrats with the billionaires, they all live in the same space. They are whining, titty baby bedwetters. And you know who else is? MAGA. Yeah. It's just all this bedwetting. I've had it with all that, Emma.
I've had it with that too. And like, honestly, at least the robber barons in the Gilded Age, which by the way, we're at levels of income inequality and wealth inequality that far surpass that at this point, just to give people a sense of how bad things have gotten. At least they were building railroads. At least like they were building these mansions.
Like 70% taxes or something.
I mean, I would need to fact check back in the 1920s if that were the case. But in the 1960s, the top marginal tax rate was around 90%. So the equivalent of like $4 million, every dollar you would make over $4 million in today's standards would be taxed at a 90% rate. It's not taxing all of your income at 90%,
right?
But it's taxing it over that. And that was, after World War II, when the United States was at its most economically prosperous. So it is, I don't think we can get there realistically right now, but that was what income tax looked like at that point. But in the Gilded Age, it wasn't in that way. And speculation and the levels of the trading on the stock market was completely out of control too. But they at least built railroads and infrastructure and like museums. I mean, the Rockefellers and stuff, they felt they wanted to maintain their wealth, and they felt like, okay, let me contribute to society in this way, at least with the arts, so I can be a pillar of society. All these billionaire robber barons from today, these tech guys, what do? They go in their bunkers
and they complain.
They bitch. They don't provide anything to society, and they feel almost emboldened by that fact. They think that it makes that they're in competition with one another. That's what they care about. And so, I mean, we had an author on our show, Rana Dasgupta, who wrote a book called After Nations, who was describing the modern Silicon Valley industry as the like almost East India company of the past, where it's like a group of corporations in power that's working alongside a nation state and their interests, but has almost more power than them.
Yeah.
Like they have superseded the power of the United States in many ways and are calling the shots. And that's what happens when you have a kleptocracy and an oligarchy. And we're very much on our way there, if not there.
Okay, final question, just a little gossip that's delicious.
Oh, I love to gossip.
Yeah, so Big Titty Brian, you know, the husband, puppy killer and goat killer, Christy Nome. So obviously, I don't care if Brian likes to have, you know, large breasts. I don't mind that one bit. I care about the hypocrisy.
I'm sorry, before we get into this hot goss. Very hot goss. Gotta take a moment. Moment of silence for Cricket. R.I.P. Cricket. You died too soon. You died too soon. I can hear your little bark. I can hear your little barking, Cricket. You didn't deserve to die. I know you're up in puppy heaven.
Also, there's been a lot of rumors. I don't know if this is true or not, but I read it on Elon Musk's free speech website that Scott Jennings is a switch hitter.
I saw that too.
So I just think this turnabout stuff, I just always want to platform this type of gossip when I can to point out the hypocrisy, because I'm a hypocrisy shamer.
Why are they all freaks? Like they preach so much, as you're saying, to everybody else, but they're all freaks. Even Lori, gosh, I'm forgetting her last name, but the labor secretary who just resigned, her husband was harassing a bunch of women at the office. She allegedly helped cover it up and allegedly was also having an affair herself. Corey Lewandowski and Christy Nome were shacking up on a military base while her husband was, enjoying his big balloon titties back in their home state.
You can tell that Emma grew up in a legal, like around people in law, because she throws out the word allegedly so seamlessly with the rest of the conversation when it isn't. I mean, when it's probably, legally smart to do it, even if it's not. Like she just peppers it in, but it's just so funny. Allegedly.
While her husband was, enjoying his big balloon titties back in their home state in South Dakota. He didn't come with her to DC. They just basically had an arrangement. That's why, did you see her when she said oh gosh, I'm so sorry that this all came out. I really regret it and stuff like that. That was her statement. I'm like, bitch, you leaked it. I know you did.
You think she leaked it?
100%. She would deny if she really was embarrassed by this. Like, we're so sorry. Please give our family some privacy at this time. Please, girl, you want to get out. You're with Corey now. Your husband maybe likes men. Just, she's trying to look for an out, I think, from her own Christian perspective.
Hey, do you think it's possible that Trump leaked it to send her a signal? You better stay in line or there's no pardon for you.
That was your theory to me, I believe, over text.
We were texting.
I think that is a good theory, too. I just feel like what I couldn't understand was how this woman is denial, never show any weakness. But suddenly this is a very hard time for our family. Please respect our privacy. Please pray for us. Please, we won't pray for the children in Gaza. We won't pray for the kids that are locked up in camps by ICE.
Pray for Big Titty Brian.
We will pray. No, for you, for having to see your husband with big titties. I mean, God, I wish I would. That makes me sad, though. Like, there's a, not to be Debbie Downer, but it's like, live your life. Like, I wish people could just have the freedom to live their lives.
So true, Emma. All right, well, there you go. There's your bonus vid for tonight. Got you another extra hour on that stream tonight. And some sweet content there from the I've Had It podcast. Emma Vigland. Big guest. Big guest for the iHip News channel. I thought that was a good one for a Sunday Fun Day bonus vid, since today was not, it wasn't exactly filled with fun. Yeah, mostly not fun, actually. But I had fun with all of you being here. I was glad that we were together for it. So, silver lining. Anyway, Space Fams, I hope you all enjoyed the show. If you didn't, hit that follow button. Subscribe. Otherwise, how will you find us again? But that's... Yep, last clip of the night. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, God Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afrobonics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brady, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorpatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Orb, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rican, New York, Phil in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, Winnie and Robin, and Young Chris. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Whoops.
Columbia_9505 just cheered 100 bits. This is an after-hours service announcement. The owner of the Xenomorph on Deck 18, we regret to inform you we had to airlock it for the sake of the crew. RIP replacement engineering crew.